Mind storage area. Wishing everyone reading this plenty of money, peaceful sleep, and healthy hair. This is a fictional story, not based on real history. Please read kindly. One moment, Qiao Nian was stabbed straight through. The next, she found herself inside a novel. When she opened her eyes again, a girl stood before her. Someone who looked a bit like her killer, but much prettier. The girl gave a cold laugh, her tone full of mockery. Qiao Nian, being able to marry the factory director's foolish son is your good fortune. Good fortune. Would you like to have it? From that sarcastic tone, Qiao Nian could guess who she was. The heroine of the book, Xiao Chunlan. She had entered a novel, the dramatic love story after marrying the officer. She was spoiled silly as a minor supporting character. She was also the heroine Xiao Chunlan's cousin. The time was spring, 1969 in Huagua. The original Qiao Nian's father had taken his own life after being publicly humiliated. Frightened by the event, she had pretended to be mentally unstable for nearly a year to avoid being taken away. In the novel, she was described as trying to avoid being sent to the countryside by getting close to the factory director's foolish son. That man was not only slow-minded, but also violent. 3 months after marrying him, Qiao Nian was beaten to death. But only the original Qiao Nian knew that everything had been Xiao Chunlan's doing. Luckily, Qiao Nian arrived just as the heroine was plotting to frame her and the foolish son. What's so funny? Do you really like that fool? Xiao Chunlan sneered, gripping her chin and trying to force a bowl of drugged soup into her mouth. If you like him so much, then I'll help you be together. All right? Qiao Nian suddenly flipped over, pinning Xiao Chunlan down. She slapped her 3 times, hard. I'll help your father instead. Then she pretended to be frightened and said, Sister Chunlan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit your face. Qiao Nian, you crazy woman. Let me go, or I'll have my mother deal with you. Xiao Chunlan glared at her angrily, shocked by her strength. Qiao Nian's lips curved into a faint smile as she muttered incoherently, Don't hit me. I was wrong. Chunlan, drink the medicine, it won't hurt after you drink it. Then she quickly covered Xiao Chunlan's mouth and poured the medicine into it. After that, she gently knocked Xiao Chunlan unconscious with the bowl, took off her clothes, and moved her to the bed in one smooth motion. Finally, she picked up Xiao Chunlan's clothes and the white porcelain bowl, climbed out the window, and sat weakly on the ground. Her body was a bit frail, just doing this much had completely exhausted her. But a happy smile appeared on her face. It really did feel good to teach a bad person a lesson. Qiao Nian had once been a lazy young woman who only waited to inherit her family's business. One day, she came across a novel about a minor female character who shared her exact name, personality, and background. In the story, the main heroine was Xiao Chunlan, Qiao Nian's cousin. Originally, Qiao Nian's father, Xiao Cheng, had married into the Qiao family and wed Qiao Nian's mother, Qiao Mingzhu. Xiao Chunlan was the daughter of Xiao Cheng's younger brother, Xiao Shan. When Xiao Chunlan was little, Xiao Cheng brought Xiao Shan's family to live with them in the Qiao household. As a side character, Qiao Nian naturally existed only to make the heroine shine. In the book, Qiao Nian had lived a life of luxury as a child and was very beautiful. But after her family's downfall, she suffered a mental breakdown and eventually died miserably. Xiao Chunlan, on the other hand, had been an ordinary girl because of her poor family background. As she grew up, she became lovely, smart, and kind-hearted. The contrast between the two was clear. After Qiao Nian was married off to a foolish man, Xiao Chunlan took her place and married Qiao Nian's original fiancé. His name was Qin Shua, a military officer. However, after marrying him, Xiao Chunlan found that Qin Shua was strict, dull, and emotionally distant. She soon divorced him and later married his comrade, the novel's male lead, Fang Yuming. The two were deeply in love and lived a passionate, happy life together. It was as if they had a family system attached to them, having children every year and living in endless affection. Whenever someone offended Xiao Chunlan, Fang Yuming would make sure they paid a heavy price. Reading this, Qiao Nian couldn't help but want to ask them, Hey, friends, ever heard of the law? Maybe try using your brains a little? She could already guess who had written the book. It was Xiao Chunlon, the employee from her family's supermarket in her own world. The Xiao family lived in a remote mountain village where boys were valued far more than girls. Xiao Chunlon started working in a factory right after finishing middle school. There, she met a man and had a child with him before she turned 18. After they got married, the man often mistreated her and still expected her to earn money for the family. Since Xiao Chunlon had little education, she could only find a job at the Qiao family's supermarket. However, she worked carelessly and often argued with customers. One day, Qiao Nian saw this and scolded her, saying she would be fired. Xiao Chunlon knelt down, crying and begging for forgiveness. Qiao Nian's mother felt sorry for her and allowed her to stay. But from then on, Xiao Chunlon began to resent Qiao Nian. She thought they were the same age, yet Qiao Nian was treated like a beloved daughter, while she was left struggling in hardship. Out of jealousy, she wrote an online story using Qiao Nian as a negative character. When Qiao Nian saw it, she gave it a bad review and wrote a long, sarcastic comment about the main character. For some reason, this deeply angered Xiao Chunlon. Later, when Xiao Nian came to inspect the supermarket, Xiao Chunlon suddenly attacked her. When Xiao Nian opened her eyes again, she found herself in another world.
But she didn't panic.
Since she was here, she decided to face it calmly. Life and death didn't scare her. She would fight back if needed. Xiao Nian slowly stood up and looked through the window. She saw someone lying on the bed, and then a large, clumsy man walked in. The man smiled foolishly, his mouth crooked, and drool slid down his chin. He clumsily lay down on the bed beside Xiao Chunlon, hugged her tightly, and soon fell asleep. Xiao Nian thought that if she had a loudspeaker, she could shout and call everyone over. Just as she had that thought, a loudspeaker suddenly appeared in her hand. She stared in surprise. Where did this come from? It looked exactly like the one sold in her supermarket, the one she had personally ordered. While she was still in shock, she heard the voice of Xiao Chunlon's mother, Chen Xinghua. "Oh my, Qiao Nian, what are you doing? You can't just run into someone else's room like this." Soon, footsteps and murmurs came from the yard. Then came loud voices. "Qiao Nian tried to get close to my son. That shameless girl must be out of her mind." It was Hu Meili, the wife of the textile factory's director. Qiao Nian quietly looked from the corner and saw Chen Xinghua and Hu Meili standing at the gate with a few other women. The two of them kept shouting, but didn't seem to want to go inside. Qiao Nian smiled slightly. They were probably waiting for more people to come so they could have witnesses. Since that was the case, she decided to help them out. Xiao Nian turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "Come and see. Something shocking is happening here." When Xiao Nian was in school, she had learned voice acting for fun. Now she imitated the rough voice of a middle-aged man. Her voice, amplified by the speaker, echoed through the entire alley. Soon, a crowd gathered at the small courtyard gate. Chen Xinghua and Hu Meili didn't stop to think about who had shouted earlier. They only wanted to rush in and catch Qiao Nian in the act, believing that would prove their point. The two exchanged a glance, pushed the door open, and led the group into the dusty room. "Qiao Nian, you crazy girl. How dare you do such things?" Chen Xinghua shouted as she grabbed the girl's long hair, not realizing the person lying there was her own daughter. Xiao Chunlon screamed. She had vaguely heard someone shouting outside and wanted to get up to see what was happening, but she couldn't move because someone heavy was pressing on her. Then a group of people burst in, and her own mother was pulling her hair. At that moment, Xiao Chunlon and the factory director's foolish son were tangled together, both in a very awkward situation. The foolish young man held onto her tightly and refused to let go. When Chen Xinghua heard Xiao Chunlon's voice, she suddenly realized what had happened. This wasn't Qiao Nian, it was her daughter. But she couldn't let anyone find out, or her daughter would have to marry the factory director's son. So she quickly said, "Everyone, don't look. Qiao Nian may be a bit wild, but she's still a young girl and easily embarrassed." Hu Meili also sensed that something had gone wrong, but she was thinking even further. She couldn't let anyone suspect that she and Chen Xinghua had planned this, and she didn't want her family to be connected with the Xiaos. She was afraid her son might end up marrying Xiao Chunlan and get stuck with that troublesome family. Yes, yes, that's right, someone said. Even though Qiao Nian and my son Hong aren't very bright, they're still young and care about their pride. Let's all go home for now. When they get married, I'll invite everyone to the wedding banquet. Li Hong was already 25, but because of his slow mind, he had never found a suitable girl. Others had introduced some, but they were either not a good match or widows with children. Hu Meili didn't like any of them. Only Qiao Nian, though she was the daughter of a wealthy family and had lost her mind after a shock, came from money and was very pretty. Their future children would surely be good-looking. So today, no matter who was beside Li Hong, it had to be Qiao Nian. Chen Xinghua nodded repeatedly. Everyone just go home and wait for the wedding feast. An old woman with sharp eyes, who loved gossip, said, Qiao Nian's not in her right mind. What's there to be shy about? I've seen everything in my years. Let me see how this young lady is causing trouble. Saying that, she moved closer. Qiao Nian, hiding behind the window, heard everything. Chen Xinghua and Hu Meili were truly cruel, trying to blame everything on her. So Qiao Nian stood up, opened the window, and laughed wildly. As she laughed, she shouted, "Two silly ones, making trouble. What a funny pair." Her voice was sharp and piercing. The old woman who had just come close looked up and met Qiao Nian's eyes. Then she suddenly turned toward the bed and shouted, "Oh my, that's not Qiao Nian on the bed." Everyone heard her and craned their necks to look inside. Who is it then? If it's not Qiao Nian, who could it be? Yes, which girl is that? How shameless. Qiao Nian clapped her hands and kept chanting her silly rhyme. Two silly ones, making trouble. What a funny pair. Chen Xinghua's face darkened. Qiao Nian, what are you doing here? She shouted. Qiao Nian giggled and pointed at the girl in Li Hong's arms, whose face was hidden. Chunlan, little sister, what a surprise. The women watching quickly looked down. Could it really be Xiao Chunlan? Chen Xinghua felt the world spin around her. Everything was ruined. Unable to think too much, she pointed at Qiao Nian and shouted angrily, "You're crazy. How dare you make up stories about your sister? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson." Qiao Nian pretended to be frightened and stepped back. Then she shouted loudly, "Help. Someone's trying to hit me. Chen Xinghua wants to hurt someone."
Qiao Nian, you dare.
Chen Xinghua said as she reached out from the window to grab her. Qiao Nian quickly stepped back a few paces and ran off, picking up a loudspeaker and some clothes from the ground as she went. She thought for a moment. The loudspeakers seemed to be from her family's supermarket. She wondered if she could go inside. So she silently said in her heart, "Enter the space." The next second, she felt dizzy, and suddenly she was standing inside her family's supermarket. But the supermarket was empty. Only the goods were there. Everything looked exactly as it had on the day she died. There were sections for vegetables, fresh meat, daily goods, snacks, and more. Everything was neatly arranged. Qiao Nian hurried to the entrance, but found she couldn't get out or see anything outside. It seemed this was an independent space. She noticed she was still holding Xiao Chunlan's clothes, and her eyes lit up. Could she bring things from outside into the space? Thinking of this, she silently said, "Go out." Sure enough, the next second, she was back where she had disappeared. Luckily, no one was around. She would have to be more careful next time. Qiao Nian crouched down, picked up the bowl she had used to knock Xiao Chunlan unconscious, and silently said, "Store it." The bowl disappeared from her hand. Qiao Nian grinned. With the space, she had nothing to fear anymore. She grabbed the loudspeaker and ran, shouting as she went. Two silly people, making trouble together. This area used to be the housing district for the textile factory workers. The Qiao family had once owned the factory, so everyone knew Qiao Nian. Seeing her running and shouting, an older woman stopped her. "Miss Qiao, what are you shouting about?" Although times had changed, some people still called her Miss Qiao. Qiao Nian's eyes brightened. This woman was known for her love of gossip, Everyone called her Big Mouth Zhang. Xiao Nian gave a silly laugh. Hee hee, Chunlon and Bai Huahua are being silly together. After speaking, she raised both hands and clapped hollowly, calling out clap, clap, clap. As for the loudspeaker in her hand, she had already put it away before entering the crowded area. Zhang Dazue heard Xiao Nian's words and saw her actions. The sound of her voice matched the rhythm of her clapping. It couldn't have been more vivid. His eyes widened. Was it really what he thought? Did Xiao Chunlon and the factory director's foolish son really do something improper? Especially that last clapping gesture. He couldn't help but sigh. This girl might seem a little crazy, but her mind was still as sharp as before. Miss Qiao, you should go back first, or they might start picking on you again. Most of the workers still remembered the kindness of the Qiao family's old master. Xiao Nian smiled foolishly and nodded. All right. But as she turned around, her eyes turned slightly red. That emotion didn't belong to Xiao Nian. It came from the original person whose body she now inhabited. Ever since the Qiao family was ruined and her parents passed away, the original girl had rarely felt kindness from others. Soon, Xiao Nian pushed away those thoughts and returned to her usual self, walking and clapping as she repeated her earlier chant. Thanks to the efforts of Zhang Dazue and Xiao Nian, it didn't take long before everyone in the factory knew about Xiao Chunlon and the factory director's son being together. When Xiao Nian returned home, she looked at the empty house and smiled faintly. Right now, Xiao Chunlon and her daughter were busy dealing with Humeili. Xiao Shan was at work, and Xiao Chunlon's two younger brothers were at school. It was the perfect time for Xiao Nian to act. This two-story house was the only property left to the Qiao family after everything else had been confiscated. Now, however, it had been taken over by Xiao Chunlon's family. The first floor was occupied by Xiao Shan and his wife, while the second floor belonged to Xiao Chunlon and her two brothers. As for Xiao Nian, the rightful owner, she had been forced to live in a small storage room at the back of the first floor. The room was cluttered with random items and didn't even have a window. But what the Xiao family didn't know was that beneath the floor of that storage room lay the Qiao family's remaining valuables. The old master had hidden them there when he realized trouble was coming. Now that no one was around, Xiao Nian took a shovel out of her storage space and quickly dug through the layer of soil on the floor. Xiao Nian revealed a section of the wooden floor and used all her strength to lift it up. Underneath was a wooden staircase leading down to a basement of about 10 square meters. Inside were dozens of boxes filled with gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings. Xiao Nian stored them all in her space. The once full basement became empty in an instant. After returning to the storage room, she put the floor back in place and pressed it down firmly until no trace could be seen. Seeing that the Xiao family members had not yet returned, she went to the living room. She stored away everything of value there, even the teapots that were used daily. Although they had been used, they could still be sold for some money. Then she went upstairs to Xiao Chunlon's room. This room had originally been hers, and everything inside had been carefully prepared by the Qiao family for her. Now, however, it was being enjoyed by Xiao Chunlon. After thinking for a moment, she threw Xiao Chunlon's belongings onto the floor and packed away everything that had once belonged to her. Soon, the room was completely empty. Looking at the redwood floor, Xiao Nian hesitated for a moment, then decided to go all the way. She took out a nail puller, pried up the floorboards, and stored them too. Next, she went to the rooms of Zhao's two sons and did the same thing. Anything that belonged to the Qiao family was taken into her space. When she finished upstairs, Xiao Nian went to the room of Xiao Shan and his wife on the first floor. Most of the things there had already been replaced by them. Xiao Nian looked at the ugly iron bed frame and had no interest in taking it. Then she noticed a large red wardrobe, which seemed to have been brought by Xiao Shan himself. It was too unattractive, so she ignored it. Still, she opened it to check and found only the couple's clothes inside. With a look of dislike, she closed the door and was about to leave. Just then, she noticed something strange. The floorboard under her feet was a different color from the rest. It was darker, as if it had been freshly painted. Xiao Nian crouched down and tapped it with her hand. Thump, thump, thump. Her eyes widened. It was hollow. Without hesitation, she began to feel around for a way to lift the board. Sure enough, when she touched one corner, she easily lifted it up. There was a small space of about half a cubic meter under the floor, and inside it sat a small box. The box was locked, but Xiao Nian didn't hesitate. She took out a few pieces of wire and began to pick the lock. She had always liked learning new things, and lockpicking was one of the skills she had learned from an old craftsman. With a soft click, the lock opened. Inside, she found nearly 20 gold bars neatly arranged, along with some other miscellaneous items. Most importantly, there was a ledger that recorded Xiao Shan's hidden income over the years, as well as the gifts he had given to certain people. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Nian took everything out, then carefully put the box back in its place and covered the floor as it was before. She continued checking the rest of the room. Under the metal bed frame, she noticed another unusual spot. Without hesitation, she opened it the same way as before. Sure enough, there was another box inside, containing 20 more gold bars, an identical ledger, and a stack of large bills, about 500 yuan by her estimate. There were also some ration coupons for food, meat, and industrial goods. It seemed Xiao Shan wasn't foolish. He knew not to keep everything in one place. But he wasn't very clever either. Why hide everything in the same room? After taking everything out and restoring the room to its original state, Xiao Nian happily left. She needed to send a telegram to Qin Shua, asking him to come and take her to the army base. In the original story, it was said that Qin Shua had been on a mission. When he returned and heard about the Qiao family situation, he immediately wanted to fetch Xiao Nian. However, he received another urgent secret mission and had to send one of his subordinates instead. That subordinate didn't know Xiao Nian, so when the Xiao family brought out Xiao Chunlan, he thought she was Qin Shua's fiancée and took her back to the base. When Qin Shua finished his mission and returned, he discovered that the woman brought back was not Xiao Nian. He came personally to find her, only to learn that Xiao Nian had already died. He wanted to investigate the cause of the accident, but another mission came up, and he had to leave again. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunlan stayed temporarily at the base. Qin Shua's mother had never met Xiao Nian and thought Xiao Chunlan was her. She treated her very kindly at first. But once she learned the truth, that Xiao Chunlan was not her real daughter-in-law, her attitude toward her quickly turned cold. Because Qin Shua was very cold toward Xiao Chunlan and didn't even want to sit next to her, Xiao Chunlan simply started seeing Fang Yuming and later married him. When Xiao Nian read about this, she thought it didn't make sense. The story was full of flaws, which matched Xiao Chunlan's foolish behavior in real life. So, in this unreasonable world, it seemed reasonable for her to do unreasonable things. For example, she didn't know Qin Shua's exact position, only that he was stationed with the army in the northwest. Her telegram was simply sent to the northwest military to find him. From the original story, it was known that the Qiao family had once saved Qin Shua's father. Qin Shua was a grateful person, so once he learned about her situation, he would surely come to help her. In a time when people needed letters of introduction to travel anywhere, Xiao Nian, a once spoiled daughter of a wealthy family who had lost her status, would have a hard life if she couldn't change her identity. After thinking for a long time, she decided to send a telegram to Qin Shua to explain her situation. When she returned after sending it, she saw the Xiao family sitting stiffly in the living room. As soon as she came in, Chen Xinghua stood up first and pointed at Xiao Nian, shouting angrily, "You troublemaker! Did you steal things from the house to sell them?" Xiao Nian rolled her eyes and pointed at Xiao Chunlan, chanting, "Chunlan, Chunlan, silly and sly. Two fools together. What a sight." Xiao Chunlan became furious and rushed toward Xiao Nian. "Xiao Nian, you wicked girl. You caused all this trouble this morning. Why did you do this to me?" Earlier, after Chen Xinghua and Hu Meili had sent away the onlookers, Xiao Chunlan had struggled to push Li Hong away. When she tried to find her clothes, she realized they were gone. In the end, Chen Xinghua had to buy her a set of old clothes from a neighbor so she could get dressed, who merely helped Li Hong get dressed and quickly took him away, saying they would discuss the matter later. Xiao Chunlun thought no one would find out what had happened. After all, who would believe the words of someone considered crazy? But as soon as Chen Xinghua led her out of the yard, they saw all the families from the textile factory staring at them. When they came out, someone immediately asked Chen Xinghua, "We heard that Xiao Chunlan and the factory director's son were caught in a scandal. Is that true?" Chen Xinghua, you people really have no shame. You'd do anything for money, huh? Hey, when are you two going to hold the wedding banquet? We've all been waiting. Among them, Zhang Dazue's voice was the loudest. I heard those two really got together? Didn't expect Li Hong, that silly boy, to be so capable in this kind of thing. They were all gossiping women who had seen a lot in life, and they spoke without restraint. Soon, everyone joined in the chatter. In the end, someone exaggeratedly claimed they had heard Xiao Chunlan's voice that night, saying it was louder than a stray cat's cry. Chen Xinghua was so angry that she started hitting people, but she was no match for so many. In the end, the mother and daughter were beaten badly, their hair messy and their bodies covered in bruises. There were too many attackers, so they couldn't even tell who had hurt them. When the two returned home in a miserable state, they found their house completely emptied. They quickly went to find Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan immediately checked the box hidden under his bed. When he saw that its contents were gone, his face turned pale. It was at this moment that Qiao Nian came back. Just as Xiao Chunlan rushed toward her, Qiao Nian quickly dodged to the side. Though her body was weak, she still remembered the self-defense moves she had learned in modern times. Xiao Chunlan fell flat on the ground, looking completely embarrassed. Xiao Nian sat on her back, grabbed a broom from the side, and playfully tapped her with it. Giddy up, horsey. No stopping to eat grass. Run faster, my strong horse. Seeing her daughter losing, Chen Xinghua rushed forward to grab Qiao Nian's hair. Qiao Nian quickly caught Chen Xinghua's arm, twisted it, and pulled her down hard. Chen Xinghua's face landed right on Xiao Chunlan's foot, and her half-open mouth accidentally bit her heel. Qiao Nian shouted, "Wow! Chen Xinghua likes feet. Be careful, you'll catch athlete's foot." Xiao Shan's two sons, Xiao Chunhe, 16, and Xiao Chunlin, 12, had thought it wasn't right for boys to fight with girls, so they had stayed out of it. But when they saw their mother and sister losing to Qiao Nian, they rushed forward to join the fight. Qiao Nian saw that there were too many of them, and she couldn't win. She quickly jumped up, pretending to reach into her pocket, but actually took out a bottle of chili powder from her secret space. She shouted, "Hey, look at the magic trick I just learned." As she spun around, she threw the chili powder toward them. A strong, spicy smell instantly filled the whole room. "Qiao Nian, you." Xiaoshan started to ask what she had thrown, but some powder got into his mouth. He began coughing so hard it seemed he could hardly breathe. The two Xiao brothers covered their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. They shouted, "That crazy Qiao Nian. What did she throw? My eyes are burning. I can't see. Dad, Mom, catch her." Qiao Nian dashed forward, pulled out a mask from somewhere, and put it on her face. She shouted at the two brothers, "Ha! I'm here to take you away." Then she happily swung a broom around, hitting the brothers until they screamed. Chen Xinghua, who had just gotten up, tried to help, but the chili powder had gotten into her eyes too. She couldn't see and accidentally stepped on Xiao Chunlan's heel. There was a cracking sound.
Xiao Shalon screamed, "Ah!"
"Mom, you broke my ankle." The only person not affected by the chili powder was now hurt too. Seeing the chaos, Xiaoshan angrily grabbed an enamel mug from the table, ready to throw it at Qiao Nian. But Qiao Nian was faster. She snatched the mug, poured the tea inside over Xiaoshan's bald head, then covered it with the mug. She shouted, "Congratulations, uncle, on your new hairstyle." Chen Xinghua, ignoring everything else, stumbled toward the kitchen. But Qiao Nian suddenly pulled out a pair of men's underwear and put it over Chen Xinghua's head. "Haha, auntie, maybe this will help you clean your eyes." The underwear was actually clean, taken from Qiao Nian's face, but Chen Xinghua didn't know that. She panicked, pulled it off, and threw it away. Qiao Nian, you troublemaker. I'll get you for this. Qiao Nian secretly picked up the underwear again and put it back into her space. She mimicked Chen Xinghua's angry voice, repeating, get you, get you. At some point, the rubber band in her hair had fallen off. At that moment, her hair was loose, and she kept shouting angrily, looking completely out of control. The broom in her hand seemed to have eyes, swinging straight toward the members of the Shao family. Shao Chunlan's foot hurt badly, and she couldn't move at all, lying helplessly on the ground. The others in the house stepped on her as they tried to avoid the broom, making her cry out in pain. Seeing that the Shao family seemed to be getting used to the sting of the chili powder, Qiao Nian glanced around and spotted a bucket of fertilizer water in the yard, which was used for watering vegetables. She quickly ran over, put on gloves, and scooped up the dirty water, splashing it around while shouting, "It's raining from the sky. Look out!" The floor was soon soaked, giving off a terrible smell. Qiao Nian laughed loudly. "Oh no, uncle, did you spill something on the floor?" Since she was standing outside the door, the neighbors nearby heard the commotion. They leaned over the wall to see what was happening. Someone asked Miss Qiao what happened. "Did your uncle make a mess on the floor?" Qiao Nian turned around and smiled foolishly. "I don't know. The floor's all dirty." No one could tell if she was telling the truth, but rumors spread quickly. True or not, as long as it made her happy, she didn't care. Soon, after the gossip about Shao Chunlan's scandal, another rumor spread that Shao Shan had lost control of himself. Hearing what was being said outside, Shao Shan finally lost his temper. He rushed out and shouted, "Qiao Nian, stop talking." He raised his hand, ready to slap her. Qiao Nian pretended to be frightened and stepped back just in time to avoid Shao Shan's hand. Because of his momentum, Shao Shan stumbled and fell to the ground. Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of amusement. She cleared her throat and said clearly, "No need to bow to me like that." The onlookers burst into laughter. Shao Shan got up, glaring at them before turning to Qiao Nian. He forced a smile and said gently, "Nian Nian, come inside. Uncle just wants to talk to you." His tone was like a wolf trying to coax a little rabbit. He had realized that Qiao Nian only responded to kindness, not threats. He planned to calm her down first, get the truth out of her, and then deal with her later. Qiao Nian was already tired from all the trouble today, and there were still more important things to handle later. So she stopped making a fuss and pretended to be scared instead. "Uncle, I'll be good. Please don't hit me." The neighbors couldn't stand watching anymore. "Director Shao, Miss Qiao's mind is like a child's now. You shouldn't argue with her." Shao Shan, the workshop director at the textile factory, wanted to show that he had a broad mind. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Nian Nian is my niece. How could I argue with her?" Then he waved to Qiao Nian. "Nian Nian, come home." Qiao Nian smiled sweetly. Okay. She walked into the house first, but the strong smell of waste hit her, making her feel sick. Unfortunately, she threw up right on Shao Chunlan's face.
Qiao Nian.
Shao Chunlan shouted angrily. Qiao Nian stepped back. "Wah, my sister is being mean to me. I don't want to go in. I don't want to." Shao Shan frowned impatiently and glared at Shao Chunlan. "Be quiet. Dad, you're taking her side? Am I your daughter or is she?" Shao Chunlan protested. She had already had a terrible day, first being taken advantage of by that fool Li Hong, then being laughed at, then beaten, and now her leg was hurt. Yet her father was still scolding her. Shao Shan waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. Chen Xinghua, take Chunlan to the hospital." Chen Xinghua looked troubled.
"We don't have any money right now."
Shao Shan paused, then pulled a few bills from his pocket. "Take it and go." Chen Xinghua quickly took the money and helped Shao Chunlan out. Chunlan groaned in pain as they left. Shao Shan turned to his two sons. "You two, clean up the house." Shao Chunhe lifted his head. "Dad, it was Qiao Nian who made the mess." "Why should we clean it?" "Because I'm your father," a sharp female voice interrupted. Everyone froze. It wasn't Xiao Shan speaking, it was Xiao Nian. She stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at Xiao Chunha. Xiao Shan was so angry he almost fainted, but there was no reasoning with Xiao Nian. He could only shout at his sons, "Do as I said or get out." The two brothers, though unwilling, didn't dare argue and started cleaning the house in silence. Xiao Shan finally called Xiao Nian. "Nian Nian, come with uncle." Xiao Nian hopped along behind him toward the study, behaving herself this time. Once they entered, Xiao Shan let out a sigh of relief. He sat behind the desk and pointed to the chair across from him. "Nian Nian, sit down." Xiao Nian sat obediently. Luckily, when she was packing earlier, she hadn't taken a liking to these two old chairs. Otherwise, she'd have to sit on the floor now. "Nian Nian, tell uncle, did anyone come to the house today?" Xiao Nian pretended to be puzzled. "Someone from outside?" Xiao Shan nodded. "Yes, someone you don't know." Xiao Nian thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. "Yes, someone did. He even played with me." Xiao Shan immediately lost his calm. He stood up and leaned forward.
Who is he?
"What does he look like?" Xiao Nian shrank back, though she was secretly trying not to laugh.
He.
After a long pause, she still hadn't said anything clear. Xiao Shan couldn't hold back anymore. "Say it." Xiao Nian looked frightened and curled up a little. She muttered. He had a big mouth, round eyes, lots of hair, and carried a big stick. Xiao Shan frowned as he listened. Big mouth, big eyes, covered in hair. It must be a tall man. Did he say anything? Xiao Nian widened her eyes, thought for a while, and finally said, "Here comes old Sun." Xiao Shan tried to recall if he had ever offended anyone named Sun, but nothing came to mind. Still, now that he had a clue, finding the person wouldn't be hard. He stood up and walked out, not paying any more attention to Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian watched his back as he left and almost burst out laughing. She forced herself to think of 100 sad things before she could stop smiling. When she heard the sound of the door closing, she clasped her hands behind her back and slowly walked out. Xiao Chunha saw her and called out, "Xiao Nian, come mop the floor." In the past, Xiao Nian had always obeyed their orders without complaint. But this time, she just gave them a sideways glance and said one word, "Leave." Xiao Chunha's eyes widened.
You.
Xiao Chunlin also stared at her in disbelief. Was this really the same Xiao Nian they used to know? Xiao Nian ignored them and walked out. It was already 8 o'clock, and the sky outside was completely dark. She looked around and finally spotted Xiao Shan's back. Quickly, she took out a mask and a cap from her space and followed him. When she had sorted through Xiao Shan's belongings that afternoon, she had already felt something was wrong. This man didn't seem like someone with so little money. She clearly remembered that her father's study had a hidden compartment filled with valuable things, but today she hadn't found anything. Following Xiao Shan through several turns, she finally saw him stop at the back door of a courtyard. After looking around, he knocked on the door in a certain rhythm, and soon it opened from the inside. Xiao Shan went in and quickly closed the door. Xiao Nian touched her chin. This old man was definitely hiding something. She looked around, no one was nearby. It was early spring, the weather was cold, and people preferred to stay home since there wasn't much entertainment. Xiao Nian moved closer to the courtyard and pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen. She could only hear faint voices, but couldn't make out the words, which made her anxious. Suddenly, she thought of something. She took out a folding ladder from her space, climbed over the wall, and quietly entered the yard. It was a small, private courtyard with one main room and 2 side rooms. Some vegetables were planted in the yard, and it looked neat and well kept. The light inside the house was dim, but Xiao Nian could still see the figures of a man and a woman. After putting away the ladder, she carefully moved closer to the main room. But she accidentally stepped on a branch. The sharp cracking sound was especially loud in the quiet night. "Who's there?" A woman's voice called out, followed by footsteps heading outside. Xiao Nian broke into a cold sweat. She quickly turned and hid inside her space. Thankfully, she had this special ability. "There's no one." Maybe it was a stray cat. The woman's voice came through. Xiao Nian's heart lifted. She hadn't expected that she could still hear sounds from outside while inside the space. After hearing the woman close the door, Xiao Nian came out again, this time even more cautious. She slowly moved to the window and sat quietly by the wall.
Those things are all gone, Xiaoshan said.
How could they be gone? The woman replied. Was it your wife who took it? The woman's voice sounded a bit flirtatious. That foolish woman has no idea I've hidden those things, Xiaoshan said, his tone full of disgust when he mentioned Qin Xinghua. Then how could it be missing? Do you have anyone you suspect? Xiao Nian said she saw someone. Can you really believe what a crazy person says? The woman asked hesitantly. I watched her grow up. I know her well, she's timid. If you scare her a little, she'll tell you everything. So, do you know who it was? A tall, strong man with the last name Sun, Xiaoshan said firmly. Hearing that, Xiao Nian almost laughed and quickly covered her mouth. Can you even find someone like that? Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? The woman asked. Have your brother come over. I'll describe the man to him, so he can send people to look. All right, the woman agreed without hesitation. Xiao Nian heard the woman stand up and was about to hide when she suddenly heard the woman gasp. Curious, she moved her head slightly and peeked through the window. She saw Xiaoshan holding the woman close. She couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but her figure looked quite nice. Xiao Nian thought, this is getting a bit too much. At a time like this, you still have the mood for this? The woman said playfully. Xiaoshan gently touched her face and said, if he really wanted to report me, the committee would have come this afternoon. It's been a while and nothing's happened. That means he wants something from me. As long as he comes to me, I'll find a way to catch him. You're so clever, the woman said sweetly. Then came some muffled sounds, but they lasted less than a minute. Xiao Nian thought, he sure talks big for someone who tires so fast. I should tell Qin Xinghua to make sure he takes better care of himself. Then she heard Xiaoshan say, I'm too tired today. She didn't know if the woman believed him, but Xiao Nian certainly didn't. That was just the usual excuse men gave. Then the woman said, I'll go call my brother right now. Xiao Nian hid again and heard the woman leave. A few minutes later, she returned with another set of footsteps behind her. Once the two entered the room, Xiao Nian quietly came out. Xiao Nian peeked through the window and saw a very tall figure inside. Go find someone for me, Xiaoshan said, repeating what Xiao Nian had told him earlier. The tall man slapped his leg and shouted, Brother Shan, I know that person. Xiaoshan immediately stood up. You know him? Where is he? The tall man nodded. Of course. It's the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Don't you know him? Xiaoshan. The woman. The room fell silent. Seeing that no one spoke, the tall man repeated himself. Thunder-like voice, big round eyes covered in hair, holding a stick. That stick is the golden cudgel. Anyway, among all the people named Sun I know, only he matches your description. Xiaoshan stayed quiet for a long time before saying, just go look for the person I mentioned. I'll go back and ask again. He still wasn't ready to give up. What if Xiao Nian was telling the truth? The woman spoke to comfort him. Right, little brother, go check first. Brother Shan, don't worry. You can go back and ask that girl again later. Then she called everyone to eat. While they were eating, Xiao Nian quietly slipped out of the yard. She followed the same path and quickly ran back to the Qiao house. When she arrived, the house had already been cleaned, though there was still a bad smell in the air. She didn't know what had happened to Xiao Chunlan, or if her leg was really broken. But she didn't care. She went straight back to her small storage room to sleep. The rest of the house had no proper floors, so no one could live there. Lying on the bed, she thought about entering her secret space to check her gains from the day. But she was too tired. Xiao Nian fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Xiao Nian, get out here. Xiao Nian suddenly opened her eyes. For a moment, she was confused by the small, shabby room around her. Then came the loud knocking on the door, bang, bang, bang. She quickly woke up, and anger rose inside her. She hated being disturbed when she was sleeping. Chun Xinghua was still knocking and shouting outside. Xiao Nian, you. Before she could finish, the door opened. Xiao Nian kicked her right in the stomach. Chun Xinghua fell backward and landed the ground.
Ah!
Chun Xinghua screamed and rushed toward Xiao Nian to hit her. Xiao Nian grabbed a mop nearby and swung it at Chun Xinghua. The mop had been used by the Xiao brothers yesterday to clean the living room, but they were too lazy to wash it afterward. It still had dried dirt on it and gave off a terrible smell.
Ah!
Chun Xinghua cried out again, unable to fight back. The smell made her feel sick, and she started to gag. At that time, only the two of them were home. Xiaoshan hadn't come back the night before. The Xiao brothers were at school, and Xiao Chunlan was still in the hospital. Chun Xinghua was no match for Xiao Nian and could only beg for mercy. Stop, please stop. After venting her anger, Xiao Nian finally felt better. She threw the mop aside and went to wash up.
Xiao Nian.
Chun Xinghua called again. Xiao Nian picked up the mop from the floor and threw it toward her. Chun Xinghua quickly dodged and didn't dare to speak again. After washing up, Xiao Nian took out 2 pieces of bread from her space, sat in the living room, and started eating while writing something on a piece of paper. Seeing that Xiao Nian was calm and quiet, Chun Xinghua thought she might not be acting crazy anymore. So she carefully called out, Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian looked up at her. Chun Xinghua hesitated, afraid to upset her again. When she saw that Xiao Nian didn't seem angry, she slowly walked closer and asked, What are you drawing? Xiao Nian looked at the messy lines on the paper, her face turning slightly red. She pointed at the paper and said, A road, a house, a yard. Chun Xinghua frowned. What road? What house? Xiao Nian smiled faintly and pretended not to understand, then imitated the voice of a woman she had heard last night. Brother Shan, when will you leave your wife at home? Then she changed her tone to mimic Xiao Shan's voice. Don't mention Chun Xinghua. Just thinking about her annoys me. You're much nicer, Huifeng. Yes, the woman's name was Huifeng. Although Xiao Nian's imitation wasn't perfect, it was clear enough to understand. Chun Xinghua slammed the table and demanded, What do you know? Chun Xinghua wasn't foolish. She could clearly see that something was wrong with Xiao Shan. The couple had been married for almost 20 years, but in recent years, Xiao Shan had stopped being close to her. He always said he was tired or found other excuses. Chun Xinghua had secretly followed him twice, but both times he caught her and scolded her harshly. She had long suspected that Xiao Shan was seeing another woman, but she didn't know where. Now, after hearing Xiao Nian's words and looking at the messy drawing in her hand, a thought began to form in her mind. Xiao Nian, do you know where your uncle's other woman is? Xiao Nian pretended not to understand, continuing to draw on the paper. She murmured, road, house, yard. Then came the sound of knocking, bang, bang, bang. She mimicked the same conversation she had heard earlier. Chun Xinghua couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Xiao Nian's wrist. Xiao Nian, do you know where the woman who's been bothering your uncle is? Xiao Nian quickly pulled her hand back and shouted, Don't touch me. Remembering how frightened she had been when Xiao Nian hit her before, Chun Xinghua quickly said, all right, I won't touch you. When she saw Xiao Nian sit down quietly again to draw, she softened her voice. Nian, tell Auntie, do you know where your uncle went last night? Xiao Nian finally looked up at her and grinned. Uncle, little aunt.
What?
Your uncle told you to call her little aunt? Xiao Nian ignored her. After learning about Huifeng last night, she guessed that Xiao Shan must have hidden some valuable things in that courtyard. From their conversation, it was clear that the woman didn't have a job, so she probably stayed home most of the time. Xiao Nian had been thinking about how to get those things out. When she saw Chun Xinghua that morning, her plan came together. If she let Chun Xinghua go make a scene with that woman, she could take advantage of the chaos. When Xiao Nian stayed silent again, Chun Xinghua leaned closer. Nian, take Annie to find that woman, and Annie will buy you some candy, all right? Xiao Nian looked up and smiled. Okay, candy. Then she picked up her drawing and walked out. Chun Xinghua quickly followed behind. The route was already clear in Xiao Nian's mind, but to avoid raising Chun Xinghua's suspicion, she pretended to look at a map. Just as they stepped out, they saw Xiao Chunlon returning with a cane. "Mom, why didn't you bring me lunch?" Xiao Chunlon was now a little afraid of Qiao Nian losing her temper, so she ignored her and spoke directly to Qin Xinghua. Only then did Qin Xinghua remember that her daughter hadn't eaten yet. But she thought catching the other woman was more important. Qiao Nian understood Qin Xinghua well. To Qin Xinghua, keeping her marriage was the most important thing. Everything else, even the theft at home yesterday or her children's needs, came second.
Eat.
Your father is about to be taken away by that woman, Qin Xinghua said angrily. What woman? Xiao Chunlon asked, confused. Your father found another woman. He wants to divorce me, and she's taken all our money. Qin Xinghua didn't really know how far things had gone, but she needed her children on her side, so she made it sound worse. Xiao Chunlon's eyes widened. Mom, are you saying the theft yesterday was that woman's doing? Qin Xinghua didn't know, but that didn't stop her from guessing wildly. Who else could it be? You?
Me?
Or that crazy girl, Qiao? She stopped mid-sentence when she saw Qiao Nian looking back at her. Quickly, she said, All right, I'll go find out where that woman lives. You go home and get something to eat. No, Mom, I'm coming with you. Qin Xinghua thought for a moment. Fine. Qiao Nian didn't care about them and just kept walking ahead. Qin Xinghua hurriedly pulled Xiao Chunlon along, and the two whispered to each other as they followed. Hey, Qin Xinghua, where are you all going? To Director Li's house? Zhang Dazue was picking vegetables at her door when she saw the three of them. None of your business, Qin Xinghua snapped. Zhang Dazue ignored her and grabbed Qiao Nian's arm. Miss Qiao, where are they taking you? Are they trying to trick you into going to Director Li's place? Qiao Nian knew she meant well, but she couldn't say thank you. She just shook her head. No, we're going to catch the bad woman. What do you mean by fox spirit? Zhang Big Mouth asked. Qin Xinghua, afraid that Qiao Nian might say something more, quickly said, Nian, didn't you want some candy? Let's go. It was just like coaxing a child. To cooperate, Qiao Nian pretended to be interested and kept walking forward. Zhang Big Mouth didn't say anything more, but kept watching the direction Qiao Nian went. When he saw she wasn't heading toward Director Li's house, he finally relaxed. Still, he kept thinking about what fox spirit meant. Suddenly, something came to his mind, and his face lit up with excitement. He hurried to knock on the door across the street. A middle-aged woman, about his age, came out. They talked for a bit, then left together. As they walked, they called out to other women at home, and soon a small group was heading in the same direction as Qiao Nian and the others. Qiao Nian had already noticed the noise behind her, so she slowed down, afraid they might lose track of her. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghua and her daughter were busy discussing how to deal with a woman named Hui Fong, not paying attention to anything else. After turning a few corners, both groups finally arrived at the courtyard Xiaoshan had visited the day before. When Xiao Nian stopped walking, Qin Xinghua asked, Nian, tell Auntie, is your uncle here? Xiao Nian nodded. Uncle, Hui Fong. Then she raised her hands and clapped them together, clap, clap, clap. Qin Xinghua's face darkened. That shameless man, doing such things, and even letting his niece find out. Furious, she started pounding on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Luckily, the door was sturdy, or it might have been broken by her blows. Who is it? Came a woman's voice from inside. It was Su Huifong. Qin Xinghua didn't answer, and kept knocking. Who? Su Huifong called again, walking over to open the door. It was broad daylight, so she wasn't worried about danger and didn't think twice. As soon as the door opened, a slap landed on her face. You shameless woman! How dare you get close to my husband? Qiao Nian only caught a glimpse of Su Huifong's face before seeing Qin Xinghua strike her. Su Huifong looked to be around 32 or 33, with a gentle and soft appearance, very different from Qin Xinghua. Qin Xinghua had been chosen by Xiaoshan's parents back in their hometown, a woman who looked strong and dependable. When the two stood together, Su Huifong was no match for Qin Xinghua. While dodging, she asked, Who are you? Who are you accusing of stealing your husband? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll call the police to arrest you. Although Su Huifang had never met Chen Xinghua before, she quickly guessed who she was. But she would never admit to having any connection with Xiao Shan. Chen Xinghua had never been to school. Since childhood, she had learned from her mother how to cry, shout, and argue to get her way. She didn't care what Su Huifang said about calling the police. In her mind, anyone who tried to take another woman's husband deserved to be taught a lesson. She grabbed Su Huifang's hair and slapped her face and body again and again. "You shameless woman! You think you can take my husband and still deny it? Today I'll make sure you learn your lesson, you heartless woman." Su Huifang was weaker and soon pinned to the ground, unable to fight back. She shouted angrily, "You rude woman! How dare you accuse me like this? I'll report you and make sure you go to jail. Go ahead and report me." Chen Xinghua yelled, "I'd like to see who's been stealing from my family." By then, Zhang Dazue and others had arrived. Neighbors gathered at the door to watch the commotion. "Hey, is that woman Chen Xinghua's fighting with the one director Zhao's been seeing?"
Someone asked.
Another woman replied, "Of course. Why else would she be beaten like that?" People nearby started whispering, "I always wondered how that woman could live so well without a job, dressing nicely, eating well, and looking so pampered. Turns out she's been living off someone else. TSK, now the wife's come to confront her. What a disgrace."
Exactly.
Every time she walked past my house, I could tell something wasn't right about her. The gossip grew worse, and Su Huifang, furious, tried to get up and drive them away. But she couldn't push off the strong and furious Chen Xinghua. Just then, Xiao Shan's angry voice came from behind. "Chen Xinghua, what are you doing?" He had just arrived at work when someone from the textile factory's housing area came to tell him that Chen Xinghua had taken Xiao Nian and Xiao Chunlan to confront another woman. At first, Xiao Shan didn't believe it. How could that foolish woman, Chen Xinghua, possibly know where Su Huifang lived? But the person who told him sounded so sure, so Xiao Shan decided to come and take a look. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes anyway. To his surprise, as soon as he arrived, he saw Chen Xinghua on top of Su Huifang, fighting with her. Su Huifang was small and weak, no match for Chen Xinghua. And with Chen Xinghua making such a scene, even if Xiao Shan denied having any relationship with Su Huifang, no one would believe him. Chen Xinghua was hitting Su Huifang fiercely when she suddenly froze at the sound of Xiao Shan's voice. She turned and saw him running over to pull her away.
"Xiao,
"Are you still going to help that woman?" she shouted angrily. Xiao Shan grabbed her arm. "Get up, stop making a scene." "I won't. I'm going to teach this woman a lesson today. We've been married for 20 years. When we first got married, we had nothing. I worked hard all these years, raised 3 children, and this is how you treat me?" Chen Xinghua cried bitterly, tears and mucus running down her face, and even dripping onto Su Huifang.
"Ah!"
"You're disgusting."
Su Huifang screamed.
Hearing that, Chen Xinghua tried to hit her again. But Xiao Shan shouted, "Chen Xinghua, if you keep this up, I'll divorce you." Then he slapped her across the face. "You dare hit me?" Chen Xinghua yelled, standing up and struggling with him. They were about the same size, so neither could overpower the other. Su Huifang took the chance to get up, grabbed a broom, and started hitting Chen Xinghua. "You crazy woman! How dare you hit me?" Realizing she couldn't fight both of them, Chen Xinghua shouted toward Xiao Chunlan, "Are you just going to stand there and watch your mother get beaten?" Xiao Chunlan stood by the gate, leaning on her crutch. Hearing her mother call, she looked troubled. One was her father, the other her mother. Who should she help? At that moment, Qiao Nian, who had been watching the commotion, decided she'd seen enough. She raised her eyebrows, ran over to Xiao Chunlan, snatched the crutch from her hand, and shouted, "Auntie, I'll help you." Without her support, Xiao Chunlan fell to the ground. Qiao Nian accidentally stepped on her leg, and with a cracking sound, the bone that had just healed the night before broke again. Xiao Chunlan cried out in pain, shouting, "Qiao Nian, you're crazy." Qiao Nian pretended not to hear and kept running forward, yelling, "You bullies! How dare you pick on my aunt? Chen Xinghua saw Qiao Nian coming and smiled with relief. Thank goodness. It was Qiao Nian.
She was saved.
Warmth filled her heart. All those years of caring for Qiao Nian hadn't been in vain. This girl might seem a little odd, but at the crucial moment, she still remembered kindness. But the next second, Chen Xinghua screamed. Qiao Nian's walking stick had struck her. Qiao Nian didn't seem to notice and kept swinging wildly. She shouted, "That's what you get for bullying my aunt. Bully, bully, bully." Chen Xinghua was in so much pain, she almost fainted. Qiao Nian really was out of control. She couldn't even tell people apart. Xiao Shan and Su Huifang, who had been fighting with Chen Xinghua earlier, were also hit several times. The three of them scattered, running around the yard to escape. Xiao Shan shouted, "Qiao Nian, stop. I'm your uncle." But Qiao Nian didn't care who it was. She just kept swinging her stick. Seeing this, Chen Xinghua actually felt a bit better. So Qiao Nian wasn't targeting her after all. The girl was just attacking everyone without distinction. Su Huifang realized she couldn't fight back and quickly ran into the house. That was exactly what Qiao Nian had been waiting for. She rushed inside with her stick. While pretending to chase Su Huifang, she began knocking over furniture, as if searching for something. Sure enough, she soon spotted it, a wooden box placed on the beam near the wall. It was hidden so well that no one would notice it without looking carefully. But how could she get it down? She couldn't exactly fly up there. Should she try to switch it out in front of everyone? She wasn't sure, but she had to try. Thinking that, she started hitting around with her stick again. She even climbed onto a drawer near the wall and swung wildly until, by accident, the box fell down. Crazy woman! Su Huifang shouted, her eyes red with anger. That box held something she had tricked Xiao Shan into giving her. By then, Xiao Shan and Chen Xinghua had also entered the house and saw the box on the floor. Both of them became anxious. Xiao Shan knew that the box contained Xiao Cheng's belongings, and Qiao Nian would surely recognize them. Chen Xinghua had seen the box before but never expected Xiao Shan to give it to Su Huifang. She grabbed Xiao Shan's arm and said angrily, "You actually gave her something from her home?" Xiao Shan pushed her away. "We'll talk about this later." Chen Xinghua refused to back down. "Fine, then I'll go teach that woman a lesson." She rushed towards Su Huifang, ready to hit her. The onlookers outside also came in to stop the fight. They tried to calm everyone down. "Don't fight anymore. What if someone gets seriously hurt?" Qiao Nian waved her cane and shouted, "Uncle, Aunt, please stop fighting." Then she turned to Zhang Dazue. "Aunt Zhang, please help me stop them. I'm so scared." Zhang Dazue thought Qiao Nian didn't seem crazy anymore, but when she suddenly started crying again, she figured the girl must have been frightened. She quickly joined the others to pull the three people apart. In the chaos, Qiao Nian was pushed to the side. Taking advantage of the distraction, she quietly put the box into her secret space and replaced it with an old one she had found at the Qiao family's old house the day before. After finishing, she squeezed back into the crowd. While pretending to help, she pinched Chen Xinghua a few times, slapped Xiao Shan, and lightly kicked Su Huifang. Feeling satisfied, she hid by the door and began to cry loudly.
"Wah!
They're fighting! I'm going to call the soldiers." Before she could leave the yard, 2 uniformed soldiers arrived. Someone had already reported the fight, afraid it might get out of hand. Everyone involved was taken away for questioning. After a long round of explanations and discussions, the soldiers finally understood what had happened. Since the 3 people involved agreed to make peace, the matter was settled quietly. However, the soldiers said they would report the incident to the factory director. Xiao Shan felt deeply embarrassed. After glancing at Su Huifang, he turned and walked home alone. Chen Xinghua saw that he ignored her and said nothing either. Xiao Chunman leaned on her cane, limping behind her quarreling parents. Only Qiao Nian was surrounded by the women from the family compound, who kept asking her all kinds of questions. Qiao Nian pretended not to understand and answered carelessly, but she still let slip one key detail, that Xiao Shan and Su Huifang were not innocent. All the women present looked at Chen Xinghua with sympathy. Even though she was known for her bad temper, at this moment, as women, they naturally stood on her side. Zhang Dazue walked quickly to Chen Xinghua and said, Chen Xinghua, go home and talk things over with your husband. Don't always start yelling. What if he really divorces you?
What will you do then?
Zhang Dazue meant well, thinking that at her age it would be pitiful if she really got divorced. But Chen Xinghua thought Zhang Dazue was mocking her. She glared at her angrily.
Get lost.
I don't need your advice. Zhang Dazue spat on the ground and left. The others who wanted to comfort her also walked away. Chen Xinghua stormed into the Qiao family's house. Xiao Chunlong thought for a moment. If she went home now, she would probably become her parents' target again, so she decided to return to the hospital instead. Only Qiao Nian walked into the yard as if nothing had happened. As soon as she entered the living room, something flew toward her. She quickly dodged, and with a loud clang, an enamel mug hit the floor. Qiao Nian didn't bother to pick it up. She just looked ahead. Xiao Shan was glaring at her angrily. He pointed at her and shouted, "Who said Su Huifang was my secret lover?" Qiao Nian, was it you? Qiao Nian narrowed her eyes, feeling the urge to hit someone, but she pretended to be scared and asked, "What does that mean?" Chen Xinghua, who had been silent, finally spoke. "It means someone who behaves shamelessly." Chen Xinghua, stop talking nonsense. You said Qiao Nian took you there, but she doesn't even know what that word means. Qiao Nian immediately understood what to do next. She shouted, "Auntie is lying. Lying. Lying."
Wah.
Auntie said if I hit that person, she would buy me candy. Chen Xinghua froze for a second, then jumped up and yelled, "You little troublemaker. How dare you lie? When did I ever tell you to hit someone? You said it yourself. You even said you'd take everything that belonged to that woman." Chen Xinghua, is that really you? You troublemaker. Don't you know causing a scene like this could affect my job? Xiao Shan never believed it was Qiao Nian's idea. After all, she was a confused and timid girl who didn't even understand what people were talking about. How could she possibly find Su Huifang's house? Xiao, are you out of your mind? It was clearly Qiao. Chen Xinghua pointed at Qiao Nian as she spoke. But then she saw Qiao Nian holding a half-meter-long axe, waving it at them. You bad people. You're trying to frame me and hurt me. I'll stop you. As she shouted, Qiao Nian ran toward them. Frightened, Xiao Shan and his wife quickly hid, thinking she had completely lost control. She used to be quiet and timid, always keeping to herself and talking alone, easy for anyone to bully. Now she was like a wild animal, attacking anyone who came near. The couple ran into their bedroom and locked the door. They could still hear Qiao Nian hitting the door again and again. They stayed silent, not daring to move, until everything outside went quiet. Has she gone? Xiao Shan whispered. Chen Xinghua, still trembling, pressed her ear to the door to listen. Just then, there was a loud thud. The sharp edge of the axe stuck into the door, more than 20 centimeters above her head. She screamed, cold sweat running down her face. Then they heard Qiao Nian's chilling voice from outside. Don't hide in there. I know you're home. I'll be watching you. Always watching. The couple shrank into the corner, terrified she might break in. Outside, Qiao Nian gave a cold laugh, put away the axe, and slowly walked back to the storage room. After all the chaos that morning, she was exhausted. She needed to rest and eat something. Back in her space, Qiao Nian started looking for food. The place was like a supermarket, filled with snacks and treats. She ate an apple, 2 pieces of bread, a bag of chips, and drank a bottle of milk. Only then did she feel alive again. If only she had a 2-story villa, she could cook something delicious like she used to at home, and then sleep soundly on a big, soft bed. There were so many grains, oils, vegetables, and meats in the supermarket, but she could only look at them. What a pity.
Creak.
Qiao Nian jumped in fright when the door beside her suddenly opened. That door used to lead to the supermarket storage room, and she had forgotten to check it yesterday. Now that it opened, she expected to see shelves full of goods. But instead, she saw blue skies, green grass, and even a shining sun. She took a cautious step forward and found that the space didn't reject her. The door behind her stayed open. Feeling relieved, she walked out boldly. Right in front of her stood a two-story villa. There was even a spring bubbling in front of it. Qiao Nian's eyes widened. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring space? She had read plenty of novels and knew exactly what that meant. Without thinking, she scooped up some water and took a sip. So sweet was the only thought that came to her mind. Then her whole body began to tingle, as if countless tiny ants were crawling all over her. A sharp pain spread from deep within her bones, and she fainted. Before losing consciousness, she thought, I really shouldn't have drunk that. I finally got a second chance at life, and now I've gone and poisoned myself because I'm too greedy. When she woke up again, she was still lying beside the spring. She wasn't dead, but her skin was covered in a layer of gray dirt. Cleansing the body? She murmured. Does that mean I can start cultivating now? Excited, Qiao Nian closed her eyes and tried to meditate like she had seen in TV dramas. But after a long while, nothing happened. She took another sip of the spring water, but this time, there was no reaction at all. A bit disappointed, she guessed that the water only worked the first time to improve her body. She went into the villa and looked around. It was exactly like her old house. Even the bottles of soda in the fridge were the same ones she had bought before she died. Qiao Nian went into the bathroom to take a shower, and when she looked into the mirror, she froze. She had been so busy these past 2 days that she hadn't looked at herself. Now she realized the person in the mirror looked exactly like her. She had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and slightly upturned cat-like eyes that made her look lively. Even the small red mole on her earlobe was still there. However, this body was thinner, and her skin was pale, with a cool tone. After washing up, she lay down on her bed and finally slept peacefully. It had only been 2 days since she arrived here, but she had already experienced more than in her previous 20 years.
She was exhausted.
Now that everything was quiet, Qiao Nian suddenly missed her parents. She hoped they were living well and not thinking about her too much. Half asleep, Qiao Nian drifted into a dream. She dreamed she was back with her parents, but they couldn't see her. Her mother was expecting twins. Although her parents still missed her, they were living happily. When Qiao Nian woke up, it was still bright outside. She realized that this space must always stay like this, without night. She silently thought about returning, and in an instant, she was back in the storage room. The door was closed, so it seemed the Xiao family hadn't come looking for her. She walked out planning to take a look around. Now that she had money and supplies, she wanted to see if she could buy something she needed at the black market. After all, some items from her space would draw too much attention if she took them out. But just as she stepped out of the room, she met the eyes of several people sitting at the dining table. Earlier, Xiao Shan and his wife had been too frightened by Qiao Nian to come out. It was only when the Xiao brothers returned from school that they dared to leave their room. No one knew what had happened between the couple inside, but now they seemed to have made up. Chen Xinghua was even serving Xiao Shan food. However, the moment they saw Qiao Nian come out, their chopsticks fell from their hands. Qiao Nian gave them a mischievous smile. Wow, you're eating? I want to eat too. Xiao Chunlin was the first to speak. You crazy girl, what are you doing here?
Get out.
Before he could say more, Chen Xinghua quickly covered his mouth.
Mom.
Qiao Nian's eyes shifted, and tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. You won't let me eat? You're bullying me? My parents will come looking for me. As soon as she said that, Xiao Shan and Chen Xinghua's faces turned pale. Qiao Nian's eyes deepened. She had long suspected that the matter between Qiao Mingzhu and Xiao Cheng might be connected to Xiao Shan. In the original memories, both Qiao Mingzhu and Xiao Cheng were smart and patient people. They would never choose to commit suicide. The only person Xiao Cheng trusted was Xiao Shan, so this shameless man was the most likely suspect. Qiao Nian felt very upset. She directly jumped onto the table, looking at the 2 plates of wild vegetables and a few corn cakes. She suddenly flipped the table over and casually stored the vegetables and cakes into her space. She didn't eat them herself, but could give them to others. Many outside were hungry and needed food. With a loud crash, the dishes fell to the ground and shattered. "Since you won't let me eat, neither will I let you," Xiao Nian shouted loudly and ran out. The family members of the Xiao family were left standing in place. Soon, there were voices of scolding, but they didn't dare to shout too loudly, afraid that Xiao Nian might use an axe to attack. It was already evening, and the smell of dinner was spreading from every household. Xiao Nian followed the aroma to Director Li's house because his family was the only one eating well in the entire compound. Director Li had 3 daughters and 1 son. His 3 daughters were already married, leaving only his foolish son living with the couple. The couple planned for their son to marry and have children so their family line could continue. Xiao Nian quickly entered the yard of the director's house. After drinking spring water in the afternoon, she felt more agile and her strength had increased. Before her crossing, she had learned martial arts, and with more practice, she believed she could regain her original skills. She hunched over and walked to the window of the director's house. Even through the window, she could smell the aroma of braised pork. Girl, her life is really good, having braised pork to eat. Xiao Nian glared resentfully at Li Hong's broad and fat back. She was worried he might sit the stool to pieces. "What did you say? You're really going to marry Xiao Chunlan?" Hu Meili's voice was clearly asking Director Li. "Hunger's situation, no girl would want to marry her." Director Li replied. "But what if the Xiao family bullies Hunger in the future?" Hu Meili was worried. She had only given birth to this son when she was nearly 30 and had always cherished him. Xiao Chunlan is not someone easy to handle, so how could he dare to marry her? Director Li glanced at Li Hong and said, "Since Xiao Chung died, the Xiao family has lost their influence. Also, the affair with Xiao Shan looking for a mistress has spread throughout the factory. The organization is deciding how to deal with him. I think they will probably remove him from his position as workshop director and make him work as a regular worker again. Then the Xiao family won't be able to control us, right?" Hu Meili still didn't want to agree. "I think Xiao Nian is better." Director Li put down his chopsticks directly. "No more talking about Xiao Nian. That girl has been causing trouble these past few days, making the whole neighborhood noisy. I don't want our family to become the next Xiao family." After he said that, Hu Meili didn't say anything more. But she just couldn't like Xiao Chunlan. However, Xiao Chunlan is indeed their best option now. Xiao Nian overheard the couple discussing how to talk to the Xiao family and how to avoid paying bride price. It just shows that some people are very stingy. They are both extremely tight. Just when Xiao Nian was getting impatient waiting, the Li family finally decided to go to bed. She quietly took a turn and hid near the bedroom, peeking inside through the window. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She saw Li Hong wearing an old man's shirt and big shorts. He was lying on the bed confidently, spread out in a big X shape. Hu Meili and Director Li also got into bed. A 2-meter-wide bed was crowded with 3 people. Xiao Nian was worried that the bed might not hold all their weight. Marry a wife, Li Hong mumbled, drooling as he squeezed closer to his mother. Hu Meili comforted him. "All right, Mom will go to Zhao's house tomorrow and talk to Xiao Chunlan." Soft and tender, Li Hong kept saying.
Hu Meili page de Liong es face.
"Okay, I know. You're thinking about women." Her son was still a young man. Although he didn't do much with Xiao Chunlan that day, they were still holding each other without clothes. Even if he was naive, he would have some reactions. Hu Meili thought for a moment and told Director Li, "That Xiao girl from the Xiao family is a bit ugly, but she has a big, and she's good for having children." Director Li was lost in thought and let out a sigh. Meili Hu said again, "When she comes back, let her have a few more children. Even if she's not very patient, she can be trained." Director Li still didn't speak and closed his eyes. Just as Meili Hu was about to say more, Director Li suddenly asked, "Did you hide those things well?" Xiao Nian, who was feeling a bit sleepy, suddenly became alert. When she heard this, she was no longer sleepy. "They're hidden under our bed. With my son lying on top, no one can move him." Xiao Nian. "It's like a human lock." She looked again at Li Hong, who was snoring loudly and looked like a small mountain. She thought it would be hard to move him with her small size. Soon, The lights were turned off, and the snoring of the father and son echoed one after another. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and decided to go into the room. She saw from Xiao Shan's account book that he had given Director Li many good things from the Qiao family. She needed to take everything back. As for the things Xiao Shan sent to others, if she couldn't get them back, she wouldn't give those people any benefits. She deliberately made some noise, but all three of them were asleep and didn't react. Xiao Nian went to Li Hong and tugged at him, but he didn't move at all. Thinking for a moment, she directly put him into the space. She followed inside and saw that Li Hong was still snoring loudly, so she finally relaxed. As for the other two, Xiao Nian thought for a moment and decided to move the bed into the space as well. Sure enough, after placing the bed inside, two large boxes appeared neatly on the ground. Without hesitation, she put the boxes into the space and moved the Li family's bed out. It took less than a minute. Fortunately, the couple didn't wake up, and Xiao Nian felt a little relieved. Suddenly, Mei Li, who sat up, startled. Xiao Nian hid by the bed and dared not move. Then she saw that it was night, and Mei Li, who was feeling around. She suddenly remembered that Li Hong hadn't been moved out yet. Quickly, she moved Li Hong out and placed him beside the bed. Seeing Mei Li who touching Li Hong, she finally fell asleep again. Xiao Nian waited a little longer until she was sure they were all asleep, then quietly slipped out. Outside, the moonlight was bright and occasional dog barks could be heard. She slowly walked back to the Qiao family's house and found the gate already closed. She sneered, thinking that the Xiao family really didn't even leave her the door. She took out an axe, ready to break the door open. But then she remembered that the door was made at a high cost by the old Mr. Qiao, and she didn't want to damage it. After all, this house was hers, and she still had the property deed. The Xiao family kept saying they would take care of her because she was mentally ill and refused to leave. Anyway, since she was mentally ill, causing some trouble late at night seemed reasonable. First, she climbed into the yard and recorded a sound in her space. Then she took out a loudspeaker and stood at the door of Xiao Shan and his wife. "Mrs. Here, everyone step aside. Mrs. Here, everyone step aside." The voice looped endlessly for less than 3 minutes. Finally, Chen Xinghua woke up. She shouted angrily, "Crazy person? Who's shouting outside? Mrs. Here, everyone step aside." The only reply she got was that phrase. Xiao Shan pushed her. "Go check it out." Chen Xinghua could only get up, cursing as she walked. "Who is making noise late at night? Be careful, I'll beat you to death." As she spoke, she opened the door. But as soon as she did, she saw Xiao Nian standing at the door, dressed in a red dress, her hair loose. Xiao Nian was also holding a half-meter-long axe. The moonlight shone through the window onto her face, making her pale skin look even whiter. She also showed a sinister smile. Seeing her open the door, Xiao Nian waved and greeted, "Hey, my dear auntie, can you sleep?" "I can't." "Aha!" Chen Xinghua screamed in shock. Confused, Xiao Shan was awakened by her scream and quickly came out. When he saw Xiao Nian, he felt like his breath stopped for a moment. In the middle of the night, standing in front of the door like that, anyone would be terrified out of their wits. But Xiao Shan quickly calmed down and turned on the light. The dim yellow glow spilled out from inside the house. Chen Xinghua immediately turned around and hugged Xiao Shan.
"Ah,
"You scared me to death. Hurry and drive her away. She's not allowed to stay in our house anymore." Xiao Shan pushed Chen Xinghua aside and went straight to Xiao Nian, ready to slap her. Xiao Nian chuckled, swung her axe, and the sharp blade brushed past Xiao Shan's head. A large amount of hair fell to the ground. Her hair, already thin, was now even more sparse, looking like a bald patch. Xiao Shan was so frightened he froze in place. When he felt the coolness from the ice dragon, he instinctively reached out to touch his head, only to find hair fragments. "Xiao Nian," Xiao Shan shouted loudly. Xiao Nian blinked. "Why are you calling me grandma? You're crazy, a lunatic," Xiao Shan yelled, realizing he couldn't fight back and kept cursing. Yes, you're so clever. You know I'm a lunatic," Xiao Nian laughed loudly. He was speechless. At this moment, Chen Xinghua saw it was Qiao Nian and felt less afraid. She stepped forward and tried to soothe her, like comforting a child. Nian Nian, go to sleep now. When you wake up, Andy will buy you candy. Qiao Nian squinted her eyes. How bold. Am I the kind of girl who loves to eat sweets? Chen Xinghua. Xiao Shan. What should they do? They couldn't fight, couldn't win the argument, and couldn't soothe her. Suddenly, Qiao Nian picked up her axe and aimed it at both of them. This is my matter. You two stop meddling. Go call those two boys. The young lady has something to say. No, Nian Nian, Chun He and the others have to go to school tomorrow. Unlike you, who only knows how to play, Chen Xinghua stammered. Hearing this, Qiao Nian was so angry, she slapped Chen Xinghua across the face. Hurry up and call them. Xiao Chunho was about to get angry, but when he saw Qiao Nian holding an axe, he gave up. He had thought about fighting back, but the four of them together couldn't beat Qiao Nian and ended up getting beaten up badly. The four stood in a line from tall to short, like phone signals. Qiao Nian was almost laughing madly inside, but she held back her laughter and played with them a bit. When the rooster crowed, Qiao Nian finally got tired. She shouted, "Mrs. going to sleep now. Everyone move aside." Then she went into the storage room, closed the door, and entered the space villa. The Xiao family members, exhausted from the chaos, had no energy left and quickly fell asleep without saying a word. Qiao Nian slept for a while, not knowing exactly how long. She cooked some food in the space and posted it online, planning to make some buns later. When hungry, she could take them out to eat anytime. After eating and drinking enough, she left the space and opened the door of the storage room. She saw someone standing at the door and made eye contact. It was Li Hong, tall, strong, fat, and drooling.
Full, Qiao Nian mutarad legally. Full, Li Hong ke koe tash.
Qiao Nian. She really lost her temper now. She kicked out her foot and aimed at his calf. Li Hong cried out in pain. He turned around and ran quickly to Humeli. Mom, he hit me, it hurts. Li Hong ran and shouted, making the floor shake. Humeli heard her son's voice and immediately stood up. Seeing Qiao Nian standing there foolishly, she scolded, "Qiao Nian, you crazy girl. How can you hit people casually?" Next to her, Chen Xinghua heard Humeli's scolding and froze. They all remembered the fear of being controlled by Qiao Nian's axe last night. Seeing Qiao Nian reach behind the door, Chen Xinghua quickly said, "Nian Nian, come eat some candy. Your favorite white rabbit milk candy." Qiao Nian chuckled, put the axe into the space, and went to Chen Xinghua. Chen Xinghua felt her heart almost jump out of her chest but forced a smile and said to Humeli, "Sister Hu, don't mind Nian Nian. She's usually very well behaved." Humeli was about to ask if Chen Xinghua had also gone crazy. Chen Xinghua continued, "Sister Hu, let's discuss the matter of the two children." Qiao Nian was also interested in this topic, so she sat quietly on the side without speaking. Xiao Shan had been exhausted these days and was now sitting on the sofa, looking tired. The two Xiao brothers should be at school now. However, Xiao Chunlan had not yet returned from the hospital, which surprised her a little. But whether she was here or not didn't matter. Qiao Nian would find a way to have her marry Li Hong. "All right, Xinghua, I won't beat around the bush. You've seen my Honger. He's not very smart, but he's not bad either. Good-looking, healthy, tall, and strong. Most importantly, he's very satisfied with your Chunlan." Qiao Nian forced a smile. Was she really talking about Li Hong? Good-looking, healthy? She said these things about Li Hong? But she said nothing, just enjoyed watching the show. Clearly, Chen Xinghua knew how much Humeli's words were exaggerated. In her mind, she didn't even look down on Li Hong. Even though Xiao Chunlan's reputation was not good now, finding a widowed man with children and good conditions for a second marriage was not impossible. But recently, the family had run out of money, Xiao Shan had problems at work, and only factory director Li could help. Before their lives and daughter, they chose to stay alive. "Sister Hu, Li Hong is a good kid, but our Chunlan isn't bad either." Chen Xinghua, feeling guilty, praised Li Hong. Humeli immediately smiled and said, "Our Honger is such a good boy. Your Chunlan is really out of her league." Chen Xinghua. She really wanted to learn how to be so shameless. but she held back. Sister Hu, our Chunlon is a pure girl, healthy and capable. Plus, she looks like she can have children easily, just like me. Qin Xinghua knew what Hu Meili wanted most, healthy grandchildren. So she added, look at my two sons. Each one is so healthy they could probably kill a cow. Xiao Nian muttered, kill a cow, but I can't. But her voice was too soft for anyone but Xiao Shan to hear. Xiao Shan silently looked at Xiao Nian without speaking. Since morning, he had been thinking about whether to send Xiao Nian to a mental health center. Previously, I didn't send her because Xiao Nian didn't hit people and was usually timid, so I let her do whatever she wanted. Plus, sending someone to a mental hospital costs money. But now, things are different. Xiao Nian's behavior has put their family in danger. However, the mental hospital is now crowded. Young people trying to escape rural life and wealthy people trying to avoid disasters are all rushing in. It's hard to get her admitted unless you're connected. Xiao Nian was biting into a big apple, unaware of Xiao Shan's thoughts. But even if she knew, it wouldn't matter. She believes money can do anything. As long as she has enough money, the mental hospital won't take her. Hu Meili thought about her two sons and imagined Xiao Chunlon giving birth to two big, chubby grandchildren. Her eyes lit up. Xinghua, let's be straightforward. Tomorrow, Chunlon will come in, marry my son, and we promise she won't be treated badly. Li Hong leaned on Hu Meili's shoulder like a big gorilla baby. He carefully watched Xiao Nian, and when she looked over, he immediately looked away. But when he heard the word marriage, he seemed happy again. He mumbled, marriage, marriage, marriage. Qin Xinghua felt mixed feelings. Her daughter could find a better man than Li Hong, who wasn't her ideal son-in-law. But now, due to the situation, she had to say, Hu Jiao, be honest. The bride price is 600 yuan, plus 3 turns and 1 sound, and 36 legs. Everyone must have them. Hu Meili's smile froze on her face. She hadn't expected to pay a bride price at all. She thought, how could Qin Xinghua ask for so much? What is Xiao Chunlon to their family? Thinking of this, she said directly, you know your daughter's situation. You wouldn't need such a high bride price. But she didn't want to be too harsh, so she added, Director Xiao hasn't been to work these days. He probably knows about the factory's decision. Since we're becoming a family, our old Li is willing to help you. Xiao Nian chuckled. She wasn't planning to spend a penny and was just making empty promises. But it didn't matter to her whether they believed it or not. Xiao Shan originally didn't want to get involved in women's affairs. But since it was brought up, Xiao Shan decided to respond. Hu Jia, about the children everyone at the factory now knows. If we really make a big fuss and report to the police, I think you won't be able to explain everything clearly. Li Hong might end up being detained for a few days. Just think about it. Given the current situation with the kids, can he handle it? Hu Meili's face darkened when she heard about reporting to the police. But then Xiao Shan said, it's because our two families have always been on good terms that we pushed Chunlon to admit to this. But Hu Jia, you can't go too far. My family, Chunlon, is a girl we've raised with care for 18 years. You should take some of the bride price. Everyone present understood what Xiao Shan meant. He was saying they would pay the bride price, but it could be less. Otherwise, they might report to the police, especially in such a complicated situation. If they did report, Li Hong might face serious trouble. While Hu Meili was thinking with a serious face, Xiao Nian noticed someone standing at the gate, looking inside. She suddenly jumped up, startling Xiao Shan and his wife, who almost ran away in fear. But they saw that Xiao Nian had no intention of hitting them. When she ran outside, they relaxed. They thought Xiao Nian was just going outside to lose her temper and didn't pay attention to what was happening in the yard. They were waiting for Hu Meili to speak. What Xiao Nian saw was not anyone else, but Xiao Shan's lover, Su Huifeng. That day, after she went home, she found her belongings missing and wanted to find Xiao Shan. But she usually only saw Xiao Shan at home, never at the door. Also, Xiao Nian's mental harm to her was so deep that she was afraid if she went to find Xiao Shan, she might get beaten to death. So she had been waiting for Xiao Shan to come to her. But Xiao Shan didn't come all day. Plus, her brother said they found someone named Sun, who was a troublemaker, and that made her rush over in a hurry. Little auntie, are you here to see my uncle? Xiao Nian skipped over happily. Frightened, Su Huifang kept stepping back. Don't come any closer. Xiao Nian pretended not to hear and kept approaching. Little auntie, are you here to talk about marriage too? What? Su Huifang was a bit confused. Little Annie, come inside, Xiao Nian said, pulling Su Huifang toward the house. Su Huifang wanted to struggle, but Xiao Nian's grip was too strong, and she couldn't break free. When they arrived at the courtyard, Su Huifang saw the tall, two-story house and was immediately dazzled. It was decorated so beautifully outside. The inside must be even more luxurious. That scoundrel Xiao Shan not only rented her shabby house but also claimed he had no money, yet he was living so well. While she was thinking this, Xiao Nian pulled her into the house. Uncle, look. Little auntie is here to see you, Xiao Nian said excitedly. She was really happy, probably looking forward to some fun, maybe even causing trouble. Inside, the three people were discussing the bride price. They had just agreed that the Li family would give 200 yuan and a bicycle. Xiao Nian barged in with them. Chen Xinghua immediately stood up. You shameless person! What are you doing coming to my house? Su Huifang was not someone to be easily pushed around, so she ignored Chen Xinghua. She looked at Xiao Shan and softly called out, Brother Shan. Xiao Shan cleared his throat. All right, Chen Xinghua, stop making trouble. If Huifang came to see me, she must have something important. Chen Xinghua almost exploded. Xiao Shan, seeing Xiao Shan's serious face, she dared not say more. Xiao Nian could tell that Chen Xinghua had been under Xiao Shan's control her whole life. Su Huifang smugly lifted her chin and then obediently stood beside Xiao Shan. Chen Xinghua glared at Su Huifang with anger, but dared not say anything further. Xiao Shan then said to Humeli, This is my younger sister, Huifang. He also said to Su Huifang, This is Director Li's wife, Comrade Humeli. Su Huifang was quick-witted. She hurriedly greeted Humeli. Hello, Sister Hu. The handsome young man next to you must be your son, right? You look so much alike, clearly inheriting your good looks. This compliment made Humeli's face bloom with a bright smile. She also started talking to Su Huifang. Huifang, your words are so sweet. No wonder Director Xiao considers you as his younger sister. They complimented each other back and forth, quickly becoming closer. Chen Xinghua watched the scene, her eyes nearly popping out of her head in anger. Clearly, Humeli was here to discuss the marriage of the two children, so why was she now chatting happily with Su Huifang? Xiao Shan seemed unaware of anything, only feeling that Su Huifang was better in every way than Chen Xinghua. Even her relationship with the factory director's wife was so harmonious. If only he had married Su Huifang from the start. He watched himself become more and more unable to fit in. Chen Xinghua cleared her throat. Hujie, let's talk about the children's marriage. Yes, child, I almost forgot. Xinghua, we've already agreed on the bride price. If you're okay with it, we can have Chunlon move in tomorrow. According to our family rules, the wedding should happen after she's pregnant. Hujie, that's not right. Chen Xinghua was still hesitating. Su Huifang quickly interrupted. Hujie is right. In my hometown, it's the same. A woman is considered officially married only after she's pregnant and has a son. My daughter's marriage doesn't need your opinion. Chen Xinghua's dislike was very clear on her face. But Su Huifang was more stubborn than a brick wall. Xinghua, Shangge is my older brother's friend. Chunlon is like my niece. I definitely won't hurt her. Don't you agree? Shangge. Her words were soft and sweet, with a rising tone at the end, circling around 3 times before reaching Xiao Shan's ears. Xiao Shan felt his head stiffen. He swallowed and finally answered, Yes, Huifang is right. Chen Xinghua looked at Xiao Shan in disbelief. But she's your daughter. Xiao Shan frowned. Yes, she's my daughter. But since she married into the Li family, she's now their daughter-in-law. Naturally, she should contribute a little. Chen Xinghua immediately scolded. Xiao Shan, are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to push her into a fire pit? Xiao Nian was a bit surprised. She knew Chen Xinghua was usually very traditional and biased against women. She didn't expect that at a critical moment, Chen Xinghua would consider Chunlon's feelings. But she was wrong to think that. Soon, Chen Xinghua said, unless you give an extra 100 in bride price, I absolutely won't agree to Chunlan just moving into the Li family. Xiao Nian thought. She still doesn't understand Chen Xinghua enough. Hu Meili was furious when she heard this. You can marry or not, humph. Director Xiao, you'd better think about yourself. Xiao Shan immediately said, marry her. I'll send her over first thing tomorrow. She turned to glare at Chen Xinghua. If you dare cause trouble again, I will divorce you. After saying that, Chen Xinghua shut her mouth and didn't speak anymore. Once Hu Meili left, Su Huifang started holding Xiao Shan's arm and swinging it. Brother Shan, I want to talk to you. Chen Xinghua immediately scolded, you shameless woman, seducing someone and bringing her into the house. After saying that, she raised her hand to hit Su Huifang. Su Huifang quickly hid behind Xiao Shan. Brother Shan, her 2 words could be sung in 3 different tunes. No wonder Chen Xinghua couldn't win against her. Xiao Nian shivered at the scene. It was too frightening. But Xiao Shan was used to this and shouted at Chen Xinghua. What are you talking about? Huifang is my younger sister. If she comes to see me, it must be for something important. After saying that, he pulled Su Huifang toward the study. Chen Xinghua was afraid Xiao Shan would divorce her, so she didn't dare make a scene. She could only stare angrily at the 2 of them as they left. Just as she reached the door of the study, there was a loud bang as the door closed. Xiao Shan, shut up. If you cause trouble again, I will divorce you. Xiao Shan scolded harshly. Chen Xinghua dared not speak anymore. She stood in front of the door, pressing her ear to listen, her eyes full of resentment. Annie, do you think they are doing inside? Sister-in-law and sister-in-law are different. Qiao Nian leaned in and whispered, making Chen Xinghua jump in fright. Chinese language is rich and profound. Chen Xinghua naturally understood what Qiao Nian meant. She said impatiently, you're just a kid. Where did you learn these words? Annie, it sounds like little auntie is humming. Qiao Nian also pretended to put her ear to the door and continued. Hearing this, Chen Xinghua was furious and wanted to explode, but she dared not lose her temper. She could only deceive herself. You're talking nonsense. Uncle and the others are discussing something. Really? Then shall we go in and see? Qiao Nian said and went into her storage room. Chen Xinghua didn't take it seriously, thinking Qiao Nian was just acting crazy again. She focused on pressing her ear to the door to listen secretly. Her teeth almost ground to dust. That shameless girl was actually trying to her man in her own house. She wanted to open the door directly, but it was locked from the inside. She didn't dare to do so, afraid Xiao Shan would divorce her. Now in her 40s, she has no job and no money. If she gets divorced, she will have nothing left. At that moment, a buzzing and crackling sound came from behind. Chen Xinghua turned around and saw Qiao Nian holding a chainsaw. Qiao Nian was pulling the chainsaw and had a mischievous smile on her face. Auntie, it's so strange. What are Uncle and the others doing inside? This sound scared Chen Xinghua so much that she instinctively stepped back. Then she saw Qiao Nian raise the chainsaw and start chopping at the wooden door. Inside the study, things were getting very intimate. 3 minutes earlier, Su Huifang had just entered the study and was surprised by how empty it was. Shango, why is there no floor in your study? Xiao Shan looked a bit embarrassed. I was about to renovate. Why are you here today? Didn't I tell you not to come? Hearing this, Su Huifang felt wronged. She immediately hugged Xiao Shan's waist like a water bucket and pouted. You haven't come to see me all day. Xiao Shan liked this kind of affection. He quickly hugged her back. I'm busy, you know. And you heard, Chunlan is getting married soon. Su Huifang didn't insist on that anymore and started kissing Xiao Shan. She knew how flirtatious he was. As long as she made him happy, he wouldn't get angry no matter what he said later. Xiao Shan had been annoyed these past few days, but with Su Huifang's teasing, he quickly responded. The 2 of them rolled around inside. Just as they were about to take off their clothes, there was a loud bang. The door to the study split in half and fell to the ground. Outside, Qiao Nian and Chen Xinghua looked at the 2 inside, who were now disheveled. Su Huifang was the first to scream. She grabbed a nearby coat and covered herself. Xiao Nian, what are you doing? Xiao Shan was very angry. Anyone disturbed at a crucial moment would be upset. Xiao Nian closed her eyes. She looked too shocking, overweight like a pig, very ugly. But she still answered Xiao Shan. Andy said she wanted to come in and see, but she couldn't open the door. I helped her open it. She then tugged at the chainsaw, which made a buzzing sound. Everyone was terrified, afraid that Xiao Nian might suddenly attack them. Xiao Shan was afraid of Xiao Nian, so he could only vent his anger on Qin Xinghua. Qin Xinghua, you shrew, what kind of trouble are you causing now? Qin Xinghua was so angry she didn't bother to explain. Seeing her husband in bed with another woman was a huge shock to her. Xiao Shan, am I the one causing trouble? What are you doing? With your limited skills, how can you be so shameless to be fooling around at home? You're so useless. Xiao Nian enjoyed watching and kept waving her electric saw to cheer for Qin Xinghua. Men are most afraid when others say they can't do something, especially when their wife says it. Xiao Shan quickly put on his clothes and started hitting Qin Xinghua fiercely. Qin Xinghua, who do you think you're talking to? Look at yourself.
Just seeing you makes me want to. Ah!
Xiao Shan, you fat pig, you're so ugly, like a toad, and you still complain about me. Qin Xinghua couldn't take it anymore and started fighting with Xiao Shan. Xiao Nian watched happily from the side, occasionally waving her saw to cheer them on. She shouted, "Hey, auntie, uncle, stop fighting." But her smile couldn't hide her excitement. Su Huifang finished dressing and was about to join Xiao Shan in fighting Qin Xinghua. She was waiting for Xiao Shan and Qin Xinghua to fall out so she could move into the big house openly. If Xiao Nian knew her thoughts, she would say, "You're dreaming." Since moving into this house, Su Huifang had no intention of leaving. The shabby yard Xiao Shan rented was unbearable for her to stay in even for a day. Since yesterday, the old women nearby had been calling her a fox spirit behind her back. Why could Qin Xinghua act so arrogantly while she was being scolded? Thinking of this, Su Huifang slapped Qin Xinghua a few more times. Qin Xinghua was furious. These two mean women had been cheating on her openly, and now they even dared to hit her. So Qin Xinghua shouted at Xiao Nian, "Nian Nian, help auntie kill them. Auntie will buy you candy." Xiao Nian curled her lips. She thought Qin Xinghua really believed she was stupid. These days, killing someone meant eating peanuts. She didn't dare to do it, but scaring them a little was fine. So she turned up the chainsaw to make it louder and faster, making the three fighting people feel nervous. It was still Su Huifang who reacted quickly and shouted to Xiao Nian, "Nian Nian, I have some foreign chocolate. It's very sweet. Do you want to try some?" Xiao Nian never really planned to hurt anyone. She just wanted the Xiao family to be more chaotic. She happily shouted, "Yes, yes. I love chocolate. Little auntie, you're so kind to me." Qin Xinghua was so angry, she almost spat blood. She secretly cursed Xiao Nian for being ungrateful. Seeing that Su Huifang had calmed Xiao Nian down, she didn't hold back and decided to be ruthless with Qin Xinghua. Xiao Shan showed no mercy either, and together they beat Qin Xinghua until she was crying out loud. If she hadn't been afraid of killing her, Xiao Nian would have done it herself. Finally, as Qin Xinghua begged for mercy nonstop, Xiao Shan stopped and didn't let Su Huifang continue. He was also worried about actually killing her and having to pay with his life. Qin Xinghua collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, tears falling nonstop from her eyes, but she no longer dared to curse. Xiao Shan and Su Huifang weren't much better. They both had scratches and cuts on their faces from Qin Xinghua. Now they sat on the ground covered in blood, looking quite frightening. Xiao Nian, feeling tired from watching, didn't bother to stay and watch anymore. She decided to go back to her space to rest. She had breakfast this morning and planned to make big meat buns. She went back to the storage room, closed the door, and entered her space. She fried some minced meat, mixed in some green onions, kneaded the dough, and made buns. After finishing everything, she ate 2 buns and then left her space. Unexpectedly, she arrived just in time for the Xiao family's dinner. The whole family of 5 sat neatly at the table. But today, Xiao Chuman was missing, replaced by Su Huifang. Xiao Nian raised an eyebrow. This Su Huifang was indeed not simple. She had already moved into the main house. And judging by their expressions, it seemed no one objected. Even Chen Xinghua and the two Xiao brothers seemed to accept the new family member. Seeing her come out, Su Huifang quickly called out, "Nian Nian, you're awake? Come eat." Su Huifang knew that this house belonged to Qiao Nian. She believed that as long as she could trick Qiao Nian, everything would be easy to handle. The other members of the Xiao family looked at Su Huifang as if they had seen a ghost, truly afraid that Qiao Nian might get upset and lash out at her. But what surprised them even more was Qiao Nian's reaction. She didn't curse or take out any tools like an axe or a chainsaw. Instead, she obediently sat next to Su Huifang, acting very well behaved. She even called out, "Little auntie, you are so kind to me." Su Huifang's smile stiffened. Who would want to be her little auntie? She wanted the house, not to be someone's second wife. So she said, "Nian Nian, I am Brother Shan's younger sister.
Just call me little auntie."
Chen Xinghua felt a faint excitement. If this woman dared to argue with Qiao Nian, she would definitely be scolded. She looked forward to Qiao Nian giving her a lesson, so she wouldn't stay in their house anymore. But to her shock, Qiao Nian didn't hit anyone. She obediently responded to Su Huifang, "Okay, little auntie." Su Huifang raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Shan. He had told her that Qiao Nian was difficult and mean, but now she seemed quite well behaved. It must be that their family wasn't liked by Qiao Nian. Xiao Shan stayed silent and didn't remind Su Huifang. He also hoped someone else could share the burden of dealing with Qiao Nian's trouble. Not only him, but everyone present, except Su Huifang, thought the same. So Chen Xinghua and the two Xiao brothers didn't rush to send Su Huifang away. Xiao Nian didn't really eat much, just sat at her seat symbolically. The Xiao family members nervously finished their grain porridge as quickly as possible and left the table. Xiao Shan urged, "Huifang, eat quickly. After this, we need to go out." Chen Xinghua heard this and was annoyed. "Where are you going?" Xiao Shan glanced at her. "None of your business. Stay at home and behave." Chen Xinghua wanted to say more, but Xiao Shan added, "Qiao Nian is coming with us." Qiao Nian? What for? To abandon her in the dark of night in the wild? But it didn't matter.
Who knew who would be abandoned anyway?
"Nian Nian, from now on you can live with little Annie, okay?" On the way, Su Huifang took the opportunity to persuade Qiao Nian. Xiao Shan kept a close eye on Qiao Nian, worried she might suddenly lose control and strike back. It was strange, but Qiao Nian listened to Su Huifang the whole way. She was even so friendly to Su Huifang that Xiao Shan felt a bit jealous. "Okay, I like my little aunt the most. From now on, she will live at our house." Xiao Shan thought, "Why is she so harsh and mean to me, but so close to Su Huifang?" He felt a little resentful, wondering who was really family to Qiao Nian. But Qiao Nian and Su Huifang didn't seem to notice Xiao Shan's expression. They talked happily as they walked. Qiao Nian didn't really like Su Huifang. She just thought that if Su Huifang stayed in the Xiao family, she could make things difficult for them, which made her happy. Since Su Huifang made her happy, she decided not to bother her today. The three of them headed out to the countryside as the sunset slowly fell into the mountains. Qiao Nian quietly followed behind the two until they reached a farmhouse. Su Huifang stopped. The house looked like it belonged to a nearby village, but it was a bit far from the village, and she could still hear a few dogs barking. Xiao Nian was ready to take out her chainsaw and fight if needed. After all, these two weren't good people. Maybe they wanted to sell her to someone else as a bride. Knock, knock, knock. Su Huifang was knocking on the door. "Who is it?" a cautious male voice asked. Xiao Nian recognized him. He was a familiar face, Su Huifang's younger brother. That day, Su's younger brother said he would help Xiao Shan find Lao Sun, who was known for his sharp tongue. "Brother, it's me." Su Huifang lowered her voice. Then the door opened from inside. Xiao Nian saw Su's younger brother standing behind the door. He was about 1.8 meters tall, strong-looking, and it was clear he ate well. When he saw them, he quickly moved aside. Sister, Brother Shan, you're here. Xiao Shan no longer looked as oppressed in front of Qiao Nian. He had his hands behind his back and stepped slowly into the yard. Walking, he asked, "Where is the person?" Su's younger brother hurriedly said, "Inside." "Where did you find him?" "On the black market." That guy was selling things just like what Brother Shan described. Lao Gongzue, copper bell eyes, a face full of beard and holding a big stick. "His surname is Sun?" Xiao Shan asked again. Su's younger brother nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I had someone pretend to buy from him, then secretly followed him. He went to Sun's village and asked around. His surname is Sun." When Qiao Nian heard this, she widened her eyes in surprise. Did they really find him? Then Xiao Shan asked, "What is he selling?" Xiao Shan wanted to know if the person was selling stolen goods from their home on the black market. "Wild boar meat," said old Su. Xiao Shan stopped walking. That little thief stole so many good things from his house, and now he's selling wild boar meat? "Let's go see first and see if Qiao Nian can recognize him," Xiao Shan said and started walking inside, regardless of whether he was a thief or not. Since they were already here, they had to ask. As soon as they entered the room, Qiao Nian saw the old man's son they had found. A man who looked to be in his 30s, with a protruding mouth, big eyes, and a full beard. He was tied to a chair. The man didn't struggle. When the three entered, his eyes showed curiosity and interest. Qiao Nian also looked at him. Sitting, it was hard to tell his height, but he looked strong. He resembled the senior brother she saw on TV before. Most importantly, this guy had good balance. His old, broken imperial chair only had 3 legs but still sat steadily. "Nian Nian," Xiao Shan finally spoke, seeing she was still relatively calm. Qiao Nian turned around. "Lian Lian, I can't bear to part." Xiao Shan. "Who the heck is playing idiom chain with you?" "Qiao Nian, look at the person on the chair. Isn't he the one who came into our house that day?" Qiao Nian tilted her head and stared at the person on the chair for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. "Old Sun is here." She even picked up a broken broom from the ground and started dancing with it. Xiao Shan was completely caught off guard. The broom swept across his face, leaving a red mark, looking like he had been slapped. "Qiao Nian," Xiao Shan shouted. Qiao Nian turned her head, giggling. "Uncle, what do you want me to do?" "Ah, I see now. You must be scared. Sun Dashing is here." After saying that, she acted crazy, running around the room and swinging the broom wildly at everyone. Just as she was about to hit Su Huifeng, Su Huifeng's younger brother, Su Chunqing, stepped forward to stop her. "You little brat. Dare to hit my sister? You're asking for death." Su Chunqing, broad and strong like a tower, stood in front of Qiao Nian. She raised her hand, ready to slap Qiao Nian, feeling like one slap could knock her out. Xiao Shan was secretly happy, thinking that since he couldn't handle Qiao Nian, Su Chunqing definitely could, so he didn't stop her. But no one expected that just as Su Chunqing's hand was about to touch Qiao Nian, she suddenly raised a broom and pushed it into his face. Taking advantage of his distraction, she jumped up and kicked him in the stomach. "Yow!" Su Chunqing cried out, flying backward and hitting the old, damaged wall. A piece of brick fell from the wall and landed right in his open mouth. He then slowly fell down along with the wall. "Chunqing," Su Huifeng hurried over to him. Seeing how strong Su Chunqing was, Xiao Shan realized he was no match for Qiao Nian and stopped scolding her. He could only soothe her. "Qiao Nian, be good. Don't run around. Later, Uncle will buy you some candy." Qiao Nian giggled. "I don't want candy. I want a peach." Seeing her smile, Xiao Shan stepped back in fear. All right, you can have a big peach." Qiao Nian ran quickly to the big man who was. "Great sage. I came to save you. Let's go pick peaches." The big man, who had been stunned by Qiao Nian, seemed to finally react. "Big sister, are you here to save me?" Qiao Nian thought. This guy is even more playful than her. Meanwhile, Su Chunqing, who had just been pulled up by Su Huifeng, was also confused. He asked his sister, "Do these two know each other?" Su Huifeng shook her head. It was her first time seeing Qiao Nian go crazy, but she believed Qiao Nian liked her as her little aunt. She called out, "Nian Nian, I am your little aunt. Listen to your little aunt. Stop causing trouble, okay?" Xiao Nian didn't even look at her and replied directly, "Are you a hen laying eggs?" Cluck, cluck, cluck all the time. Su Huifang almost fainted from anger, cursing silently. Sure enough, she's crazy. Xiao Nian paid no attention to her thoughts and went straight to the big man. She quickly untied his ropes and then grabbed his arm to run away. Great sage, let's go pick peaches quickly. Otherwise, the Queen Mother will eat them all. The big man didn't hesitate and hurriedly followed Xiao Nian. Big sister, come with me quickly. Stop them, Xiao Shan finally reacted. Two people came with Su Chunsheng, both as strong as him. They blocked in front of Xiao Nian, thinking they could easily catch her. But unexpectedly, Xiao Nian kicked each of them away into the yard. Great sage, these little guys from Xiao want to steal our peaches. Quickly, take out your golden cudgel and hit them to death. Okay, sister, wait for me. Xiao Nian. This person is even crazier than her. She saw the big man pick up a pillar nearby, probably an old beam from the broken house. About 10 centimeters thick, around 2 meters long. The big man lifted it with one hand and swung it around. While swinging the pillar, he shouted, "Monster, eat my staff." Xiao Nian thought this person was very strong, even stronger than her. But she noticed he wasn't really trying to hurt anyone, just scare those people. It seemed he wasn't crazy. The two strong men brought by Su Chunsheng were also afraid of getting hurt. They could only stand aside and let them run. Xiao Nian and the big man ran outside without hesitation. Picking peaches now, the few people left in the yard looked at each other. Brother Shan, is this guy really the one stealing from your family? Xiao Shan shook his head, not sure. Although he thought he wasn't, Xiao Nian seemed to recognize that person. Then should I go find them? Su Chunsheng asked. Are you sure you can beat Xiao Nian? Xiao Shan asked back. Su Chunsheng was silent. His stomach still hurt so badly, he couldn't straighten up. Seeing the two people in the yard, he finally decided not to go. One person, Xiao Nian, they couldn't beat, and with that man, they definitely weren't rivals. Xiao Shan also couldn't do anything. He asked Su Chunsheng carefully again. In the end, he confirmed that the man wasn't the one stealing from their house. He had been watching that person since he entered, and found the big guy looked pretty silly. He just carried a kind of pure, untainted innocence that hadn't been polluted by the world. Brother Shan, should we still go find Xiao Nian? Su Huifang asked. Xiao Shan shook his head. What's there to find? Let's just stay outside. If Xiao Nian had really died outside, everything in the Qiao family would belong to her biological uncle. Su Huifang didn't say anything else. She would support whoever owned the house in the future. As for Chen Xinghua, she wasn't afraid. Unaware of this, Xiao Nian didn't know that Xiao Shan and the others wanted her to die. She ran with a big man, fleeing for about 2 miles, nearing the town. Only then did they stop. What's your name? Xiao Nian asked. Sun Dashing. The man scratched his head and answered. Xiao Nian kicked his leg. Your real name? I'm really called Sun Dashing, the man hurriedly replied. Your real name is Sun Dashing? Xiao Nian asked again, surprised that someone would have such a name. The man nodded. Sister, look, here's my introduction letter. Is it appropriate to call me sister? Xiao Nian said as she picked up the letter to read. Sun Dashing, 16 years old, from Sunjia village. Xiao Nian looked at the letter and then at Sun Dashing, who was about 1.8 meters tall, muscular, with a full beard. Is this really true? How could someone really be named Sun Dashing? And at 16, with such a build? Sun Dashing chuckled and scratched his head. Sister, why would I lie? There's even our commune's official stamp on it. Xiao Nian examined the stamp carefully. It seemed impossible to fake. After all, Sunjia village is only half an hour away, even if he ran away. Why do you carry this introduction letter with you? Our village chief said I might be a bit slow, afraid I might get lost. If I can't find my way back, I can go directly to the police. Xiao Nian was surprised. Where are your parents? How could they let you go out alone? My parents passed away early. I was raised eating from the village's collective meals. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's okay, sister. I'm quite capable. I often go hunting in the mountains, and I share the game with the villagers. If I have extra, I trade it for other things. Xiao Nian could tell that this guy was strong but simple-minded. However, he reacted quickly earlier and knew to run after her. Thinking of this, Xiao Nian asked, "When you ran with me just now, were you afraid I was tricking you? Because you're pretty." When mentioning this, Sun Dashing felt a bit embarrassed. "I didn't mean it that way. I just meant that when I see you, I know you're a good person." Xiao Nian probably understood that this kid was quite naive. In the past, she wouldn't have believed that someone could truly sense goodness or badness. But since strange things like being transported into a book can happen, other unusual situations are not surprising. "Alright, go back early or the people in your village will worry. Big sister, what will you do?" Sun Dashing was really worried. Those people looked clearly like bad guys. Xiao Nian waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. Life and death are just part of it. If you don't like it, then fight." Sun Dashing's eyes almost sparkled. "Big sister, you're so brave. I want to learn from you." Xiao Nian said, "You better not learn from me. I'm not a good example." "It's okay, neither am I." Xiao Nian felt like she might be leading this good kid astray. "Forget it, let's each go home." But Sun Dashing didn't leave. "Big sister, you go first. They took my wild boar meat and haven't returned it. I need to go get it back." "Your meat from this morning isn't sold yet." "Yes, I just carried it into the black market this morning. Someone said they wanted to buy all my meat. Then when we reached a quiet place, they ambushed us." "Did you have a stick in your hand?" "The pork was too heavy. I carried a copper coin-sized stick to the black market." Xiao Nian sighed. Looks like she was the one who caused trouble for this kid. "Alright, I'll go with you to get it." She initially wanted to take some meat from her space to give to Sun Dashing, but judging by his appearance, he probably wouldn't want it. "Big sister, you don't need to come. I can handle it myself. I'm called Xiao Nian. You can call me Sister Qiao. I said I would go with you, so I will." Sun Dashing scratched his head. "Thank you, Sister Qiao." Xiao Nian waved her hand, and the two headed toward the small courtyard. On the way, she picked up a few small wooden sticks about thumb thick, just in case she needed a weapon. She thought about bringing out her chainsaw, but since there were people nearby, she decided against it. As they reached the courtyard gate, they smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Xiao Nian hadn't eaten much in the afternoon, so she was quite hungry now. Sun Dashing's eyes turned red. "They've roasted my wild boar meat." This flavor was very familiar to him. He used to roast it himself on the mountain to eat. Xiao Nian listened and thought, "Oh no, I was waiting for Sun Dashing to bring back the pork. I planned to buy it, but these bad guys stole it." She quickly took a step forward and kicked open the courtyard door. She saw 4 men and 1 woman squatting by the fire. "Give me back my fairy's peach," she said. Tears involuntarily fell from her eyes as she spoke. She sniffed, feeling the delicious smell. Sun Dashing also shouted, "How dare you, evil monsters, to try to roast my junior brother." Their shouts startled the people squatting nearby. They never expected these 2 crazy people to come back so suddenly. Here's what happened. After Xiao Nian and the others left the yard, they planned to go home separately. Suddenly, Xiaoshan saw a half-placed wild boar meat behind the door. Since their home was robbed, he hadn't eaten meat for many days. He couldn't carry all that meat alone, so he asked Su Chunxing and others for help. But these people hadn't eaten meat in a long time either, so they decided to roast it right there and take the leftovers home. Su Chunxing and the others divided the meat into many small pieces, lit a fire, and started roasting. Even without seasoning, it was a treat for them after so long without meat. The wild boar meat had little fat, but the pig skin was roasted golden and crispy. The lean meat emitted a fragrant, roasted smell. Just as they were about to enjoy the feast, Xiao Nian and Sun Dashing arrived. The 5 of them looked at each other, wanting to fight but knowing they couldn't win against these 2. They hesitated, wanting to throw away the meat and run, but the smell was too tempting to give up. At that moment, Xiao Nian stepped forward and kicked a big man away. "Get out of the way. This fairy girl's things are not for you to touch." "Ah, you crazy person," the man yelled. He was furious and grabbed a wooden beam from the ground, swinging it at Xiao Nian. But before she could act, Sun Dashing raised his arm and blocked the beam. With a loud, the wooden beam broke in half. The others were so scared they took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. Sun Dashing stood up, walked over to the man, and said, "If you dare to bully my fairy sister, you're asking for a fight." After saying that, she slapped the big man in the face, causing his face to swell instantly. "Oh my, I'm going home. The outside world is too scary." The man hurriedly ran outside, not giving anyone a chance to stop him. Another person brought by Su Chunxing quickly stood up. My mom called me home for dinner. I have to go now." Seeing that the helpers had left, Su Chunxing didn't dare to say anything more. He stood up and said, "Today's matter has nothing to do with me. It's all their fault. If you want revenge, go find those two." He then ran outside. Chunxing, Su Huifang's words hadn't finished. Only her brother's figure remained. Now, only Xiaoshan and Su Huifang were left in the yard. They also stood up. Su Huifang said, "Nian Nian, take your time playing. We're going home first." Xiaoshan nodded. "Yes, Nian Nian, if you want to go home, go. If not, stay outside and play." Nian Nian thought to herself, it seems this guy hopes she'll never go home again. But she wouldn't follow their wishes. Tomorrow, she still had to go back to see Xiao Chunlan and Li Hong get married. She directly shouted at Xiaoshan and Su Huifang, "Stop right there." Both of them were so scared they didn't dare move. Nian Nian stood up and walked in front of him. With a gentle smile, she said, "This fairy only leaves you two. Are you touched?" The two shook their heads repeatedly. "We don't dare move, we don't dare." Nian Nian frowned. "No, we're very touched. Thank you, Fairy Nian Nian, for leaving us." Nian Nian nodded. "Good. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Now go and grill some meat for me." After saying that, she pretended to take a bottle of barbecue sauce from her bag and handed it to them. This barbecue sauce was repackaged earlier in her space, with no distinctive markings. Xiaoshan and Su Huifang didn't dare to examine it carefully. They could only listen to Nian Nian's words, take the sauce, and start grilling meat and sprinkling it. Soon, the aroma of cumin, pepper, and chili wafted out. Nian Nian sat on a stone bench in the yard, suddenly missing the days when she enjoyed air conditioning, ate barbecue, drank beer, and watched short videos. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She started scolding Xiao Cheng and the others. "Have you finished roasting? You're wasting time and dragging it out. If you keep like this, you'll be sent to the underworld and reincarnated as animals." She spoke very seriously, which frightened Xiao Cheng and the others, making them think they were really going to be sent to the animal realm. They quickly sped up, flipping the meat on the grill. Finally, when a piece was ready, Xiao Cheng hurriedly handed it to Qiao Nian. "Nian Nian, it's done. Here, you eat." Qiao Nian glared at him. "The great sage is here. How dare you disrespect the great sage? Be careful. He might hit you with his golden staff." Hearing this, Sun Dashing picked up a wooden beam and swung it around playfully. Xiaoshan dared not hesitate. He obediently went to stand beside Sun Dashing. He tried to flatter him. "Great sage, here is your roasted meat." Sun Dashing praised him. "Good children, you are very obedient." Xiaoshan's face turned red with anger, but he knew he couldn't argue with a madman. He held back his frustration and continued roasting meat. Seeing Xiaoshan's expression, Su Huifang rolled her eyes. She thought this man was really useless. If she could still make some money from him, she wouldn't bother with him anymore. The two of them were together, each only interested in money, or there was no real affection. Qiao Nian didn't care what they were thinking. Sometimes she shouted for the meat to be roasted faster. Other times she complained that the flavor was too bland. After tossing and turning all night, Xiaoshan and Su Huifang felt like they were about to faint. Finally, Qiao Nian let them go. "All right, today's peach banquet is over. You two little roasting fairies go now." They couldn't argue anymore and hurriedly ran out, afraid that if they stayed late, they'd be asked to do something else. "Great sage, here's the money." After they left, Qiao Nian took out 20 large notes from her bag and handed them to Sun Dashing. "Jie, what are you doing?" "I don't want it. Our village chief said a small favor should be repaid with a big one. You saved me, so I can't accept your money." She was a sincere child. Xiao Nian simply placed the money in his hand. Call me sister, and I'll treat you like a younger brother.
Keep the money.
If you catch any wild game later, just send it to me, but do it quietly. Okay, Sister Jie, Sun Dashing replied. Though not very clever, he understood that Xiao Nian was trying to help him on purpose. Yesterday, when the two of them returned, he said that the money from selling wild pig meat was taken back to the village and shared among the villagers. He grew up eating simple meals, and besides his strength, he didn't have much to give back to others. Nowadays, life is hard for everyone. He wants the villagers to have enough food. Xiao Nian thought about the grains and rice she still had in her space and said, if you have anything in the future, you can exchange it with me for food. Sun Dashing was even more moved and thought, Sister Qiao is so kind to me. Qiao Nian mainly didn't know when she would leave, so she wanted to store more supplies just in case. The northwest is now desolate, dry, and poor. In later years, under the country's leadership, many years of management made the northwest a little better, but compared to other regions, the difference is clear. Moreover, in this era, the northwest might be even more difficult than what she later saw. So, she needs to prepare well, in all aspects. Xiao Nian carried the leftover meat, and Sun Dashing was amazed, shouting, no wonder you're my sister. Your strength is just as big as mine. They exchanged addresses and then parted ways. Sun Dashing was quick on his feet and reached Sun Village in less than half an hour. It was already dawn when he arrived at the village entrance. He saw the village chief. Seeing him return, the village chief picked up a stick nearby and started hitting him on the backside. Sun Dashing didn't dodge. He let him hit and laughed. Uncle, it doesn't hurt at all. The village chief was furious and scolded. You brat, where have you been? You didn't come back all night. Didn't we look for you all night? If you don't come back this morning, we'll report to the police. Sun Dashing smiled foolishly. Uncle, I didn't do anything. I met a good person this time. What kind of good person? We'll talk about it when we go back. The village chief knew the boy had definitely encountered something, so he waved to the villagers around. Everyone go back and rest. We have to go to work soon. After the villagers left, Sun Dashing followed the village chief to his house. He took out 20 large unity tokens, which surprised the village chief. You brat, did you go and steal money? Uncle, what are you talking about? Do you think I would do that? The village chief looked at his strong build and shook his head. Yes. Sun Dashing was speechless and recounted what happened last night when he met Xiao Nian, though he didn't tell everything. Basically, the village chief thought that Sun Dashing and Xiao Nian were kidnapped by bad people and that Xiao Nian saved Sun Dashing and spent 200 yuan to buy half a piece of pork. That pork isn't worth 200. The girl must think you're pretty pitiful. Sun Dashing nodded. Yes, I think so too. Sister Qiao is as kind as a fairy. Next time you have good things, give them to her. The village chief said this and returned the money to Sun Dashing. Uncle, keep it. When you have a chance, buy some flour for the children and the elderly in the village. The village chief shook his head. This is for you. We can't take it. They argued back and forth for a while. In the end, Sun Dashing kept 50 yuan and gave the rest to the village chief. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian guessed that Sun Dashing would do this. Although the child wasn't very clever, he was truly wise in a simple way, knowing what he could do and what he couldn't. So she felt safe leaving her address with Sun Dashing. After they parted, she put the wild pig meat into her space. She also went in to drink some spiritual spring water. Since the first time she drank it and fainted, nothing like that happened again. Instead, when she was tired, drinking a little could boost her energy. After tidying up, Qiao Nian slowly headed to the Qiao family. Just outside the yard, she heard Xiao Chunlan's voice inside. I won't marry. Qiao Nian raised her eyebrows. Was Xiao Chunlan being brought back and sent to the Li family? Without hesitation, she went straight into the house. She saw Xiao Chunlan sitting on the sofa, one leg bandaged. Chen Xinghua was sitting beside her, whispering comfortingly. Xiao Shan sat on another sofa with a bad expression, and Su Huifang sat next to Xiao Shan, with a mocking smile on her face. As for the two brothers of the Xiao family, they stood far away at the staircase, just watching without speaking. Seeing Qiao Nian come in, Xiao Shan and Su Huifeng instinctively wanted to run. But then they thought, this is their home, and Xiao Nian looks quite normal now. So they sat still and didn't move. On the other hand, Xiao Chunlon saw Xiao Nian and looked like she saw a savior. She pointed at Xiao Nian and shouted, "Didn't we agree to send that little crazy girl Xiao Nian to the Li family? She is back. Quickly catch her." But no one in the family moved. Xiao Chunlon only experienced Xiao Nian's madness that day. She didn't know how much the Xiao family had suffered during this time. Seeing they didn't move, Xiao Chunlon kept shouting, "Hurry up and take her away. Mom, didn't you and Hu Meili discuss last time about letting her marry Li Hong?" Chen Xinghua looked at Xiao Nian and immediately covered Xiao Chunlon's mouth. "What are you talking about? Sister, who has always liked you. Be obedient, and we'll go now," Chen Xinghua said as she tried to pull Xiao Chunlon up. But Xiao Chunlon knew this was about her lifelong happiness and wouldn't give in easily. She shouted at Chen Xinghua, "Who is your daughter? Why are you protecting Xiao Nian?" Chen Xinghua looked cautiously at Xiao Nian, afraid she might suddenly go crazy again. She then yelled at Xiao Chunlon, "Xiao Chunlon, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you." "Enough, just send her to the Li family," Xiao Shan said impatiently, waving his hand. He was still waiting for Director Li to speak up for him and help keep his position as workshop director. Chunlon listened to Mom. "The Li family only has this one son. You go over obediently and have 2 big, healthy boys for them. Everything in the Li family will be yours then," Chen Xinghua comforted Xiao Chunlon. Since she was her daughter, she was reluctant to send her into danger. But now, with no other options, she had to sacrifice her daughter, so the family could have a better life. "I won't go. I won't marry. If you want to marry, you do it yourself." With a loud slap, Chen Xinghua slapped Xiao Chunlon across the face. "Mom, you hit me." Xiao Chunlon was in disbelief. Chen Xinghua looked at her hand and felt some regret. "Chunlon, listen to Mom, okay? Why should I marry?" It was supposed to be Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian had been just standing by the door, watching the scene, wanting to see the excitement. But Xiao Chunlon kept calling her name again and again. She had no choice but to act. Seeing Xiao Nian coming over, the others in the Xiao family dared not speak. Only Xiao Chunlon pointed at Xiao Nian and started shouting abuse. "You live in my house, eat in my house, use my things. My mother has taken care of you for so long, and you repay her with betrayal. Now you even want me to marry that fool Li Hong." "Xiao Nian, only a crazy person like you would be a perfect match for a fool." As soon as these words were spoken, someone gasped in surprise. Even Xiao Nian, who was nearby, heard it. She looked toward the sound and saw Xiao Chunlin hiding behind the corner, covering her mouth. When Xiao Nian looked over, Xiao Chunha shrank back further. She ignored those people and walked straight to Xiao Chunlon. Just as everyone thought Xiao Chunlon was about to be hit, Xiao Nian spoke up. "Sister, don't say that. I feel sad." Xiao Chunlon saw Xiao Nian acting timid again. She sneered inwardly. This brat really switches between crazy and silly. Now that she was acting silly, it was the best time to fool her. Without thinking, she said, "What's our relationship? If you're sad, that's none of my business. You better go to the Li family yourself, or I might deal with you later." Xiao Nian smiled brightly, her face lively and bold. "What's our relationship? We're just little flour and mud." "What?" Xiao Chunlon looked at Xiao Nian's face with jealousy, but didn't hear clearly what she said. "You're the little flour and I'm the mud." Chen Xinghua, who was closest, heard this and immediately realized something was wrong. She quickly stepped back a few paces and hid behind the wall. Xiao Nian picked up a porcelain basin from the table and started splashing it on Xiao Chunlon's face. While splashing, she asked, "Tell Muddy, whose house is this?" "Whose house is it really?" Xiao Chunlon was caught off guard and only felt a sharp pain on her face. Then she let out a loud scream. "Xiao Nian, you dare to hit me. I not only dare to hit you, I dare to punish you," Xiao Nian said and ran toward the storeroom. Seeing this, the others realized something was wrong and quickly scattered to hide. The 2 Xiao brothers rushed upstairs in a few steps. Unaware, Su Huifang was also pulled into the study by Xiao Shan. Although the door of the study had been torn in half by Qiao Nian yesterday, it was still safer than staying in the living room. At this moment, Xiao Chunlan, overwhelmed with anger, raised her cane and limped after Qiao Nian. But just a few steps out, she saw Qiao Nian come out of the storeroom. She froze in place instantly. The sound of the chainsaw pierced through Xiao Chunlan's ears and went straight into her heart. She was so scared she started trembling.
Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian.
Don't do anything crazy. Qiao Nian showed a wicked smile. Little flower, Muddy is coming, haha. Then she rushed toward Xiao Chunlan. Xiao Chunlan couldn't think about anything else. She turned and ran, but her leg was badly hurt, so she couldn't run as fast as Qiao Nian. Several times she almost got caught, almost split in half. Qiao Nian didn't really want to hurt her. She was just playing. Otherwise, with Xiao Chunlan's speed, she would have been dead many times over. Little flower, don't run. Muddy loves Little Flower the most. One person ran, the other chased, and the house was turned upside down. Even Xiao Shan's porcelain teacup was broken in half. Chen Xinghua shrank into the corner, hiding behind a flower pot. Everyone was praying to the gods, hoping Qiao Nian would recover soon. Xiao Chunlan ignored her leg pain and kept bouncing forward. Every time she tried to leave through the front door, Qiao Nian would grab her hair and pull her back. When the chainsaw was only a finger's length from her, Xiao Chunlan luckily dodged away. Her once neat black hair was now a mess, cut unevenly and hanging in different lengths. Just as Qiao Nian was about to bring the chainsaw close to her head again, Xiao Chunlan finally got tired and gave up, surrendering. Qiao Nian was really willing to kill her. She shouted loudly, "Mom and Dad, please help me. I will marry into the Li family." Compared to facing the crazy Qiao Nian, facing Li Hong, that fool, seemed better. But no one came to stop Qiao Nian. Hearing Xiao Chunlan's words, Qiao Nian's eyes flickered. She ran over to Chen Xinghua with the chainsaw and grinned. Hee, Auntie Sister Chunlan agreed to marry. Please praise me and give me some candy. Chen Xinghua peeked out from behind the flower pot, seeing Qiao Nian smiling at her. She swallowed nervously. Nian, put away the chainsaw and I'll give you candy, okay? Okay, Auntie. I will hide the electric saw. Please give me some candy. After saying that, Qiao Nian ran to the storage room. Chen Xinghua watched her back and let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know where Qiao Nian had hidden the saw. She looked several times but couldn't find it. Fortunately, Qiao Nian usually listened to her. Every time she hit someone, it was for her. Chen Xinghua comforted herself this way. Otherwise, she would have wanted to leave home immediately. After putting the saw back in the storage space, Qiao Nian came out again. She smiled and said, "Hurry, Sister Chunlan. You're getting married to the Li family soon. I want to attend the wedding feast." Xiao Chunlan held back her anger and dared not speak. "Chunlan, come here. Mom will fix your hair so we can leave early." Chunlan didn't want to marry into the Li family at all, but now she could only close her eyes and accept her fate. Her parents didn't care about her life. Her two brothers only cared about themselves, and Qiao Nian was a crazy girl who could get violent at any moment. It seemed there was nothing good about this family. When she arrived at the Li family, she planned to find a way to escape. As for her father's job, she didn't want to bother anymore. Chen Xinghua didn't know what Xiao Chunlan was thinking. She took out a big white rabbit candy from her purse and handed it to Qiao Nian. Then she quickly picked up scissors to fix Xiao Chunlan's hair. Her once straight black hair, reaching her waist, was now made into a mess worse than a bird's nest. Xiao Nian threw the candy back into her purse and sat opposite Xiao Chunlan. Xiao Chunlan was so scared, she didn't dare move. Chen Xinghua was even more nervous, sweating profusely. "Chunlan, your hair could be a nest for little chicks." Xiao Nian looked at the mother and daughter for a while, as if discovering a new world, and exclaimed in surprise. "Qiao Nian," Xiao Chunlan wanted to curse but held it back. "Chunlan, do you want to be with Li Hong like that day? Lying together and having babies?" Qiao Nian asked on purpose. Xiao Chunlon immediately remembered that embarrassing day and hated Xiao Nian so much she wanted to kill her. It was all Xiao Nian's fault. If she had just obediently drunk that bowl of soup, none of this would have happened. Xiao Nian, are you doing this on purpose? Xiao Chunlon couldn't hold it in anymore. Xiao Nian blinked her eyes and asked, Chunlon, what are you talking about? Do I look like I want to see you all sleeping together? Xiao Chunlon. So angry she didn't want to talk to Xiao Nian. She simply closed her eyes, thinking about how to escape from the Li family. Xiao Chunlon's hair was cut unevenly, some short to just half a finger's length, others long enough to hang behind her. Chen Xinghua didn't know how to cut hair, so she just cut the shortest parts. The result looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Xiao Nian picked up a mirror and looked at Xiao Chunlon's face, shouting loudly, Wow, Chunlon, your hairstyle is so unique. Xiao Chunlon was a bit hopeful when she heard this, but the moment she opened her eyes, she wished she could poke her eyes out. Her face, already not very pretty, was now red and swollen. There were a few cuts and bruises on her face, but she didn't know when she got them. Her hair was even worse. Some strands stood up, others hung down unevenly. Xiao Chunlon burst into tears from anger. Mom, what kind of skill is this? You made me look so ugly. Hearing this, Chen Xinghua also lost her patience. It's not like I wanted to cut it this way. If you hadn't caused trouble for Xiao Nian, she wouldn't have beaten you so badly. And you're blaming me? If you and your sister weren't so useless, I wouldn't have to take this from Xiao Nian. Seeing the mother and daughter about to argue again, Xiao Shan, who had been hiding in the study, finally came out. Enough! What's all this fuss about? Anyway, Li Hong is too stupid to tell beauty from ugliness. As long as she's a girl, that's fine. Just send her over directly. Su Huifang followed Xiao Shan, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, and didn't forget to criticize Chen Xinghua. Oh, Sister Xinghua, she's your daughter. Can't you be a little more patient and help her get ready properly? What are you? Do you have the right to speak? Chen Xinghua quickly ran over to Su Huifang, raising her hand to hit her. But Xiao Shan stopped her. Enough, stop fighting, Su Huifang also said behind her. Yes, I am Xiao Shan's younger sister. Can't I care about my niece? She emphasized the word, younger sister, very strongly, making Chen Xinghua almost faint with anger. Last night, these two said they would take Xiao Nian out, but in the morning, they returned looking exhausted, not knowing what they did all night outside. Chen Xinghua, feeling stubborn, didn't want to say anything more. She pulled Xiao Chunlon to leave. Xiao Chunlon didn't really want to marry Li Hong, so she didn't resist like before. Xiao Shan also walked behind with Su Huifang, and Xiao Nian quickly caught up. Such lively scenes are worth watching. She didn't feel sorry for Xiao Chunlon at all. After all, if she hadn't come here, the person caught in bed that day would have been the original owner and Li Hong. Today, the person getting married would also be the original owner, and later, she would be beaten by Li Hong, still the original owner. So why should she feel sorry for Xiao Chunlon? She only brought this on herself. Thinking of this, Xiao Nian's steps became lighter. She skipped happily behind, singing as she walked. Men, no matter how poor, should not sell themselves. Keep your chastity for the one you love, though poor in wealth, not in spirit. Be a good man who keeps his virtue. Su Huifang couldn't help but smile and asked, Nian Nian, who taught you to sing like that? Xiao Nian thought for a moment. Maybe Xiaodou. Who is Xiaodou? That's none of your business, Xiao Nian said, then quickened her pace to catch up with Xiao Chunlon. When they arrived at the Li family's house, everyone was home, and the married daughters had also returned. The Li daughters thought Xiao Nian was the younger sister-in-law and were quite pleased. They praised her. This girl is really pretty, a good match for Honger. Xiao Nian forced a fake smile and pulled Xiao Chunlon to the front, saying, Yes, yes, our Chunlon is very beautiful, a perfect match for your Honger. The Li daughters' faces stiffened. One of them asked, Is it her? Who merely looked for a while and barely recognized Xiao Chunlon. Yes, it's her. Then she turned to Chen Xinghua. What happened? Did you guys fight? Chen Xinghua didn't dare say it was Xiao Chunlon causing trouble or that Xiao Nian hit her. She could only awkwardly smile. She accidentally fell. Hu Meili didn't care whether it was a real or a fake fall, pointing inside the house. Go inside yourself. Honger is waiting inside. Xiao Chunlon didn't move, and the Li daughters came over to pull her. I don't want to go in. Before Xiao Chunlon finished speaking, Qiao Nian suddenly pulled her to her side. No, you can't just go in like that. Xiao Chunlon, she was overthinking. Hu Meili, hearing this, impatiently waved her hand. What are you eating? Are you starving to death? You. Qiao Nian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Shan. Director Li, let's talk over here for a moment. I don't know what they discussed, but after Director Li came over, he waved his hand. Today is Hong's big day. Prepare a couple of tables for the celebration. Let's make it lively at our place. Seeing her husband say this, Hu Meili didn't argue anymore. Qiao Nian called out, I want to eat braised pork. Hu Meili shot her a look, but could only use the stored ingredients at home to cook. Since there weren't many people, only 3 daughters helped. Xiao Chunlon was locked in Li Hong's room. Qiao Nian went to the door to look but only heard them talking. She didn't mind, and went to check the kitchen. She saw one of Li's daughters washing and drying mushrooms, and she couldn't help but smile. Last time she visited Li's house to pick up things, she saw these dried mushrooms. She knew Hu Meili was reluctant to spend money on groceries, so she would definitely use these to cook. I want to eat mushrooms, I want to eat mushrooms, Qiao Nian called out, but she didn't really plan to eat. She was going to put a piece of green onion in, a gift from her friends back in her world. It was in the fridge but hadn't been eaten yet. Today, everyone at Li's house was not a good person. Even the 3 sisters of Li's family, who rarely returned home, were accomplices in the original owner's suffering, beaten by Li Hong. Maybe Xiao Chunlon, in her anger, detailed in the story how the 3 sisters followed the original owner and let Li Hong abuse her. Qiao Nian remembered and wouldn't let any of them go. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. I think your whole family was ruined by your greed. Big Sister Li scolded while stewing dried mushrooms and meat together. You're so cheap, you crazy person. Qiao Nian didn't care about her words. She just looked around the kitchen here and there. Staring at the bubbling mushroom and cured meat soup, a small piece of green onion floated in and was scooped into the soup by Big Sister Li. Qiao Nian silently thought she would find a doctor for them. Because there weren't many people, everyone sat at one table. On the table was a pot of mushroom and cured meat soup. Although there weren't many pieces of cured meat, it still smelled greasy and tasty. For the Xiao family, who hadn't seen meat in days, it was very delicious. This mushroom soup is really fresh, said Qin Xinghua, sipping her bowl and serving her 2 sons each a bowl, along with several pieces of meat. Over at the Li family, the sisters saw Qin Xinghua's actions and rolled their eyes. They didn't understand why their parents married Xiao Chunlon, as their whole family was quite difficult. Hu Meili saw what Qin Xinghua was doing and worried she might finish all the meat, so she quickly scooped some broth with meat into Li Hong's bowl. Everyone at the table was afraid the meat would be gone, so they hurriedly filled their bowls with a spoonful each. Only Qiao Nian was ignored. No one paid attention to her or helped her. Qiao Nian watched everyone finish their soup, her mouth drooping in disappointment. Wow, I see my 2 grandchildren crawling on the ground. Sweet grandchildren, come here, Grandma wants to hug you, Hu Meili said, then tried to crawl onto the ground and hug them. Why is the table moving? Who wants to steal my meat? Xiao Chunha pulled the table tightly. Xiao Shan, don't divorce me. Qin Xinghua shouted and cried. Brother Shan, can you give me some more money? Su Huifang tugged at Qin Xinghua and begged. Ugh, Qiao Nian, don't hit me. Xiao Chunlin cried and squatted on the ground. Xiao Chung, brother, don't come over. I didn't mean to. We're brothers. Why are you living such a good life? Ugh. Xiao Shan cried out. Xiao Nian squinted her eyes and kicked Xiao Shan. Then she looked at Xiao Chunlon, who didn't react much, just kept grabbing at things around her, smiling in a creepy way. This one is rich, she's mine. This one looks good, she's mine. As for Li Hong, that fool just fell asleep directly. Xiao Nian was about to take this chance to sneak into Director Li's study again. But she heard Director Li say, "Xiao Cheng, don't come over, it's all your brother's idea." Then a smell of came, indicating someone was so scared they wet their pants. Xiao Nian originally just wanted to poison them and see if there was anything else in the Li family or Xiao Shan's belongings. Unexpectedly, she gained an even bigger clue, finally able to confirm something. Xiao Cheng's death is closely related to these two people. She no longer paid attention to them and went straight to Director Li's study. After searching inside for a while, she finally found a ledger under a flower pot. It clearly listed who paid money and what they received in return, enough to implicate Director Li. Anyway, Xiao Chunlan married Li Hong, and the suffering the original owner endured should also be experienced by Xiao Chunlan. Then, both families could be taken down together. Xiao Nian walked quickly towards the exit. Passing by the living room, she saw about 10 people in the room, all showing various dark, twisted, crawling behaviors. She quickly took out her camera from the supermarket and snapped pictures of the scene. She liked to look at these photos in her free time. It made her happy just thinking about it. Suddenly, a loud gurgle sound came, followed by a strong foul smell. Xiao Nian looked and saw that Xiao Chunlan was having an accident in her pants. Xiao Chunlan was standing by the table, smiling with drool running from her mouth. She was muttering, "I like this one, I like that one too." Xiao Nian almost vomited and couldn't stay any longer. She hurried to run outside, shouting as she went. She can't hold it anymore. They all had accidents in their pants. Her voice was loud and high-pitched. Since it was around the time people were finishing work, many residents in the area heard her. They thought something serious had happened and rushed over. "What's going on?" Xiao Nian pointed inside the room. "They can't hold it anymore. Uncle, Chunlan, the director, they've all had accidents." Everyone was unsure what exactly Xiao Nian saw, and since no one came out, only 2 people ran inside to check. Once inside, they were almost overwhelmed by the smell. It was a mix of and waste, very strong and distinctive. Everyone was also doing strange, awkward movements. "Wow, they must have eaten something bad. We need to get them to the hospital quickly. Who'll do it? Do you dare go inside?" When asked, everyone fell silent. Finally, Zhang opened his mouth and came up with a plan. "There are too many people, and we can't move them all. Whoever can run fast, go to the hospital and get help." I'll go." A young man immediately ran out. Wow, he ran very fast. Xiao Nian was standing outside the door, with her mouth wide open as she asked her, "Miss Qiao, what's wrong with them?" Xiao Nian blinked and said, "I don't know. They were fine after dinner, then suddenly like this." Zhang de Mouth looked confused. "Did you eat anything?" Xiao Nian shook her head. "They didn't let me have the soup." Zhang de Mouth finally understood the main point. "What kind of soup did they drink?" "Mushroom and cured meat soup." After saying that, Xiao Nian swallowed hard. "It smells so good." Zhang de Mouth finally realized what was happening and shouted, "They ate poisonous mushrooms. Every year, there are families who get poisoned from eating wild mushrooms. Mild cases with diarrhea and vomiting, and severe cases that can be life-threatening. People are used to this kind of thing." Right now, they weren't too surprised. Judging by how this group behaved, it probably wasn't too serious. They were just waiting outside for the doctor. Zhang de Mouth, who couldn't sit still, started talking to others. "These people deserve it. They cooked mushroom and cured meat soup but didn't let Miss Qiao have any. Now they all got poisoned. It's a good thing they didn't give Miss Qiao any. Otherwise, no one would have known they were poisoned." Everyone nodded in agreement. Since the hospital wasn't far, a few doctors and nurses arrived soon. Seeing the messy situation inside, they looked troubled. It was really too dirty. They endured their disgust, carried the people outside, and asked nearby neighbors to help take them to the hospital. Xiao Nian clapped her hands, feeling accomplished and ready to leave. She turned and went to the yard where Su Huifang lived. She searched inside and outside again and finally found a basement under the bed. It was about 2 square meters, neatly stacked with several boxes. The boxes were the same size as those in the Qiao family's basement. Xiao Nian didn't look inside. She simply gathered everything into her space. By the time she finished and went home, It was already dark. Seeing that the Xiao family hadn't returned yet, she went straight into her space, cooked a small hot pot, and it smelled so good. Unfortunately, there was no internet, so she couldn't watch videos while eating hot pot. In the past few days, she noticed that items in the supermarket would automatically refill. Whatever she took, the next day, the shelves would be full again. She slept deeply and woke up not knowing what time it was. Xiao Nian left the space and looked at the wall clock, estimating it was around 10 a.m. the next day. The Jia family hadn't returned yet. She spent most of the day filling the basement in the storage room. She also thought to herself that it's good she has spiritual spring water, otherwise her body wouldn't be able to handle all this. After making sure nothing unusual was in the house, Xiao Nian took the property deed and went to the street office. The staff there knew her identity. When she arrived, they looked at her with curiosity. "Comrade Xiao Nian, what brings you here?" they asked. The person who greeted her was the director of the street office, Mr. Chen, who used to know Qiao Mingzhu and Xiao Qingdu. "Director Chen, I want to lend my house to the street office for free," she said. Mr. Chen was surprised and looked up. "Are you crazy?" he asked. Xiao Nian smiled brightly, her eyes shining. "Director Chen, I am clear-headed today." He immediately understood that she wasn't truly crazy, but was acting to protect herself. Since he was also a former classmate of Qiao Mingzhu, he wouldn't tell others. "Why do you suddenly want to lend your house? Where will you live?" he asked. Xiao Nian didn't hide anything because she could still mention Qin Shua's identity. "You know the current situation, so I plan to leave here. My fiancé is in the Northwest Military District, and I am going to find him." Mr. Chen nodded, understanding her plan. With her background, staying in the city would make life difficult later. Also, the Xiao family isn't good people, and she lending her house is to prevent them from taking it over. "Do you have any requests?" he asked. Talking to an honest person was easier. No need for many words. "First, I hope the street office can give me an introduction letter. Second, I want the house to be well protected because I will come back to live there someday." Xiao Nian knew that after leaving, she might not return for many years. So, after careful thought, she decided to lend the house to the street office. She wasn't sure if they would rent it out or do something else. Also, Mr. Chen was one of the few honest people she knew. This way, she could also help the street office, and her introduction letter would be more convenient. According to the original book, Qin Shua is currently on a mission. Xiao Nian doesn't know if he has seen her telegram. She can only wait 2 more days. If Qin Shua still doesn't contact her, she will go to see him with her introduction letter. She also thought about going to the countryside directly, but she is really afraid of farming because it's too tiring. She can't handle it. After signing a stay agreement with Director Chen and getting her introduction letter, Xiao Nian went home. The Xiao family still hasn't returned. She continued eating hot pot in her space, and then went to sleep. These past 2 days have been the most relaxed she has felt since arriving in this world. The next morning, Xiao Nian had already asked Sun Dashing about the black market. She quickly found it in a rundown alley in the city. She took a scarf from her space to cover her face and head, then walked inside. Inside, a few people stood close to the wall, all dressed very carefully. "Pure silk fabric, do you want some?" someone quietly asked when they saw Xiao Nian was a girl. She looked over. The fabric was bright and suitable for young girls. But she didn't know how to make clothes, so it was better to buy a few suitable outfits from a department store. Plus, pure silk isn't very breathable, and she prefers plain cotton clothes. Seeing she wasn't interested, the person looked a bit disappointed and moved to the side. After walking around, Xiao Nian found there wasn't much to buy. She found a corner and squatted down, taking out a piece of pork fat from her space. This shiny white thing immediately caught the attention of several people. "How much for this pork fat?" someone asked. "Not for sale. Exchange for tickets." Xiao Nian had money, but no tickets. In this era, everything needs tickets to buy. The person hesitated when hearing about exchanging tickets. They asked, "What kind of tickets do you want?" Xiao Nian also had some tickets, but she was worried that buying clothes or bedding from the department store wouldn't be enough. "How do we exchange?" 1 jean of pork fat for 2 feet of fabric tickets. I have about 5 jeans, so 10 feet of fabric tickets will do. Note: prices are fictional. If anything seems off, please be gentle with criticism. The person looked at the shiny pork fat, almost drooling, and didn't hesitate further. They'd exchanged tickets for the pork fat. To avoid suspicion, Xiao Nian left the black market and changed into different clothes. She also took out a bamboo basket filled with eggs, white rice, flour, and some cigarettes from the counter, which she unpacked and sold in loose packs. She also exchanged some various notes. The most exciting thing for Xiao Nian was finding a few industrial coupons. Once she saved enough, she could buy a bicycle. Seeing that she almost had enough tickets, Xiao Nian turned around and went to the department store. She bought 2 sets of clothes, some bed linens, and other common items from that time period. When she returned home, she saw the Xiao family members looking like they had been drained of energy by a mischievous spirit. Seeing her come in, Xiao Shan didn't say anything. Chen Xinghua was busy cooking porridge for the family. Only Su Huifang was leaning on a worn-out sofa, smiling weakly. "Nian Nian, where did you go? Why did you take so long to come back?" Xiao Nian grinned mischievously. "I saw you all rummaging through your pockets." Su Huifang. She really shouldn't have asked more. Chen Xinghua saw the corn porridge in the pot and lost her appetite. She scolded Su Huifang. "Su, when are you going to leave our house?" Hearing this, Su Huifang refused to stay silent. "This isn't your house. It's Xiao Nian's home. Why should I leave? I am Xiao Nian's real auntie. Do you think I can't make you leave? You're Xiao Nian's auntie, but I'm still her aunt. You're a sham of an auntie. I see through your shameless thoughts. You and Xiao Shan love doing whatever you want. Stay far away and don't block my view." Hearing this, Su Huifang turned her head, tears welling up in her eyes, calling out, "Brother Shan, stop arguing. Aren't you tired of fighting all day?" Xiao Shan shouted. In the hospital these past few days, they argued nonstop and they even spent all their savings on the hospital bills. Back home, they kept arguing and making a fuss. They really weren't easy to deal with. As expected, when the 2 women heard his words, they both shut up. Xiao Nian pouted, feeling bored. Why weren't they fighting? She was unhappy and decided to cause trouble. She reached out her hand in front of Xiao Shan. "Uncle, I want money. I want to buy pretty clothes." Xiao Shan was so angry, he almost exploded. He pointed at himself and asked, "Do I look like money?" Xiao Nian shook her head. "No, you look ugly." Xiao Shan became even angrier and shouted, "Go away." Xiao Nian chuckled. "Okay, uncle." Everyone was confused about why she was so obedient, then saw Xiao Nian go back into the storage room. Xiao Shan immediately jumped up, trying to pull her back. But Xiao Nian easily threw him over her shoulder and made him fall to the ground, stepping on his face. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "I'm so scared," she asked with a crooked smile. Xiao Shan quickly shook his head. "No, I didn't mean to do anything. I just want to ask how much money you need. I'll borrow some and give it to you." Xiao Nian nodded. "Uncle, you're so kind to me. I promise to give you good food and a place to stay." Xiao Shan forced a smile. "Thank you so much, Nian Nian." Xiao Nian kicked his face lightly. "No need to thank me. Uncle, please give me the money quickly. I'll be very happy." When Xiao Shan saw his empty basement, Xiao Nian almost laughed out loud. Xiao Shan nodded repeatedly. "All right, Nian Nian, let go of Uncle. Uncle will go find the money right away." Xiao Nian released her foot, snorted coldly, and went back into the storage room. Xiao Shan scrambled out quickly, running outside, followed by Su Huifang. She was afraid of being hurt or worse if she stayed at home, so she followed Xiao Shan for safety. Xiao Nian saw them leave and also went outside. Throughout, Chen Xinghua and the Xiao brothers didn't dare say a word. Xiao Nian thought Xiao Shan would go to the small rented house to get something, but he surprisingly went to Director Li's house first. It was already very dark outside and no one was around. Xiao Nian watched Xiao Shan and Su Huifang enter Director Li's house. They didn't go inside, but stood in the yard. In the yard, Xiao Hongliang was holding Xiao Chunlan, who looked much thinner than before, with some injuries on her face. It was obvious she had been beaten, and Xiao Nian knew it was likely done by Li Hong. When Xiao Shan approached, Xiao Chunlan started crying. "Dad, are you here to take me back?" Xiao Shan frowned. "Since you married into this family, you should live well. Why would you want to go back?" Xiao Nian sneered. This was also said in the original story. But it was Xiao Chunlan who said it to Xiao Nian. At that time, Xiao Nian had been beaten badly and secretly ran to the Xiao family, begging them to rescue her and bring her back. Xiao Chunlan looked at Xiao Nian and said, "Xiao Nian, since you are now married to Li Hongcheng, just live your life well. All of this is your choice." At that moment, Xiao Nian wanted to curse loudly, calling her a fool for choosing this. Could a crazy person really make their own choices? But she didn't expect Xiao Chunlan to hear her words. Then, Xiao Nian heard Xiao Shan and Director Li walking nearby. She faintly heard a few words, "Xiao Nian. Crazy. Mental hospital." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nian understood that Xiao Shan was trying to get Director Li to help send her to a mental hospital. She wasn't very surprised. Xiao Shan had never truly regarded her as his niece. Of course, she also didn't see Xiao Shan as her real uncle. It didn't matter. When trouble comes, you face it head-on. Who might be the first to go in?
It's hard to say.
After Xiao Shan finished talking and was about to come out, Xiao Nian quickly hid in the space. The Li family also closed the door, and only then did Xiao Nian come out of the space. She knew Xiao Shan was probably going to get something hidden away. She followed them all the way to the small courtyard. The two of them entered the yard and immediately closed the door. Xiao Nian hid outside and listened as they went inside. Only then did she sneak into the courtyard. As soon as she entered, she heard Su Huifeng's voice. "Brother Shan, why are we back here again? Why not just stay in that small Western-style house?" Xiao Shan whispered. "Don't make noise. I only tell you this. Don't tell others." Xiao Nian crouched under the window and looked inside. She heard Xiao Shan say, "There's something under the bed. I've hidden some things. I'm keeping them for emergencies, but this must not be known to others." Then she saw Su Huifeng's eyes light up. "Brother Shan, how much did you hide? Why didn't you tell me before? You little fox. If I told you, you'd probably run off with the money." Su Huifeng smiled charmingly. "Brother Shan, how can you think that of me? I love you, not your money." "Pfft. You really think I don't know your little tricks? If you didn't love money, why would you leave your ex-husband and kids to come find me?" So, Su Huifeng was married and had children before. But Xiao Nian didn't care about that. She had already secretly taken out her camera, placing it under the window, ready to record Xiao Shan's surprised expression. Xiao Shan and Su Huifeng together pulled open the bed. Xiao Shan moved away the object on top and then shifted the blue stone slab on the ground. Impossible. Xiao Shan supported himself with both hands on the ground and buried his head in the small basement. But no matter how he looked, there was still nothing inside. Jiao Nian saw Xiao Shan suddenly lift his head, eyes wide open, bloodshot. In an instant, his expression changed from disbelief to anger and sadness, all within a second. His face showed a mix of sadness, anger, and disbelief, making his emotions very complicated. Su Huifeng was still eagerly waiting for Xiao Shan to give her something. Hearing this, seeing Xiao Shan's current look, she asked, "Brother Shan, what's wrong?" Xiao Shan quickly stood upright. He grabbed Su Huifeng's neck and asked in a hoarse, low voice, "Is it you? Did you take my things?" Su Huifeng was choked and couldn't speak. She tried to pull Xiao Shan's hand away and shouted, "Shan." Seeing her face turn red and her eyes nearly closing, Xiao Shan finally let go. Su Huifeng immediately bent over and kept coughing. While coughing, she asked, "Brother Shan, what exactly happened?" "It's gone. The gold bars, jewelry, money, and all the tickets I hid are gone." Su Huifeng's eyes widened suddenly. How is that possible? After saying that, she pushed Xiao Shan aside and looked into the basement herself. But it was empty. Su Huifeng sank to the ground and forced a smile. "Brother Shan, maybe you remember wrong. They weren't hidden here." Xiao Shan raised his hand and slapped Su Huifeng across the face. Su Huifeng, only you live in this house. Did you steal my things? Seeing Xiao Shan's fierce look, Su Huifeng backed away with her hands. No, Brother Shan, I didn't take anything. I don't even know you hid things here. Did you bring anyone else here? Did you let others know I gave you money? Xiao Shan's expression was no longer the usual flirtatious look he had with Su Huifeng. The whole person looked like a furious lion that had lost its prey. There was no sign of reason. Su Huifeng nervously shrank into the corner, shaking her head constantly. No, Brother Shan, I only have you. I haven't brought anyone else. Xiao Shan didn't believe her. He pinched her chin and asked, What about your brother? Did you tell him? Su Huifeng suddenly fell silent. Because her brother, Su Chunqing, had indeed asked her how much money Xiao Shan had given her and whether Xiao Shan had hidden anything else. People in the city knew that the Qiao family used to be big capitalists, and they also knew Xiao Shan had become successful by marrying into the Qiao family and working in the textile factory. Even after the Qiao family donated all their wealth to the country. People like Su Chunqing and Su Huifeng still believed that a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. So, after learning about Xiao Shan, Su Huifeng tried to get close to him. She was very practical, just wanted to get some benefits from Xiao Shan. She just wanted her family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But she really didn't know Xiao Shan had hidden so many things in this yard, nor did she tell Su Chunqing. She shook her head. Chunqing only knows that you gave me money, but he doesn't know you hid money. Xiao Shan didn't believe her because the few seconds of silence earlier made him suspicious. He pinched her chin again and asked, I'm asking you, are the things in my house also taken by you? After all, I haven't told anyone except you. No, Brother Shan, I really didn't. Please believe me. Su Huifeng's explanation was weak because it was hard to explain this clearly. Xiao Shan grabbed her hair and asked through clenched teeth, Why is it so coincidental? Xiao Nian said she saw a big man covered in hair, but then your brother shaved his beard and cut his hair. I even asked your brother to handle this, and he brought back a person called Desheng, who is a bit crazy. Tell me, how am I supposed to believe you? Xiao Nian heard this and turned her head, thinking Xiao Shan's idea was quite normal. After all, only Su Huifeng knew about the things Xiao Shan hid in the Qiao family. Those things had just disappeared a few days ago, and now the things Xiao Shan hid at Su Huifeng's house were also gone. Any normal person would suspect Su Huifeng and her brother. But Xiao Nian was not a normal person. Su Huifeng, tell your brother to bring back all my things or I will hurt you, Xiao Shan said fiercely. Brother Shan, I really didn't take your things. Truly, believe me. Su Huifeng was crying. Xiao Shan really knows how to threaten people. Su Huifeng, crying won't help. You know I dare to hurt you. Hearing this, Xiao Nian felt something was wrong, but she didn't have time to think. She saw Su Huifeng nod repeatedly. Brother Shan, I understand. I will find my brother right away. Don't worry, I will get him to come. Xiao Shan let go. No need to call him. We will go together. Su Huifeng was so scared she almost cried. She was afraid Xiao Shan would get angry and hurt her whole family. But now, she had no other choice. She could only wait until Xiao Shan arrived, then ask her brother to think of a way. Xiao Nian saw them about to leave and quickly hid in her space. After they left, she came out and followed them quietly. They walked for about 10 minutes and reached a small courtyard. Su Huifeng knocked on the door. Soon someone came to open it and they went inside. Xiao Nian moved closer. She peeked through the door. She saw a house with a light on directly facing the door. Inside, there were 3 people. Xiao Nian gently pushed the door and found that the courtyard door was not locked from inside. She looked carefully and saw the lock was broken. She entered the courtyard and didn't close the door. She went straight to the window of the room where the 3 people were. She heard Xiao Shan's voice inside. Su Chunqing, did you take my things? Su Chunqing was probably just sleeping, his voice a bit nasal. Brother Shan, what things? Stop pretending. Your sister already told me. Xiao Shan was trying to trick Su Chunqing. She heard Su Chunqing chuckle. Brother Shan, you already know. Don't blame my sister. You saw our parents' situation. My sister can only use the money you gave her to help us. Xiaoshan initially thought Su Chunqing could tell him where his things were, but he only said this much. He couldn't hold back anymore and cursed, "Stop pretending. Did you take the boxes of things from my house and from your sister?" "What?" Su Chunqing was confused and asked again. "Which boxes of things?" Xiaoshan stared at Su Chunqing for a long time and noticed that his expression didn't seem fake. He couldn't help but wonder if it really wasn't the Su siblings who took it. Thinking this, he asked, "If not you two, then who?" "Sister, what is Brother Shan saying?" Su Chunqing asked. Su Huifang saw that Xiaoshan was less excited than before and finally relaxed. She explained about opening the basement today. Upon hearing this, Su Chunqing immediately understood that Xiaoshan was suspicious of them. If he really knew that Xiaoshan had hidden something at his sister's place, he wouldn't be so foolish as to move everything away. He would just go to take a little each time, accumulating little by little, so Xiaoshan wouldn't suspect. Only someone familiar could find Xiaoshan's many hidden things and move them all at once. Su Chunqing quickly said, "Brother Shan, I really don't know where your things went." Xiaoshan was thinking about other things and just nodded casually. He and Su Chunqing shared the same idea. Surely someone who knows him well, but even Qin Xinghua doesn't know at home. Xiaoshan couldn't think of anyone else at the moment. While pondering, he heard Su Chunqing say another sentence. "However, I think one person is very suspicious." Xiaoshan suddenly turned around sharply and stared at Su Chunqing. "Who?" "Qiao Nian, that crazy girl. Qiao Nian."
Impossible.
"She's been crazy for a long time." "Brother Shan, I mean you're underestimating her. Think about it. When we were in that abandoned house in the suburbs, she looked crazy but didn't really hurt anyone. Plus, there was that saint helping her against us." Hearing this, Qiao Nian outside the door raised her eyebrows, surprised that Su Chunqing, when not foolish, was quite clever. Xiaoshan was silent, truly considering the possibility that Qiao Nian was pretending to be crazy. At this moment, Su Chunqing winked fiercely at Su Huifang, who immediately understood. Her younger brother was trying to shift the blame onto Qiao Nian, so Xiaoshan would deal with her and leave them alone. "Brother Shan, I also think Chunqing is right. Look, a few days ago, when Qiao Nian was holding a chainsaw and nearly cut Chunlan, she only messed up Chunlan's hair and didn't hurt anyone. Also, that day in the abandoned house, she and that saint didn't seem like they were meeting for the first time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have coordinated so well. Yes, Brother Shan, you're right. No one would save a stranger on their first meeting." The more Xiaoshan thought about it, the more he agreed. He started to seriously consider Qiao Nian's recent behavior. Xiao Chunlan had told him that day. Qiao Nian suddenly acted like a different person, knocked her out, and took her to Li Hong's bed. This suggested that Qiao Nian might have been pretending to be crazy all along, and at a critical moment, she revealed her true nature and turned against Xiao Chunlan. Thinking of this, Xiaoshan felt a cold shiver run through him, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Does Qiao Nian know that Xiao Cheng's death is related to him, and that's why she's pretending to be crazy? If so, then every time Qiao Nian came at him with an axe or a chainsaw, was she really trying to kill him? "Brother Shan, what's wrong?" Seeing Xiaoshan's face suddenly turn pale, Su Huifang asked worriedly. Xiaoshan wiped the sweat from his face. "Never mind, I need to go back first. I want to check on Qiao." He didn't even finish saying Qiao Nian's name because he was afraid. Whenever he thought of that name, he remembered Qiao Nian standing in front of him, smiling with malice, then grabbing a chainsaw and bringing it down toward his head. "Brother Shan, let's go together," Su Huifang said. Of course, Xiaoshan wouldn't refuse. He was now very afraid that Qiao Nian was hiding somewhere, waiting for him. They left the house, and Qiao Nian followed behind. Then she took out a chainsaw, making a buzzing sound. The moment the chainsaw roared, Xiaoshan's hair stood on end in fear. He turned around, but there was no one there. "Did you hear any sound?" Xiaoshan asked Su Huifang. Su Huifang also looked scared and nodded. "The chainsaw sound." Xiaoshan quickened his pace with Su Huifang. But not long after, the sound of the chainsaw came again from behind. He could even feel the breeze from the chainsaw's rotation blowing through the back of his head. He turned around, but still saw no one. Xiao Shan walked faster and faster. Yet the sound didn't stop. It kept repeating. He couldn't take it anymore. When he turned around again, there was still no one there. He shouted in frustration, "Qiao Nian, come out. I know it's you.
What do you really want?"
Apart from the insects chirping in the bushes, no one answered him. "Brother Shan, maybe we're too nervous. How about we walk along the main street instead?" Su Huifang shrank her neck and tightly held onto Xiao Shan's arm. It was really strange. Suddenly hearing the sound of a chainsaw was quite frightening. Xiao Shan nodded, and they didn't say anything more. They turned from the alley onto the street. Qiao Nian came out of her space, pouting. She wasn't very brave, so why would she dare to do something like murder? Then she continued walking back to the Xiao family house through a small path. At home, she quickly changed into pajamas and lay down in the storage room's bed. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard the door suddenly being kicked open. "Qiao Nian, why are you at home?" Xiao Shan's voice came through. Earlier, after he and Su Huifang were walking on the street, they hadn't heard any more sounds. Xiao Shan was sure that Qiao Nian was up to something. When he got back, he headed straight to her room. But now, seeing her sleepy-eyed sitting up, Xiao Shan suddenly thought he might have been overthinking. This innocent-looking girl, could she really be hiding something for so long? Qiao Nian's voice was full of sleepiness. "Uncle, why aren't you sleeping?" Xiao Shan couldn't help but ask. "Qiao Nian, stop pretending. Was it you holding the chainsaw and following us earlier?" Hearing this, Qiao Nian immediately woke up, jumped out of bed, and bent down to pull out a chainsaw from under the bed. It made a loud buzzing sound. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle, are you playing chainsaw game with me?" Xiao Shan was so scared, he kept stepping back. "What are you trying to do?" "I tell you, killing people is against the law." Qiao Nian looked confused. "Why is it against the law?" "Uncle, have you ever killed anyone?" Xiao Shan's face changed. "You're talking nonsense. It's late. Go to sleep." Without waiting for her reply, he ran back to his room and shut the door. Su Huifang was left outside the door. "Brother Shan, I'm still outside." Xiao Shan opened the door and pulled Su Huifang inside. He looked at Chen Xinghua inside. "Aren't you upstairs in Xiao Chunlan's room?" Su Huifang asked. Chen Xinghua glared at her with hatred. "This is my house. I can sleep wherever I want." Seeing that they were about to argue again, Xiao Shan shouted, "If you keep arguing, get out." Both of them fell silent. The room was suddenly very quiet. After a long pause, Xiao Shan said, "Whether Qiao Nian is causing trouble or not, she can't stay here anymore." Chen Xinghua widened her eyes. "Are you going to kill Qiao Nian?" Xiao Shan slapped her face.
"Nonsense."
"Of course, a crazy person needs to be sent to a mental hospital." Su Huifang nodded. "Brother Shan is right." Chen Xinghua fell silent. "But the name on the property deed is still Qiao Nian." Xiao Shan thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, you put some sleeping pills in her food. After she eats and falls asleep, I will have her sign the house transfer contract. As for the signature, Chunlan or Chunha can imitate it. As long as the money is in place, no one will check this. What if she gets better later and comes back to find us?" Chen Xinghua asked again. Xiao Shan squinted, his voice steady. "Once Qiao Nian is committed, she won't be able to come out. Tomorrow, just put the sleeping pills in her bowl. I will handle everything else." Chen Xinghua nodded but still felt uneasy inside. Only Su Huifang trembled a little, scared. These two are really heartless. She needs to find a way to get some benefit and then quickly stay away from them. Although the people inside lowered their voices, Qiao Nian, who had drunk the spiritual spring water, had much better hearing than before. She pressed her ear against the door, clearly hearing their secret plans. But her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was like a story reaching its big ending, with the villains about to be destroyed. Qiao Nian went back to her space and had a good sleep. When she woke up in the morning, she found no one from the Xiao family around. She guessed they had gone to prepare for the plans they discussed last night. Xiao Nian didn't stay idle. She took the account books from Xiao Shan's and Director Li's homes. She gathered them all and headed to the Red Committee. Nowadays, It was common for children to report their parents or nephews to report uncles. But she didn't plan to report personally. It was too complicated. Xiao Nian wrote a report letter and took one of the account books from Xiao Shan's or Director Li's home. She wrapped them in an oiled paper bag and delivered it to the head of the local Red Committee. She knocked on the door of the Red Committee head's house. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. It was the person she knew, the same man who had taken Xiao Cheng away back then. She also heard Aunt Zhang mention that the director seemed to have a conflict with Director Li, so Xiao Nian decided to come here and try her luck. When she heard footsteps inside, Xiao Nian hung her things on the door handle and quickly hid in the space. When she heard the director open the door, she made a surprised, huh, sound. Then the door was closed again. Xiao Nian finally came out of the space and saw that the things on the door handle were gone. She decided to wait here and see if the director would come out. Fortunately, there were no neighbors nearby, and no one saw Xiao Nian crouching in the corner. Sure enough, after a while, she heard the man inside talking. "Don't cook dinner yet. I have something to do and need to go out." Xiao Nian slipped back into the space, listening as the footsteps grew farther away. She followed and saw the director enter the Red Committee office. Soon after, a few young soldiers came out. One of them said, "Director Zhao finally caught that Director Li's mistake this time." Another hushed, "Be quiet. What if someone reports us?" Hearing their words, Xiao Nian nodded in satisfaction. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. Then she turned around, planning to go back to the Qiao family. After all, someone was waiting for her there, ready to send her to a mental hospital. She was a good person, and she couldn't let them down. When Xiao Nian returned to the Qiao family, there was a plate of braised pork, a dish of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of plain rice on the table. Xiao Shan, Chen Xinghua, and Su Huifang sat at the table, staring intently at the braised pork. Xiao Nian smiled, surprised that Xiao Shan was willing to spend so much. For her, there was both meat and rice. Seeing her come in, Chen Xinghua was the first to stand up and smile. "Nian Nian is back. Look what Aunt made today." Xiao Nian also played along, showing an exaggerated expression. "Wow, braised pork. Yes, Nian Nian, Aunt made it especially for you. Come, sit down and eat." Throughout, Xiao Shan and Su Huifang didn't say a word. They were afraid that if they spoke, they might drool. Great. We're having braised pork." Xiao Nian sat down naturally. Su Huifang quickly served her a bowl of plain rice. Chen Xinghua used a spoon to serve her a large portion of braised pork. Then both of them smiled and looked at her, saying, "Nian Nian, you should eat quickly." Xiao Nian slightly curled her lips, feeling like they were trying to trick Little Red Riding Hood's wolf grandmother. Auntie, why aren't you eating?" The big auntie and the little auntie, who had been getting along peacefully, suddenly turned against each other and ignored one another. Xiao Nian was very pleased. She couldn't stand seeing them happy. If they were unhappy, she felt happy. When she was happy, she got hungry. When she was hungry, she poured a big bowl of braised pork over rice into her space. But to Xiao Shan and the others, it looked like she had finished her meal. Braised pork is really delicious. Before finishing her sentence, Xiao Nian leaned on the table and closed her eyes. "Xiao Nian, Xiao Nian." Xiao Shan called twice but received no answer. Su Huifang pinched her face again, leaving a red mark on her porcelain-like skin. It seemed she was truly asleep. Xiao Nian felt a sharp pain, almost wanting to hit someone. She remembered this grievance. Then she heard Xiao Shan enter the study. She knew he was probably there to get the contract. After a while, Xiao Shan came out. Xiao Nian felt someone grabbing her hand and pressing it onto ink pad. Just as her fingers were about to press on the handwritten contract, she couldn't move it at all. Chen Xinghua tugged at Xiao Nian's hand again, but still couldn't pull it free. "What's wrong?" Xiao Shan's eyes were fixed on the signature area of the contract. He had asked Xiao Chunlan to sign it this morning. "Xiao Nian can't move her hand," Chen Xinghua said. "How can she not move?" "You must not be applying enough force," Xiao Shan replied, reaching to take her hand. At that moment, Xiao Nian suddenly up, breaking free from Chen Xinghua's grip. She slapped Xiao Shan across the face. Qiao Nian, are you pretending to sleep? Qin Xinghua was the first to shout. Qiao Nian slapped Qin Xinghua's face too, saying, sleep your head. Do I love sleeping that much? After saying this, Qiao Nian blushed a little. She really did love sleeping. At this moment, Xiao Shan's face changed. Qiao Nian, you're pretending. The person last night was also you, right? Qiao Nian kicked Xiao Shan in the stomach, causing him to stumble back a meter and sit on the ground. Stop pretending, you fool. I know you're pretending. Qiao Nian, I am your elder. How dare you curse me to my face? Don't just say it to my face. If you forget, I can carve it on a stone tablet. As she spoke, she quickly stepped in front of Xiao Shan. She grabbed a nearby broom and started hitting Xiao Shan. You're a scoundrel, full of poison. You harmed my parents, and now want to hurt me. Even the most dangerous criminals don't have such poison. You're full of nonsense. What were you thinking? You wish to wipe out our whole family. Just call yourself the extinction, Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was crying out loudly from the beating. Qin Xinghua didn't dare to step forward, and Su Huifang was trying to escape. But Qiao Nian seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She shouted, Su Huifang, if you dare run, I will come to your home and find your family. Su Huifang didn't dare move, and Qin Xinghua was even more afraid. Suddenly, a group of people in white coats rushed inside. Xiao Shan saw them and brightened up. He shouted loudly, it's Qiao Nian. Quickly take her away. She's gone crazy and hitting people again. It was a perfect timing. The mental hospital staff hurried to grab Qiao Nian. Some nurses even had needles ready to inject her. Qiao Nian played along, dodging and weaving, kicking and punching at times. No one present could escape her attack. At that moment, Qiao Nian's ears twitched. She heard the sound of cars parking outside. She guessed that the people from the Red Committee had come to arrest Xiao Shan. She had been waiting for this moment. So she didn't resist anymore and just waited for the white coats to come and take her. Seeing she no longer fought back, a few of them grabbed her, and another nurse prepared to give her an injection. Suddenly, a serious male voice asked, "What are you doing?" Then, that nurse was kicked out with a swift kick. Qiao Nian, who had been pretending to be unconscious with her eyes closed, opened her eyes. What she saw first was a pair of high-top liberation shoes with frayed edges on the shoe tops. Above that were long legs in army green military pants with a brown leather belt around the waist. Then she couldn't see more because her head was pressed to the ground by the hospital doctor. A doctor spoke hesitantly and nervously. "Is the patient you mentioned her?" the man asked. "What is her name?" The doctor replied, "Qiao Nian." "Oh, what a coincidence. Qiao Nian is my fiancée, but I didn't know she was mentally ill." The man spoke very seriously and sincerely. Hearing this, Qiao Nian's heart trembled. She never expected Qin Shua to be the visitor. It was the first time she saw her fiancé, and he looked so unkempt. She wasn't wearing a pretty dress or makeup, and she was being pushed to the ground and humiliated. It was embarrassing. But she didn't know how much Qin Shua felt guilty inside. When he entered Xiao's house, he saw her being bullied like that. Qin Shua felt a tight pain in his chest. He had never met Qiao Nian before, but he remembered his father describing her as noble, well-behaved, and delicate like porcelain, someone to be cherished and protected. And now, this girl, whom his father said should be loved, was being oppressed by a group of bad people claiming to be doctors. He couldn't imagine how much suffering Qiao Nian had gone through these days. A few days ago, Qin Shua finished a secret mission that lasted a year and a half. He received a telegram from Qiao Nian. He was about to go to another mission site, but after reading her message, he knew her situation was probably bad. So he asked his leader for a few days off and rushed here urgently. He drove for 3 days and 2 nights without stopping for a moment. Although Qiao Nian looked a bit disheveled now, he recognized her as the porcelain-like girl his father had described. "You're her fiancé? But that doesn't matter. She is our patient, and I must take her away." The doctor sighed in relief. Seeing Qin Shua's demeanor earlier, he thought he was someone important. When he heard Qin Shua was Qiao Nian's fiancé, he thought that his identity might be linked to some wealthy family. So, he wasn't afraid. The director had personally ordered that Xiao Nian be taken back. At that moment, another man spoke up. Here's our ID. You'd better take a look. Xiao Nian didn't understand what was written on the ID. She only heard the doctor gasp. No way. Your ID must be fake. You dare impersonate someone from the military? You probably want to get into our hospital too. Xiao Nian thought. As expected, the people in the mental hospital, including the doctors, are all abnormal. The doctor finished speaking and then turned to Xiao Shan, seeming to want him to confirm what he said. Comrade Xiao, our director said you are Xiao Nian's uncle, and you asked us to bring her back to the hospital. Tell me, does Xiao Nian really have a fiancé? At this moment, Xiao Shan's mind went blank. He knew Xiao Nian's fiancé was in the Northwest military region. But he never expected this person to suddenly appear here. He realized he was probably finished and dared not offend Qin Shuo now. He could only reply to the doctor, "Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Nian is my niece, but I never told you to come and take her to a mental hospital." "No, you just said to come and take her." The doctor suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Qin Shuo in disbelief. The only reason Xiao Shan wouldn't admit what he did was because Xiao Nian's fiancé was truly connected to the military. The doctor immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone inside knew that taking Xiao Nian to the hospital wasn't because she was truly mentally ill, but because she had offended someone. Over the years, they had done similar things many times. But this time, they might have really hit a dead end. However, the doctor reacted quickly. He quickly released Xiao Nian and said repeatedly, "Really? Maybe we were mistaken. Our director did say that Xiao Shan's family has a girl with mental issues, but it wasn't Xiao Nian. Comrade Xiao, who do you think it is?" The doctor looked at Xiao Shan with a threatening gaze. Xiao Shan was also a bit scared. He was just a workshop director, and today he had begged Director Li to let the hospital come quickly and catch someone. If he didn't get this doctor out of the way, he might not escape. So he hurriedly answered, "It's not Xiao Nian, it's my daughter Chunlan. She married into Director Li's family and has been talking about divorce these days. I just wanted to scare her, so I asked you to come." The doctor immediately looked serious. "Comrade Xiao, that's your fault. You're lying about her condition and wasting our time, almost causing us to arrest the wrong person." He then repeatedly apologized to Xiao Nian, who was standing up. "Sorry, Comrade Xiao. This was our mistake. We didn't get the details right." Xiao Nian ignored him and only looked at Qin Shuo. Honestly, Qin Shuo was very different from the male leads in many novels she had read. He was wearing a faded, pale green jacket that matched his pants. Perhaps because of frequent outdoor missions, his skin has a tan color, with some scattered sunburn marks on his face. His short hair is neat and sharp, and his posture is straight and strong, like a poplar tree growing in the northwest wilderness. Xiao Nian thought for a long time and finally came up with 2 words: righteousness and resilience. It's the kind of feeling that, no matter where he goes, makes him want to live his life bravely. "Xiao Nian, are you okay?" Qin Shuo's voice is clear and slightly magnetic. Xiao Nian looks at his face following the sound. His nose is straight and firm like the Northwest Mountains. His eyes are a little red, with some bloodshot whites. There is a clear line on his forehead, dividing his skin into 2 different colors, white and bronze. The difference is as obvious as night and day. This is probably caused by wearing hats and headscarves outdoors for a long time. Snicker. Xiao Nian laughs softly.
"What are you laughing at?"
Qin Shuo asks. Xiao Nian doesn't dare say. She finds his forehead quite funny. But thinking that Qin Shuo must have just finished a mission and rushed over, she feels a bit guilty. She can only reply, "Qin Shuo, I'm very happy to see you. And I'm sorry for causing trouble." Xiao Nian's voice is very pleasant, like a gentle stream flowing under thin spring ice, making soft tinkling sounds. Although Qin Shuo has many questions he wants to ask her, he knows now is not the time to talk. He just nods, "Wait for me a moment." Then he looks at the standing doctor. "I will report your situation to my superiors." The doctor looks frightened, his face turning pale, trembling as he speaks, "Comrade Qin." But Qin Shuo doesn't look at the doctor anymore. He just commands Changxi ask them to leave. Xiao Nian is a bit surprised. She didn't expect Changxi to come with him. In the story, they mixed up the people and took Xiao Chunlan to the military district. Yes, Captain, Changxi replies quickly. Then she looks at the white coats, comrades. This is the Qiao family's place, not your hospital. Please leave. The doctors no longer dare to speak and can only gather their things and leave. After they leave, Qin Shua finally turns his gaze to Xiao Shan and the others. His gaze no longer softens when looking at Xiao Nian, but turns cold and hard. Are you Xiao Nian's real uncle? Xiao Shan's lips trembled with fear. Yes, you must be Xiao Qin. I heard about you from my older brother. I didn't expect you to come personally to see Nian Nian. By the way, the earlier misunderstanding is my fault. The doctors were actually looking for my daughter Chunlan, but they mistook her for Nian Nian. After speaking quickly, Xiao Shan realized his legs felt weak. Qin Shua's gaze was too frightening. Qin Shua's eyes were cold, like a hunting eagle on the plains, fixed on his prey. His soldier-like discipline added to his intimidating presence. Comrade Xiao, it's better to discuss this misunderstanding with the comrades from the Red Committee. Xiao Shan suddenly looked up. What do you mean? I arrived just now and met some people from the Red Committee. They said they need to take you back for an investigation. As soon as he finished, Xiao Nian saw the two young red soldiers she met earlier walking in with others. Textile Factory Workshop Director Xiao Shan, someone has reported that you accepted bribes and embezzled state and private property during your time in office. You need to come with us for questioning. No, I didn't do anything, Xiao Shan said, now completely calm but nervous. He knew how the Red Committee operated. If there was even a small piece of evidence, he would be sent to a remote farm for reform. He absolutely couldn't go there. Thinking of this, Xiao Shan quickly looked at Xiao Nian. Nian Nian, I am your real uncle. If it weren't for me taking care of you these years, you might have been taken away already. Please help your uncle. Xiao Nian shook her head. No, I refuse. She was firm and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Nian, I am your real uncle. How can you be so cruel? Let Qin Shua help me. He definitely can. Real uncle? Isn't my dad your real brother? Xiao Nian retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Someone who could hurt his own brother now talks about family affection? Hearing this, Xiao Shan immediately looked up at Xiao Nian, his eyes full of fear. He knew she must have figured out what happened to Xiao Cheng. He dared not say anything more because only he and Director Li knew about that incident. There was no other evidence. As long as he and Director Li kept silent, they wouldn't be accused of murder. Any other crimes would at worst lead to exile. The environment might be harsh, but at least they would stay alive. After understanding the situation, Xiao Shan no longer resisted and obediently followed the Red Committee. Comrades, please wait a moment, Xiao Nian called out. Xiao Shan's heart tightened. He saw Xiao Nian pointing at Chen Xinghua and Su Huifang, who stood silently nearby. One is Xiao Shan's wife, and the other is his lover. I think we can take them both for questioning. Maybe they know something others don't. Xiao Shan heaved a sigh of relief. These two were truly loyal to him and wouldn't betray him. But in the next second, reality hit him hard. Su Huifang stepped forward immediately. I report that Xiao Shan hid things in the yard he rented to me. When he was talking in his sleep, he mentioned Big Brother and said, Sorry, I shouldn't have done that to you. Xiao Shan's eyes widened as he shouted, Su Huifang. One of the Red Guards quickly covered his mouth. Shut up. We haven't finished asking. Then he ordered, Take them both away. I don't know anything. Please don't take me. I have 2 children. Chen Xinghua shouted, but no one paid attention. Su Huifang remained calmer. She wasn't married to Xiao Shan and didn't have children with him. After the 3 were taken away, Qin Shua looked at Xiao Nian. Comrade Xiao Nian, I can help you with anything else. He had just heard from Su Huifang that Xiao Shan probably killed Xiao Nian's father. Xiao Nian thought, just a moment ago, he called me by my full name and now he adds comrade. Men are so unpredictable. But her main concern was the case. She said, If the death penalty isn't possible, I hope the Xiao family and the Li family can be sent to the northwest. She knew the times were complicated. Given Xiao Shan and Director Li's current situations, they might not face the death penalty. But she had to see the Xiao family members herself and make sure they didn't have an easy life. But if it's inconvenient, you don't have to worry about it, she added. Xiao Nian didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Shua. Qin Shua nodded. That's fine. It's not a matter of principle. Then he told Changxi. Changxi, go arrange this. Changxi quickly left, leaving only the two of them at home. Qin Shua cleared his throat and said, Sorry, I'm late. Qiao Nian shook her head and replied, It's just right that you're here. Then, there was an awkward silence. By the way, I only have an hour before I need to leave. This trip will last at least 10 days or half a month, sometimes up to half a year. Changxi is our driver. He will drive you back to the northwest with you. Qiao Nian nodded and said, Okay. Qin Shua continued, Our family compound is in a good location, not far from Lan City. Water supply is convenient there, but the conditions are a bit tough. It's not as comfortable as Jiang City. Qiao Nian nodded, having already experienced the cold hardships of the Northwest in her own world. Before I came, I applied for a small courtyard. Once you arrive in the Northwest, you should move into it. Changxi knows where it is. Qin Shua spoke seriously, explaining the location and environment of the small courtyard in detail. Xiao Nian suddenly understood what it felt like to have a caring boyfriend who takes care of everything. It's not just about teaching you how to do things, but about carefully arranging everything for you. By the way, do you plan to stay here a few days while waiting for the results, or are you ready to leave immediately? Qin Shua asked after finishing his words. Xiao Nian thought for a moment, then took out the remaining account books. Have these handed over to someone trustworthy by Changxi. If they need to be assigned elsewhere, they should go to the northwest. I want to keep an eye on them. Qin Shua nodded and said, All right, do you have anything else to pack? If not, we can leave now. Qiao Nian pretended to go into the storage room, but in fact, she took out several wooden boxes she had prepared earlier, filled with daily necessities. Qin Shua didn't hesitate and took 2 boxes directly, holding one in each hand. Xiao Nian first went to the street office to talk to Director Chen about her departure. Director Chen repeatedly assured her that he would take good care of the house. On the way out, Xiao Nian ran into Zhang Dazue again. Miss Qiao, are you leaving? Yes, Aunt Zhang. I'm going to the northwest with my fiancé. Zhang Dazue looked a bit surprised that Xiao Nian had returned to normal, but soon understood that this might be a necessary self-protection measure for this wealthy young lady. All right, Miss Qiao. I wish you a safe journey and smooth sailing in the future, Aunt Zhang. I also wish your family happiness and everything going smoothly. After a simple farewell, Qiao Nian got into the car. As soon as she was inside, she saw someone run out in front of the car and block the way. Qiao Nian, you can't leave. Take me with you. The person was none other than Xiao Chunlan, who was forced to marry Li Hong. Today, a few Red Guards suddenly stormed into the Li family and took away Director Li and his wife. Xiao Chunlan wanted to run, but Li Hong grabbed her. She finally calmed Li Hong down and returned home. But then she heard from nearby people that her parents had also been taken away, and that crazy girl Qiao Nian was being taken to the Northwest Military District by Qin Shua. Xiao Chunlan had heard her parents mention that Qiao Nian had a fiancé who was an officer. She had initially wanted Qiao Nian to marry Li Hong, thinking she could marry a military officer on her behalf. But she never expected that crazy Qiao Nian would be so wild. Not only did she cause her to marry Li Hong, but now both the Li and Xiao families had been taken to the Red Committee. Xiao Chunlan knew that if she stayed, she would definitely be tortured. So, the moment she saw Qiao Nian get into the military vehicle, she ran over as fast as she could. She had to leave with Qiao Nian. Is she the daughter of Xiao Shan? Qin Shua looked at Xiao Chunlan through the car window and frowned. Was this woman trying to harm Qiao Nian? When Xiao Nian went to the street office, Qin Shua and Changxi had already inquired nearby and learned about Xiao Chunlan's actions. Xiao Nian nodded. Ignore her. At this moment, Xiao Chunlan was wearing a thick cotton shirt, deliberately unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons to reveal some white skin. Xiao Nian understood her meaning clearly. All right, Changxi let her leave. Qin Shua withdrew his gaze, afraid even to look at her again. Xiao Nian saw Chang. She got out of the driver's seat. She approached Xiao Chunlan and said, "Comrade, please leave. Also, please put your clothes back on. You're going to dirty my eyes." Xiao Nian almost laughed, surprised at how sharp Chang Shi's words were. But Xiao Chunlan refused to step aside and said, "I am Xiao Nian's cousin. She has been supported by us all these years. She must repay this kindness. Take me with you." Xiao Nian was about to get out of the car when she heard Qin Shua's voice. "You don't need to get out. Chang Shi will handle it." She thought Chang Shi's way of solving things was to pull people away. But she didn't expect Chang Shi to ignore Xiao Chunlan. Instead, she went straight to a few curious women nearby and took out 2 yuan from her bag. They didn't say much, but then 4 women came over. 2 raised their hands, and 2 kicked with their legs. They lifted Xiao Chunlan and moved her to the side. Xiao Chunlan kept struggling and shouting, just like during the New Year when pigs were slaughtered. "Let me go. Please let me go. My father is the workshop director and my father-in-law is the factory manager. If you dare to treat me like this, I won't forgive you," one of the women sneered. Everyone knows they've been taken away for investigation. If they hadn't done anything wrong, the Red Committee wouldn't have taken them. "Stop acting tough in front of us." The 4 women quickly carried Xiao Chunlan to the roadside. One woman turned and said, "Comrade, you go ahead. We'll hold her here for now." Changshi got into the car, closed the door, and started the engine smoothly. She left Xiao Chunlan with a face full of exhaust fumes. After the car drove far away, the women finally let go. One of them spat and said, "What a thing, daring to flirt with an officer." After the women left, Xiao Chunlan, looking completely defeated, finally stood up. She stared angrily at the distant car, her heart full of rage. It's all because of Xiao Nian, that crazy girl. If she had agreed to marry Li Hong, she would be the one sitting in the car today. Why can a rich girl like her go to the army to live a good life, but she has to stay here taking care of a fool? She was unwilling and would never accept her fate. In the car, Xiao Nian knew Xiao Chunlan definitely hated her, but she didn't care. She asked Qin Shua, "Is this mission dangerous?" Qin Shua shook his head. "It's not a big problem." In front, Changshi also smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. No one in the entire 7th Regiment can beat our company commander." Xiao Nian was a little worried because in the original story, Qin Shua was said to have sacrificed himself during a mission, but she didn't know exactly when. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Nian took out a small bottle from her bag, which used to hold eye drops. Inside was spiritual spring water. "This is a keepsake from my father. He said this water can heal wounds. Take it. If you get hurt, try applying it to the wound." Qin Shua is a firm materialist and doesn't believe in these things, thinking that Xiao Cheng is just giving his daughter psychological comfort. But seeing Xiao Nian's serious expression, he said, "This is what uncle left for you. Keep it." Xiao Nian stubbornly stretched out her hand. "Take it." Qin Shua could only helplessly accept it and put it in his pocket. Then he picked up a military canvas bag from the nearby seat. "Inside are the savings I've accumulated over the years and some receipts. All for you." Xiao Nian was surprised. She didn't expect that after just meeting, he would hand over his belongings. Seeing that she didn't take it, Qin Shua said again, "You should still buy what you want, just like before. Don't hesitate to spend money, and don't feel wronged. I will try my best to make your life better. I've also told the team leader that from now on, you will receive my salary." Xiao Nian was even more surprised. This person really is suitable for marriage. "Okay, thank you, Qin Shua. The military district isn't like your family used to have servants, but you can eat at the canteen. If you're not used to it, Chang Shi can bring your meals home." Qin Shua paused for a moment and then said, "I've sent a message to my mom. She might go to the family residence, but if you don't want to live with her, just tell Chang Shi, and she can take her back to my dad's place. But my mom's cooking is very good." Chang Shi replied from the front, promised to complete the task. It was the first time Xiao Nian heard about Qin Shua's father. The book didn't mention him, only saying that Qin Shua's mother was a difficult woman-in-law who didn't get along with Xiao Chunlan. She said, "I can cook myself, no need to trouble you." Qin Shuo was a bit surprised to hear she could cook because, according to his father, the Qiao family always had servants. Even after donating their family assets, the Qiao family still hired people to cook at home. Now that Xiao Nian said she could cook, Qin Shuo immediately thought that she must have been bullied by the Xiao family. He silently noted this and decided to make a call later to confirm Zhao's relocation site. Xiao Nian didn't think much about it and simply asked, "Uncle Qin, are you in the northwest now?" Qin Shuo nodded. Yes. He didn't say anything more, and Xiao Nian didn't ask further. She guessed that Qin Shuo's father might also be on some secret mission that he couldn't talk about openly. Changxi drove Qin Shuo to the nearby military airport. Before leaving, Qin Shuo once again reminded, "Changxi, Comrade Xiao Nian is not familiar with the Northwest. When you have free time, take her around." Changxi nodded. "Yes, squad leader." He also told Xiao Nian, "If you're willing, when I return, I will file for marriage." Xiao Nian felt that this sentence sounded a bit strange, like the kind of words characters say before something happens in a TV drama. She quickly changed the subject. "Qin Shuo, will my identity affect you?" "No, Comrade Xiao Nian, don't worry. With me here, I have enough military achievements to protect you and myself." Qin Shuo spoke very seriously and firmly, and Xiao Nian believed he wouldn't lie. "Qin Shuo, don't call me Comrade Xiao Nian. It feels too formal. Just call me Xiao Nian." Qin Shuo pursed his lips, glanced at Changxi, who was trying not to laugh, and then cleared his throat. He called out, "Xiao Nian." Xiao Nian clearly saw that Qin Shuo's ears turned red. She found it quite amusing, so innocent. She added, "Qin Shuo, remember the thing I gave you. If you get hurt, you must use it. When you come back, we'll get married." Qin Shuo touched the small bottle on his chest, feeling warm inside, and nodded seriously. "Okay." Until Qin Shuo walked far away into the airport. Changxi spoke up. "Sister-in-law, shall we leave now?" Xiao Nian nodded. "I'll drive. Let's go somewhere first. First, to see if Sun Dashing has caught any prey, or found anything else." Changxi didn't ask where they were going, just surprised. "Sister-in-law, you can drive too?" Yes. Whether it was the original owner or her, they could all drive. But the original owner's family had a driver, so she never drove before. However, Xiao Nian often drove in her own world. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing," Changxi sincerely admired, thinking they matched well with their squad leader. Meanwhile, Qin Shuo, who had just entered the airport, took the small bottle from his coat pocket and looked at it, a smile spreading across his face. Before seeing Xiao Nian, he mostly felt a sense of responsibility and gratitude for repaying his father. He even thought about breaking off the engagement, treating Xiao Nian like a sister, and finding her a good family in the future. But when he saw her lively, cat-like eyes, Qin Shuo felt a deep, touching sensation in his heart. He used to believe that love at first sight was just about looks. Alright, now he admits that he's not a good person. Thinking about what Xiao Nian said earlier, Qin Shuo didn't hesitate anymore. He went to the communication room and made a call. "Hello, big brother, it's me." After a brief chat on the other end, Qin Shuo was satisfied and hung up. He decided to send those people to the Northwest Farm for proper training and also let Xiao Nian know what they were doing. Xiao Nian didn't realize Qin Shuo had so many plans in mind. She was sitting in the driver's seat. "Sister-in-law, where are we going?" Changxi asked. They had just left the city and were heading toward Sun's village in the north. "I'm going to see an old friend." Xiao Nian thought about how she had promised Sun Dashing last time to exchange food for something, but now she was going to the northwest, and she might not return for several years. So she needed to tell Sun Dashing in advance, so he wouldn't come looking for her at home. She followed the direction Sun Dashing had mentioned that day and drove that way. But halfway there, Changxi shouted, "Sister-in-law, stop." Xiao Nian stopped the car and sensed something was wrong. There was a fight happening in the woods beside the road.
"How dare you?"
"Hit me, The words were broken and unclear. As a soldier, Changxi thought she should do something about it, in case someone got hurt. Xiao Nian agreed with him. They parked the car and walked toward the sound. This peach grove was full of green peaches on the trees. Their footsteps were very light, getting closer to the people inside. They could hear the sounds more clearly now. "I told you I was being lenient with you." If you hit me again, I will fight back. The person on the other side didn't speak, but they could hear someone whipping someone. Xiao Nian raised her eyebrows. That voice sounded familiar. Wasn't it Su Huifeng's brother, Su Chunsheng? How did he end up here, and why was he being beaten so badly? Then they heard Su Chunsheng curse, "My sister-in-law is Xiao Nian's dad's wife. If you hit me again, I'll let my brother-in-law beat you." Hearing this, the other person finally stopped. "If you dare to bully my sister Xiao, I will fight you back." Xiao Nian patted her forehead, her silly and naive voice sounding just like Sun Dashing. How could he be staying here with Su Chunsheng? Changxi also heard Xiao Nian's name and whispered, "Sister-in-law, do you know her?" Xiao Nian nodded and softly replied, "The one hitting is my younger brother." They continued walking inside, this time without hiding their footsteps. Suddenly, they heard someone come in. Su Chunsheng laughed loudly. "Fool, keep hitting. If you dare hit me again, I will call the police." "See, someone is coming now." "If they see you hitting me, that's proof of your crime. You don't talk nonsense. It's you who wanted to steal my things, so I had to hit you." Sun Dashing looked a bit nervous. He was only 16 and hadn't gone to school much, so he didn't understand what was a crime or not. Especially now, seeing someone come in, he felt even more scared. I won't hit you anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Unless you kowtow and apologize to me, don't think I'll let you go. My brother-in-law is the workshop director at the textile factory. In the future, he won't sell cloth to your village. Sun Dashing didn't understand these things. He just believed what Su Chunsheng said. "It was me who hit you. You can hit back, but you can't revenge against our village." Kid, you're smart. Kneel down quickly and let me hit you." Su Chunsheng was feeling proud when suddenly he heard a female voice. "How dare some trash call himself a master? Which dynasty's leftover feudal relic are you? I'll report you and make you reflect in the cattle shed." When Su Chunsheng heard this, he didn't recognize Xiao Nian's voice at first. "Pfft, which little girl dares to boast here? I'll kill you, you know." But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a kick to his chest. "Su Chunsheng, who do you want to kill?" Su Chunsheng looked toward the voice and saw Xiao Nian. He knew Xiao Shan wanted to send Xiao Nian to a mental hospital. That's why he came to find Sun Dashing. He also thought Sun Dashing and Xiao Nian were a team. So he wanted to take advantage of Xiao Nian being sent away to find Sun Dashing and get those things. That way, he could gain a lot instead of just picking up leftovers behind Xiao Shan. But now, seeing Xiao Nian safe and sound, he was surprised. Su Chunsheng felt a bit nervous. He couldn't even beat a simple person like Sun Dashing, and with crazy Xiao Nian there, he felt even more helpless. "Is this your territory? Can't I stand here anymore?" After saying that, Xiao Nian grabbed a nearby stick and started hitting Su Chunsheng. "You only know how to bully kids all day. Someone like you, a troublemaker, should be beaten. Even if you die, it's your own fault." Changxi stood nearby, slightly amused. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to be so fierce. He hoped Lieutenant Hong would listen and behave better, or else he'd be embarrassed if his sister-in-law beat him. Finally, Xiao Nian stopped when Su Chunsheng kept begging for mercy. Next to them, a tall man with a beard had shining eyes. "Xiao sister, what are you doing here? I should be asking you the same thing. Why are you with this troublemaker?" Sun Dashing started explaining his feelings, complaining about his troubles. "Last night I caught 2 wild chickens and wanted to bring them to you. I didn't expect to meet this bad person on the way." Su Chunsheng saw him and asked where he had hidden his treasure. Sun Dashing didn't know anything about a treasure, but Su Chunsheng grabbed him and wouldn't let go. He even pulled out a small knife, threatening Sun Dashing to tell him where the treasure was. But Sun Dashing kept saying he didn't know about any treasure. At that moment, Su Chunsheng noticed something moving inside the bag Sun Dashing was holding. He wanted to grab it and check what it was. Sun Dashing saw that it was something important to Xiao Nian, and he couldn't let anyone take it. So, he coaxed Su Chunsheng into coming to this peach forest, put down the chicken, and started fighting him. Just then, Xiao Nian and others came in. A tall man, about 1.8 meters, was crying and talking at the same time, looking very pitiful. "All right, Dashing, don't cry.
We've already beaten this guy.
They both looked at Su Chunqing, who was curled up and silently wiping tears. Su Chunqing still remembered how silly he looked when they caught Sun Dashing last time. He didn't think much of him. He believed that as long as Qiao Nian wasn't around, this kid wouldn't be a threat. He never expected that Qiao Nian wouldn't be sent to a mental hospital and would come looking for him. Qiao Nian, if you dare hit me, I'll tell my brother-in-law, Su Chunqing said angrily. Qiao Nian couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right, go ahead and report it. Su Chunqing was stunned. Qiao Nian looked completely normal. Aren't you crazy? Are you really crazy? Qiao Nian kicked him. Whether I'm crazy or not has nothing to do with you. Instead of wasting time on this, you should think about saving your sister. She and your good brother-in-law were taken away by the Red Committee. Impossible. You're talking nonsense. My brother-in-law is the director of the textile factory workshop. How could he be taken by the Red Committee? Su Chunqing was kicked a meter away, but still managed to get up and argue back. Qiao Nian didn't bother to reply. She just waved her stick. Are you coming or not? If you don't leave soon, I'll start hitting again. Frightened, Su Chunqing quickly backed up and hobbled out of the woods. As soon as he ran out, he saw a military vehicle parked nearby. Finally, Su Chunqing realized that Qiao Nian must have found someone powerful behind her. Could it be that his sister was really taken? Thinking of this, Su Chunqing became scared. He hurriedly ran into the city. Seeing Su Chunqing leave, Qiao Nian turned to Sun Dashing. I came to tell you that I'm going to the northwest. You don't need to send me anything anymore. What? Sister Qiao, what are you going to do in the northwest? Are your uncles trying to hurt you? Did they send you there to do farm work? I'll go find them right now. Sun Dashing looked anxious. Qiao Nian waved her hand. They can't bully me. It's my fiancé in the northwest military camp. I have to find him. Dashing, take care of yourself in the future. Although they had shared a deep bond, Qiao Nian gave him one last reminder. Sun Dashing looked a bit sad. It was rare to meet a sister he got along with so well, and now she was leaving so soon. Suddenly, he had an idea. His eyes lit up. Sister, don't worry about me going to the northwest.
I'll be fine.
Qiao Nian didn't know what this silly boy was thinking and said again, I hid some food in the house where you were last caught. Remember to go get it tonight. Sun Dashing nodded. Sister, you're such a good person. Then he took 2 wild chickens from a bag nearby and handed them to her. Sister, take these. Stewed wild chicken with mushrooms? Seeing the wild chickens, Qiao Nian thought of that dish and almost drooled. She didn't refuse. The 3 of them left the peach grove together. When they saw the vehicle parked outside, Sun Dashing's eyes widened. Sister, this car is so cool. Qiao Nian smiled. You like it? When you have money in the future, buy one for yourself. Sun Dashing shook his head. I can't afford that, but he didn't finish his sentence because he wasn't sure if he would really get the chance. Qiao Nian gave a few more instructions, then got into the car and drove to Sun Dashing's small courtyard that day. Changxi, wait here for me. I'll check if the things inside are still there. Okay, sister-in-law. After entering the house, Qiao Nian took out 3 nylon bags from her space, filled with some mixed grains and rice. She packed 2 more bags of white rice, some corn kernels, various beans, and other grains. Once packed, she pulled aside some dry grass from the corner of the wall and hid the food inside. The yard looked abandoned for many years, and there weren't many people around, so it was safe. It's also close to Sun's village. Now it's evening, so she guessed Sun Dashing would soon come with people. Meanwhile, Sun Dashing returned to the village and went straight to the village chief's house, telling him about the food Qiao Nian had hidden. The village chief immediately stood up. We can't delay this. I'll find some people and we'll go get it back. By the way, has that comrade Qiao left? I need to thank her. Sun Dashing nodded.
She left.
Village chief, wait, I have something else to say. Go ahead. I'm going to join the army. What? You're only 16. How can you join the army? Uncle, I never said I was 16. I'm 18. Do I look 16 to you? Since his parents were gone, he could decide his age himself. The village chief looked at Sun Dashing, who was taller than him and had a full beard. He was silent. If he said he was 18, people might doubt him, thinking he was younger. Are you sure about this? Sun Dashing nodded. I think everyone should have a goal. My goal is to go to the northwest, defend the border, and protect our country. Actually, he just wanted to follow Sister Chiao because life would be more interesting. All right, if you want to go, that's fine. I'll contact my old comrade and see if he can arrange for you to go to the northwest. The village chief saw how big and strong the child was and thought it was a pity he didn't join the army. With his appearance, if he had fought against the enemies long ago, he could have defeated 10 of them. Some people are just not very smart, but he hoped that spending a few years in the army would help him become smarter. Zhou Nian didn't know that Sun Dashing was thinking about joining the army. After putting things away, she waited outside the yard for a while. She heard voices coming from nearby and looked carefully. She saw Sun Dashing leading the way, walking at the front. That was when they got on the car. Changxi, let's go. Zhou Nian also started to look forward to life in the northwest and was eager to see what kind of person Qin Mama was. The woman Xiao Chunlan called a mean old lady. Zhou Nian happily set out on her journey to the northwest. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunlan's side was a mess. With chaos and trouble, she couldn't bear to watch. She watched Zhou Nian's small car drive away happily, feeling very angry at her, but helpless. Her family and her husband's family were now under investigation, and she thought it would take some time before they were released. She also knew her father, Xiao Shan, well. Over the years, he had definitely used his position to benefit himself. And Director Li was no good either. Both of them had been up to no good together. This time, they might really be sentenced. Xiao Chunlan's only thought was how to distance herself from them. Although her parents had sent her to the Li family, she hadn't signed a marriage certificate. So everything was still possible to change. She returned to the Zhou family's yard and found people already moving things inside. Hey, what are you doing? This is my home. You're trespassing. What do you mean your home? This is a house we rented from the street office. If you don't believe it, ask Director Chen. Just then, Director Chen arrived with another tenant. Zhou Nian had said that she paid rent for these years when she was away, and the street office only needed to look after the house. Comrade Xiao Chunlan, this is Zhou Nian's house. She lent it to us, and now we have the right to use it. If you want to live here, you also need to pay rent every month. Xiao Chunlan was stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Nian to be so tough. Before leaving, she had even made things difficult for them, forcing their family out completely. Director Chen, our belongings are still in this house. I will pack them up soon. Director Chen nodded. Then hurry up. Xiao Chunlan didn't really want to pack. She just wanted to see if she could find some money. Over the years, she had secretly saved some money, but last time, it was all stolen. Not only was the floor here pried up, but her hidden money was stolen too. That nasty thief, Xiao Chunlan cursed angrily. Without much time to think, worried that the new neighbors might damage her things, she quickly ran to the house where her family had once lived to search. After a long search, she only found less than 100 yuan. She found it in the rooms of her brothers, Xiao Chunhe and Xiao Chunlin, where they had hidden their private savings. Xiao Chunlan knew she couldn't care too much and packed a few clothes. To her surprise, she found a watch inside one of the clothes. It was an imported watch, worth about 100 or 200 yuan. Without hesitation, she decided to leave immediately. Otherwise, once Li Hong's sisters found out she had run away, they would surely catch her and lock her up. When things were good in the Li family, she didn't want to be with Li Hong. Now, she definitely wouldn't go back to take care of that fool. While thinking and walking out, she bumped into someone at the gate. Big sister, Xiao Qinlin called out. Seeing them, Xiao Chunlan's feelings of sisterhood disappeared. These two knew she was about to be sent to the Li family, but neither of them helped her. Don't call me sister, Xiao Chunlan said coldly. Big sister, what's wrong? Where are you going? Do you know something happened at home? Xiao Chunhe was the first to react. His sister was holding a bag. Was she planning to run away? Where am I going? Of course, I'm going to the countryside, Xiao Chunlan said, and tried to leave. Hearing this, Xiao Chunhe and Xiao Chunlin quickly stepped in front of her. Sister, you can't go. Mom and Dad haven't come out yet. We need to wait for them. Get lost. I'll wait for no one. I don't care. Xiao Chunlon pushed past her brothers and tried to continue walking. She wanted to go to the street office to get a referral letter and leave this place forever. Sister, you can't go, Xiao Chunha said, reaching for her bag. Let go. If you don't, I'll do it myself. After a struggle between the two, Xiao Chunha accidentally pushed Xiao Chunlon out. With a cry, Xiao Chunlon's head hit the wall. Blood immediately started to flow from her head, and she fainted on the ground. Help! Someone's hurt. Call an ambulance. The woman who had just moved in screamed loudly, attracting more people to gather and watch. Hurry, take her to the hospital. Director Chen, who arrived quickly, organized people to send Xiao Chunlon to the hospital. Xiao Chunha and his brother also hurried to follow. When Xiao Chunlon opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed. Big sister, you're awake. That's wonderful, Xiao Chunha said happily. Xiao Chunlon asked, Who are you? Where am I? Big sister, what's wrong?
I'm Chane.
Don't you remember me? Xiao Chunha replied. Xiao Chunlon's eyes widened suddenly. Chunha? She tentatively asked. Xiao Chunha? Xiao Chunha nodded. Yes, sister. Do you remember now? Xiao Chunlon then turned her head to look at a smaller boy. Xiao Chunlin, the boy nodded. Xiao Chunlon was so excited she almost screamed.
Great.
She hadn't died. She had traveled into the world of her own story. This was her world now. She was the main character in the book she wrote. She could do whatever she wanted. She no longer had to live with that helpless, abusive man from her original world. She wouldn't have to face the cold looks from customers anymore, nor fear revenge from the Qiao family for killing Qiao Nian. Although she was sentenced to death, she had somehow traveled into her own story. A smile she couldn't hide appeared at the corners of her eyes and brows. Haha, indeed, heaven wouldn't abandon her, Xiao Chunlon. This time, she would enjoy life to the fullest. She immediately asked, What time is it now? 8 a.m. Xiao Chunha replied. I mean, what year is it? Xiao Chunlon asked impatiently. Xiao Chunha looked so foolish. If he weren't a character in her story, obedient and loyal to her, she wouldn't bother with this fool. 69 years, March 28th. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon suddenly sat up straight. This was the time in the book when Qin Shua sent someone to pick her up. No, she must hurry and pack quickly so she can leave early for the Northwest. Only then can she meet Fang Yuming sooner and enjoy a life where her military officer husband pampers her. Big sister, what's wrong? Xiao Chunha's two brothers were about to cry. Their parents had been taken away, and their sister looked like she had gone crazy. Xiao Chunlon glared at them. Stop crying. All the good luck in our family is being spoiled by your tears. Go tell mom and dad to prepare my dowry. Bring more clothes and money. Qin Shua is sending someone to pick me up. Big sister? What are you talking about? Xiao Chunha was really crying now. It seemed like her sister was truly crazy. I told you not to cry, but you're still crying. It's so annoying. Forget it. I'll go find mom and dad myself. What if I'm late? Xiao Chunlon said as she was about to put on her shoes. But then Xiao Chunha cried out, Big sister, where are you going to find mom and dad? They've all been taken by the Red Committee. Xiao Chunlon felt like she had been struck by lightning. She grabbed Xiao Chunha's arm and asked, What do you mean? How could mom and dad be taken by the Red Committee?
Xiao Shan.
No, our dad. Isn't he the workshop director at the textile factory? How could he be taken? Qiao Nian was driving and didn't know that Xiao Chunlon had also traveled through time. She and She took turns driving along the way, passing through 3 provinces until they finally reached Qin province, the closest to Gansu province. The wheels rolled over bumpy dirt roads, kicking up yellow dust mixed with the distant sound of a tractor's engine. On the roadside, a red slogan on a mud wall read, Fight for revolution, promote production. Qiao Nian lightly tapped the steering wheel with her fingertips. She noticed Shi sitting in the passenger seat, looking obviously tired. Shi, let's rest in Engshi for a day. Qiao Nian was fine. When she was tired, She drank some spiritual spring water from her space, and she would recover quickly. She wanted to give Changxi some spring water, but was worried that if Changxi drank it for the first time, her reaction might be too strong and cause suspicion.
So she held back.
Changxi heard her and swallowed hard. Okay, sister-in-law. The noodles in Engshi are delicious. I'll take you to try them. Then we'll rest here for a day and leave tomorrow. Xiao Nian nodded. She knew the noodles from Qin province and liked them very much. Following Changxi's directions, she drove the car toward the state-run restaurant in the center of Engshi City. Brother-in-law, you can try the 3-in-1 later. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Nian suddenly slammed on the brakes. Changxi's head hit the windshield with a loud thud. He ignored the pain on his forehead and quickly looked at Xiao Nian. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Xiao Nian didn't answer. She looked ahead and saw a young man suddenly rush out about 2 meters in front of them. He was so scared by their car that he fell to the ground. The man was about 23 or 24 years old. He wore a plain gray cloth jacket, had a nervous look in his eyes, and a scar like a scratch was on his corner of his mouth. He was holding a child who looked about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in blue overalls. The small child was limp and leaning against the man, with his head drooping weakly, as if asleep. Xiao Nian opened the car door and asked as she got out, "Are you okay?" I'm fine, the man replied, glancing nervously at the military vehicle. How's the child? Is he scared? Xiao Nian was worried that the sudden stop might have frightened the child. She then noticed the black tear marks on the child's face and that his clothes were wrinkled.
He's fine.
He's hungry. I'll take him home to drink milk, the man said and ran toward a small side road. As a member of the reconnaissance team, Changxi usually mainly drove, but he had learned quite a bit. He immediately sensed something was wrong and lowered his voice, calling softly, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Nian quickly moved to Changxi's side, shook her head gently, and whispered, "I understand." This was a signal for Changxi not to make any noise or cause suspicion. Changxi nodded to show he understood. Xiao Nian got back into the car and closed the door. Then she said, "That person looks like a trafficker. No 5-year-old kid would still need to drink milk." Changxi also nodded. His accent doesn't sound like ours from the northwest. He was from Gansu province, and the accents and habits of Gansu and Shaanxi are quite similar. As soon as he heard, he sensed something was off. The two of them pretended to be calm and parked the car in an open area by the roadside. They got out of the car and followed the direction where the man had disappeared. Their steps were quick, and soon they found the man again. The man ahead was lost in thought, walking quickly while holding the child, not paying attention to them. Until they reached the entrance of an alley, the man looked around cautiously. Xiao Nian pulled Changxi aside and hid in a corner of the wall. She peeked out and saw the man stop outside a door at the end of the alley. There were 2 long knocks, then 3 quick knocks. Half a minute later, the door opened from inside. The man carried a child and went inside. Xiao Nian quietly moved closer, with Changxi following behind. He was turned away from Xiao Nian, always watching for anyone approaching. The smell of coal burning drifted from deep in the alley, and occasionally, voices from nearby houses could be heard. When they reached the door, they saw it was just an ordinary house. It was surrounded by a wall and covered with tiles, so they couldn't see inside. It was evening now, and the sunset cast long shadows of the two. "Older sister-in-law, what should we do now?" Changxi asked. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and lowered her voice. "You stay at the alley entrance. I'll go up and take a look." "Older sister-in-law, I'll go," Changxi said, reaching out to stop her. But in a blink, Xiao Nian lightly jumped onto the wall. Changxi, is this what they call light skills? But now wasn't the time for questions. He just watched her closely, worried she might fall from the roof. Xiao Nian was glad she wore military green today, so she wouldn't stand out on the roof. She found a low spot that could hide her shadow. Gently, she removed a tile and looked inside. The room was small, holding 5 children. The oldest was about 10, the youngest only 2 or 3, all either sleeping or unconscious. The young man who brought the children in wasn't there now. Xiao Nian clenched her teeth, a flash of anger in her eyes. She hated human traffickers. They only hurt women and children. At the door of the room, two women in their 30s sat watching the children. They didn't speak, just gestured with their hands. Xiao Nian frowned slightly. Were they deaf and mute? But in this era, sign language wasn't common. Both women could use it well, which made her think they might be part of an organization or group trained for this. They moved very quickly, and Xiao Nian had to watch carefully. Otherwise, she couldn't see what the two people were saying. The person in white gestured, "Are these children enough for today?" The person in red responded with gestures, "I don't know." Waiting for the notice from above, the person in white's hand trembled badly, but they still gestured and asked, "This is the third batch this month. What exactly are they trying to do?" The person in red's face suddenly became serious, and their gestures sped up. "Are you risking your life? Don't ask about this anymore." The last person who asked was gone. The person in white was so scared that they stopped moving. After a while, they nodded and gestured. "I understand." Xiao Nian frowned. What exactly are these people doing? Just then, there was a knock on the door. The person in red opened it. Xiao Nian couldn't see who it was, but she could see the gestures of the person opening the door. Even when the person raised their arm and the sleeve slipped down, she saw a black flower-shaped birthmark on their arm. They gestured to the person in red. "Let's go out first. You wait here and don't let anyone get close." Xiao Nian immediately dared not stay any longer, afraid that Changxi waiting outside might be discovered by these people. Xiao Nian quickened her pace and jumped over the wall. She startled Changxi. "Quick, run," Xiao Nian whispered. Changxi immediately understood and ran after her. As they left the alley and reached the main street, they heard the door opening inside. They quickly headed to a nearby bus stop and squeezed into the crowd. Xiao Nian saw the young man who had been holding the child earlier, rushing with a middle-aged man wearing a hat in the opposite direction. When the latter raised his hand, Xiao Nian saw the black flower-shaped birthmark on his arm more clearly. "Older sister-in-law, I'll go with them." "You wait here," he said. Xiao Nian shook her head. "I'll go with you. You stay here and watch the children. If anyone tries to take them, call the police immediately." "That's not possible," Changxi said anxiously. "The commander told us to take good care of my sister-in-law." Xiao Nian pointed to the house over there. "Don't forget my skills." She had already trained her body to be as strong as in her previous life. Plus, with the nourishment from the spiritual spring water, her current skills were not to be underestimated. Moreover, her space is better for hiding than Changxi's, making it easier to follow her. Although Changxi saw her sister-in-law climb a wall without help before and thought she was very capable, he still felt uneasy. He saw Xiao Nian wave her hand and say, "All right, I'm leaving now. You decide whether to call the police based on the situation." After saying that, Xiao Nian quickly slipped into the crowd waiting for the bus and disappeared from sight. Changxi felt helpless and could only obediently walk toward the house nearby. Meanwhile, Xiao Nian followed behind the two people. They didn't speak, but kept alert and watched their surroundings carefully. Xiao Nian was very cautious during the whole journey, afraid of being noticed. In quiet places, she hid in her space twice. Finally, they arrived at the train station. Xiao Nian guessed they were helping someone send a child on a train. She didn't know who they went inside to meet or what they said, but soon they came out. Xiao Nian thought they would go straight back to the previous yard. But unexpectedly, they turned a corner and went to another area. Spring nights come early, and darkness completely covered the city. Xiao Nian followed as the two people turned here and there and arrived at a small house. It looked similar to the previous house, surrounded by walls and with a tiled roof. They used a secret code to open the door, and Xiao Nian memorized the sound. After they went inside, she carefully climbed onto the roof using the same method as before. She carefully lifted the tiles and saw the two people kneeling on the ground. They were bowing to the person sitting in the middle. Xiao Nian listened closely to what they were saying but was soon shocked and covered her mouth. They turned out to be Japanese, and it seemed they were remnants of a group left behind in China. "Poor Japanese," Xiao Nian muttered angrily. Can't they just sink that tiny island nation? Since she didn't understand Japanese, she couldn't tell what was being said inside the house. It seemed that the person in charge was giving orders to the two below. She noticed that the person sitting at the top had a black flower-shaped birthmark, just like her. They were talking rapidly, nodding repeatedly. Based on her knowledge of history, Xiao Nian guessed these Japanese were kidnapping Chinese children. There were only two possibilities. One was that they were training these children to become spies or agents for Japan. The other, more horrifying possibility was that they were conducting cruel human experiments. Xiao Nian clenched her fists tightly. She hated Japanese people the most in her life and was afraid she might lose control and hurt them. But this was not something she could interfere with now. She could only ask Chang Shi to report to the higher authorities quickly. From the current situation, it seemed likely that those children would be sent away soon. She didn't hesitate anymore and jumped over the wall. She ran quickly toward the house where Chang Shi was. Her first goal was to rescue the children. These children are the future of China and must not become tools for the Japanese. Fortunately, Xiao Nian was not lost and found the location quickly. At this moment, Chang Shi was still crouched in the corner of the house, constantly checking his watch. His face was full of worry. What if his sister-in-law got into trouble? How could he explain to the commander? He wondered if he shouldn't have let his sister-in-law go alone. While thinking, he felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned around sharply, and his face lit up with surprise. He softly called out, "Sister-in-law, you're finally back." Xiao Nian didn't have time to say much. She just explained what she had seen earlier. Chang Shi understood how serious the situation was. "Sister-in-law, I'm going to the military office in Engshi now. Will you come with me?" Xiao Nian shook her head. "I'll wait here. You go quickly and come back soon. We can't let them take the children away again." At this moment, in the northwest military family housing in Engshi, an elderly woman with gray hair looked worried. "Have they found Goa yet?" Next to her, an old man about her age looked serious.
"No, not yet."
"What should we do?" "My Goa, who took him? Who the heck kidnapped him?" "Enough. Crying won't help. The police and the army are sending more people to find him." "Mom and Dad, I can't wait anymore. I want to go look for him myself," said a young woman who had been silent all along, standing up. "Lin Hui, where are you going?" "Sit down and wait here peacefully," the old man, Lu Jinchuan, shouted. "But Dad, I can't just wait here." "I don't know if Jiaping is in danger," Lin Hui said, starting to cry. This family was the one Xiao Nian saw earlier. The child's name was Lu Jiaping. His grandfather, Lu Jinchuan, had fought in the anti-Japanese war and was now the deputy commander of the Engshi military. Lu Jiaping's father, Lu Qing'an, sacrificed himself at the border. Lu's family only has one child now. This afternoon, Lu Jiaping went out with his mother, Lin Hui. While Lin Hui was looking at something, in the blink of an eye, the child was gone. She immediately went back to tell Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan contacted the police and also reached out to the military. They didn't want to make a big fuss, fearing that human traffickers might harm the child, so they searched quietly. But more than 3 hours passed, and the child was still not found. At this moment, Lu Jinchuan received a report. "Vice Commander, a young man with his work ID is a scout from the 7th Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Northwest Army. He wants to see you. Let him come into the study first." Although Lu Jinchuan was worried about his grandson, he also feared that the visitor might have urgent news, so he asked someone to bring Chang Shi into the study. Chang Shi quickly entered, showing his ID and introduction letter. He briefly explained why he was there. Then he repeated what Xiao Nian had told him earlier. Hearing this, Lu Jinchuan immediately stood up. "Is the child you saw wearing a white coat and blue overalls with suspenders?" Chang Shi was surprised. "How do you know?" Lu Jinchuan waved his hand. "Comrade Chang Shi, I believe you are talking about my grandson." "Thank you very much." He then dialed a phone number. "Hello, this is Lu Jingua from An City. We have found a spy from the country of Hua." After finishing the call, Lu Jinchuan stood up. "Please take me there. I need to find my child." Chang Shi, knowing about the vice commander, understood that the child was probably the only one in the family. He quickly led Lu Jinchuan outside. Meanwhile, over at Xiao Nian's side, she was already fighting with some people. Not long after Changxi left, Qiao Nian saw the two people return. She went back to the roof and saw the two women gesturing. It meant they should give some water to the children and let them sleep deeply. Then, they and the two men would send the children to the train station. It was now 10 p.m., and most residents of early spring and city had already gone to sleep. Seeing them pack up the children and carry them on their backs, Qiao Nian looked into the distance, but didn't see Changxi or others. Once they leave this place and scatter into the streets and alleys, it will be very hard to find them again. She didn't have time to think much. Qiao Nian took out some makeup from her space and quickly smeared her face with messy red, black, blue, and purple colors. Then she tore her hair apart and put on an old, slightly torn gray tactical jacket that didn't belong to this era. Even her own mother wouldn't recognize her now. Next, she jumped over the wall and knocked on the door of a nearby house. Knock, knock, knock. Qiao Nian knocked in the rhythm of a young man she knew from before. "Who's there?" someone inside asked, sounding like a middle-aged man. Qiao Nian kept knocking. The door opened from inside. The middle-aged man hadn't had time to see who was outside. Before he could react, Qiao Nian kicked him, and he was knocked flying backward. "Who are you?" asked the young man, who was holding a child on his back and another in his arms. Qiao Nian didn't answer. She quickly rushed forward and snatched the child from him. Coincidentally, it was the little boy she saw earlier that afternoon. The middle-aged man finally realized that this person was here to help. Without hesitation, he lunged at Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian didn't have time to think much. She strapped the child onto her back and secured him with a rope. Then she engaged in a fight with the middle-aged man. But he was no match for her and soon was defeated. She immediately shouted to the young man, "You take the children and go. I'll hold her back." The young man quickly picked up another child and exchanged a quick look with the two women. The women understood the urgency. One carried a child on her back, another held a child in her arms, and the woman in red also held one. The three of them, clutching 5 children, prepared to run outside. Qiao Nian was worried they would escape, so she pulled out an electric baton from her space. She struck the middle-aged man with it. A crackling sound of electricity was heard, and he fell to the ground. She didn't want to use the baton initially, fearing suspicion, but now she had no choice. The middle-aged man fainted, and the two women trembled with fear. They hadn't expected Qiao Nian to be so powerful. Just as the three were about to reach the door, Qiao Nian closed it faster than they could. The young man knew he was no match for Qiao Nian, so he pulled out a small knife from his pocket. He pressed the knife against the little boy's neck. "Don't move or I'll kill him," he said. Qiao Nian was afraid he might hurt the child, so she stayed still. "Let us go, or I will kill him," the young man said while trying to step forward. The knife tip was pressed against the child's neck. Qiao Nian took 2 steps back and grabbed the middle-aged man. She also held a knife to his neck and asked in a quiet voice, "Let's switch. What do you think?" The young man hesitated for a second. "Sacrificing for the emperor. For the great cause is his blessing." That was close. She almost revealed her identity. Qiao Nian smiled slightly and threw the middle-aged man to the ground. "Since he's useless, I don't need him. You can go, but you must put down the child first." The young man didn't move, only bringing the knife closer. But the little boy showed no reaction. Qiao Nian narrowed her eyes and said, "If sacrificing one can save the others, that's okay." She was really worried, afraid the child's throat might be hurt. But now was the time to be strategic. Seeing that she didn't seem to care about the child, the young man could only tell the two women, "Put the children down first." It was unclear whether they understood the lip language or knew what the young man meant. The two women put the children on the ground. The young man turned to look at Qiao Nian. "Now let us go. You still have one on your back," Qiao Nian said coldly, showing no emotion. The man clenched his teeth and looked at the two women. He instinctively raised his hand with a knife and pointed behind him. Before he could react, Qiao Nian quickly raised her electric baton and struck his head. He had no time to defend himself and fell backward. Qiao Nian took a big step behind him and caught the child on his back. Holding the child, she decisively swung her electric baton at the two women. In just a moment, everyone in the room, except Xiao Nian, fainted on the ground. She put the electric baton into her space and quickly knelt down to check the child who had been cut on the neck. Fortunately, it was only a minor skin injury, not a big problem. Just then, someone kicked the door open. Xiao Nian was about to get up and respond when she realized it was Changxi. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" He hesitated to say more, as the situation was obvious from the visible injuries. Then Xiao Nian saw a group of soldiers walking in with guns. At the back was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s and a middle-aged man in his 30s. Seeing what was happening inside, both men paused for a moment. Changxi quickly said, "Commander, this is Comrade Xiao Nian, our squad leader's fiancé." They nodded, and the older man walked straight to Xiao Nian. "Comrade Xiao Nian, thank you. Please give me the child on your back." "Grandpa," Xiao Nian heard the child softly call out. The child had somehow woken up, and Xiao Nian was worried he might have seen her use the electric baton. "Jia Ping, you're awake," Lu Zhenchuan called. Since they seemed to be grandfather and grandson, Xiao Nian didn't hesitate and handed the child over. "Grandpa, where are we? Why am I here?" the boy asked. "Jia Ping, it's okay now. You met some bad people, but this sister here defeated them and saved you." Jia Ping blinked and looked at Xiao Nian. "Thank you, sister." Xiao Nian smiled. "You're welcome." Then she turned to Changxi. "Changxi, since everything is settled, let's go back." But as she finished speaking, she saw the middle-aged man leading the soldiers toward her. "Comrade Xiao Nian, please wait a moment. I have some questions to ask you." Xiao Nian understood that the relevant authorities needed to process things, so she nodded. She found a corner to squat in. Changxi also came over and asked, "Sister-in-law, how did you get yourself into this state? I almost didn't recognize you." Xiao Nian was curious too. "I found this on the roadside." "But how did you recognize me?" "Your eyes," Changxi said. "Very bright, like a cat's," Xiao Nian thought. Has she evolved into a feline? But Changxi, being a reconnaissance soldier, had sharp eyesight. The little boy also came over and crouched down, whispering into Xiao Nian's ear. "Sister, are you Sun Wukong? I saw you turn out a black golden staff." Xiao Nian felt her heart tighten and wondered whether she should silence the child. But such a chubby, adorable little kid was hard to harm. "You're dreaming. Sister doesn't have a golden cudgel," she said. The child blinked uncertainly. "Really?" Xiao Nian nodded. "But you mustn't tell anyone about this dream, or you might never see Sun Wukong again." Lu Zhenchuan nodded seriously. "Okay. Comrade Xiao Nian, could you come over here, please?" A middle-aged man in his 30s called. Xiao Nian stood up and walked over. "Hello, Comrade Xiao Nian. I am a staff member from the Ministry of Public Security."
"My surname is Zhong," he said.
He didn't mention his position, probably because it was not appropriate to do so. He also didn't ask about Xiao Nian's situation, likely having already investigated her. Xiao Nian nodded. "Hello, Comrade Zhong. Could you please repeat what happened earlier?" Xiao Nian looked at the young girl taking notes nearby and recounted the events again. After she finished, Comrade Zhong reviewed the notes and found no issues. He then expressed his thanks to Xiao Nian. He added, "This incident involves national security secrets, so please keep it confidential." Xiao Nian nodded, understanding. Incidents like children going missing happen from time to time across different places. Sharing this information could cause public panic. Finally, Comrade Zhong left her phone number, saying if she needed help in the future, she could contact him. Lu Zhenchuan, standing nearby, saw this and smiled. When Xiao Nian approached, Lu Zhenchuan said, "Keep that number. It might be useful someday." Xiao Nian guessed that the man named Zhong probably held a high position. But for now, she didn't seem to need any help. She bid farewell to Lu Zhenchuan and prepared to return to the guest house. Just then, she heard an elderly woman's voice. "Dog baby, where is my dog baby?" Xiao Nian saw a soldier leading an old woman over. The old woman hugged Lu Zhenchuan tightly. "Dog baby, I'm glad you're found." Xiao Nian couldn't help but smile. Was it really appropriate to name such a cute child dog baby? Here is the improved and translated version. I heard Chang, she whispered to her. In our northwest, Goa is a term of affection for children. Jo Nyen understood, just like how some elders in Jiangqing call children Goer. Old lady Lu hugged Lu Jiaping and then put him down. She turned to Jo Nyen and said, Miss, it was you who saved our Goa. Thank you so much. Please come to our house for dinner tomorrow. Jo Nyen felt it was a bit awkward and was about to refuse. Then Lu Zhenchuan said, Comrade Xiao Qiao, we are not far from Lansher. Come to our home for dinner tomorrow, rest here for a day, and you can return to Lansher in one go. Jo Nyen thought that made sense. Although she was resting in Engshi today, all this traveling was tiring. Plus, knowing more military people could be helpful for someone like her. But after thinking, she said, You know my identity. Lu Zhenchuan shook his head. They can't control me. Jo Nyen nodded. Then I'll trouble Vice Commander Lu and Madame Lu. Madame Lu took Jo Nyen's hand. Don't call me Madame Lu, just call me Grandma Lu. Jo Nyen happily agreed. Grandma Lu. Lu Jiaping, standing nearby, heard this and cheered happily. Yay! I have a big sister now. Lu Zhenchuan, rarely seeing his grandson so happy, patted his head. Someone was sent to drive Jo Nyen and the others back to the guest house, with instructions to pick them up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After returning to the guest house, Jo Nyen went straight into her space to sleep. The next morning, just as she finished packing, she came to knock on the door. Sister-in-law, are you awake? Vice Commander Lu sent someone to pick us up. Jo Nyen checked the time. She had slept until she woke up naturally, and it was already 9:50. She tidied up a bit, then opened the door and followed Shi outside. They got into the car and headed to the military family compound in Engshi. Lu's residence was a small, stand-alone courtyard with a two-story house inside. A woman in her 20s, thin and looking a bit tired, opened the door. Hello, are you Comrade Jo Nyen? I am Lin Hui, Jiaping's mother. Jo Nyen smiled and greeted her, handing over some fruit preserves and a box of white rabbit candies. Lin Hui saw the gifts. This is our way of thanking you. Why are you bringing things? Big sister, you've arrived. Lu Jiaping ran out of the house and hugged Xiao Nyen. Xiao Nyen. She just mentioned Lin Hui and Lin Jie earlier. Lin Hui seemed to understand what she was thinking and smiled, saying, Forget him, let's each go our own way. But while eating, Lin Hui suddenly felt uncomfortable and went upstairs by herself. After she left, Mr. Lu sighed. Ever since his son left, she hasn't been in a good mood. Yesterday, when she heard Jiaping was found, she fainted immediately. Although Lin Hui tried to hide it earlier, Xiao Nyen could see she hadn't eaten much. She sometimes looked distracted and even trembled in her hands and feet. This kind of situation usually needs medication and the patient's own adjustment. Yesterday, because she seemed to be recovering well, they let Jiaping go out with her. But unexpectedly, she disappeared not far from the residential area, and she had another episode. Madame Lu looked worried when talking about her daughter-in-law. Xiao Nyen comforted her with kind words. Actually, she wanted to see if her spiritual spring water could help with this illness. But everyone wasn't close enough for her to do that. If Lin Hui drank her spring water and suddenly got better, others might suspect her. So, she could only give up and sigh. Everyone has their own fate. It's not that she's cold-hearted, but she can only choose this way to protect herself. After a few words, Madame Lu suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Qiao, last night you dressed up so well, but I couldn't see your face clearly. Today, you look really beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? In the army district of An City, there are many good young men. Grandma can call some over for you to choose from. Xiao Nyen. Is this still about choosing a husband? If society allowed it, it might not be impossible. She quickly explained, Madame Lu, my sister-in-law is our platoon leader's fiancé. When the platoon leader finishes his mission, they will get married. Madame Lu frowned when she heard that. Which platoon leader? How can he leave his fiancée alone and send her to Lansher? She looked at Xiao Nyen and smiled again. Lansher has dry weather and is especially cold in winter. Why don't you stay here in An City? She was anxious, worried someone might take her brother's fiancé away. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Zhenchuan cleared his throat. Don't tease them. Xiao Qiao is Qin Shua's fiancé. Madame Lu rolled her eyes. Why is Qin Shua so unreliable now? He let his fiancée go to launch her alone. At this moment, Qin Shua, who was being scolded by the old lady, had just used a dagger to defeat an enemy. Someone asked him, Captain, are you okay? Qin Shua held his arm and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Keep fighting. Qin Shua is not only the leader of the Northwest Reconnaissance Team, but also the head of the Special Operations Group directly under the central government. This time, their mission was to sneak into the enemy's border and bring back a few physics experts. But unexpectedly, the enemy sent skilled fighters who were not easy to deal with. Both sides fought for a long time and got injured. Now, they could only fight with close weapons. After finishing off the enemies chasing him, Qin Shua led his team to retreat toward the border. His arm was bleeding heavily, and the pain made him sweat cold. Even the toughest person would feel dizzy at this moment. But he knew he couldn't fall here. He had to send the experts back to the country because the country needed them. He also had to get back safely. Xiao Nian had never experienced hardship, and he was worried she wouldn't be used to life in the Northwest. He needed to go home, tidy things up, and make sure Xiao Nian lived more comfortably. Thinking of Xiao Nian, Qin Shua unconsciously reached for a small bottle of medicine in his chest pocket. Remembering her instructions, he took out the small bottle. He uncapped it and poured the water onto his wound. But suddenly, Qin Shua held his breath because he felt the pain in his wound lessen a little. He rolled up his torn sleeve and saw that the deep cut, which was just a moment ago, had healed to a small scrape. Qin Shua took a deep breath, then quickly calmed down and pretended nothing had happened. He tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it around the wound to hide it. Fortunately, everyone was resting now, so no one noticed his strange behavior. He kept clutching the small bottle Xiao Nian gave him, feeling more eager than ever to go back. He wondered what was so magical about this thing. If he had this, maybe fewer soldiers would have to sacrifice. But in the blink of an eye, Qin Shua shook his head. If this thing belongs to Xiao Nian, letting others know about it would surely cause her trouble. She kept the item for herself because she trusted herself, so she couldn't let anyone find out about it. However, within half an hour, Qin Shua's confidence was broken twice. The first time was when his firm belief in materialism was shattered. The second time was when he had to choose between Xiao Nian and loyalty to the greater good. He chose to respect Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian didn't realize that a small spring of spiritual water could shake the resolve of someone as determined as Qin Shua. She and She left Engshi City, carrying the Advanced Community Award medal given by the local police, along with a towel and an enamel teacup as prizes. Lu Zhenchuan said they couldn't reveal the details for now, so they just gave her this award. Once everything was settled, the National Police Department would publicly praise her and reward her. Xiao Nian didn't mind and drove directly toward Lansher City. The further west they went, the fewer trees there were, and the land became more barren. The weather also grew colder, and some vegetable seedlings in Jiangcheng had already sprouted. In the northwest, some places were still snowing. After driving for about 10 hours, they finally reached Ningxi Town near Lansher City. Ningxi Town is located 3 kilometers at the foot of Qinglan Mountain in Lansher. Qinglan Mountain is one of the few green mountains in Long Province. Although it doesn't have many trees, it looks more lively than other places. It's also an area where military families live. The environment here seemed quite nice, with every household planting trees in their yards. The moment Xiao Nian got out of the car, she felt a slight cool breeze on her face. Suddenly, she felt less tired. "Sister-in-law, this is the yard the company commander applied for," someone said. "I just asked and the yard has been approved." "I'll take you there directly," another person added. "Okay," Xiao Nian replied. She was a bit tired and knew she'd need to tidy up her home before she could settle in. The houses along the way looked similar, with red clay walls and what appeared to be single-story houses inside. As she got out of the car, she saw a girl dressed in a military green uniform with 2 braided pigtails walking toward her. The girl was also wearing a military green hat. Seeing She get out of the car, She quickly asked. When Xiao Nian heard this and looked at the girl, she could guess who she was. Another minor female character from the book, Song Weiying. In the story, she is described as having slightly dark skin, with shiny, braided hair always draped over her shoulders. Her eyes are big and round, and she often pretends to be innocent in front of Qin Shua. Honestly, her appearance matches the description in the book. Big, bright eyes. Maybe because the sunlight in the northwest is very strong, Song Weiying's skin isn't very fair. She is the daughter of Qin Shua's boss, Song Jingwei, and now works as a teacher at the elementary school in the residential area. The book says she likes Qin Shua but is rejected by him. Later, Xiao Chunlan came, and Song Weiying repeatedly targeted her. Qin Shua always sided with Song Weiying and never helped Xiao Chunlan. Eventually, Xiao Chunlan married Fang Yuming, and Song Weiying even went to her door to scold her for being shameless. Xiao Nian's memory of Song Weiying's ending in the story is vague. Of course, her understanding of Song Weiying is based only on the story's description, so she can't judge her yet. After all, Xiao Chunlan isn't a good person. As Xiao Nian reached for something, she heard Chang Shi talking to Song Weiying. The company commander is busy and might not come back for a while. Song Weiying looked disappointed and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Xiao Nian also put down what she was holding and extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Xiao Nian." Chang Shi added, "She's our company commander's fiancée." Song Weiying's face suddenly changed, looking a bit lost as she shook hands with Xiao Nian. "Hello, comrade Xiao Nian, I am Song Weiying." Xiao Nian noticed her fingertips still had ink on them, probably from grading students' homework. She smiled and said, "I'm about to move some things inside. Would you like to come in and sit?" Song Weiying bit her lip and shook her head. "No, comrade Xiao Nian, you're busy." Then she turned and ran in another direction. From her back, it looked like she was wiping tears. Xiao Nian sighed. Well, she just arrived and already made someone cry. Meanwhile, Chang Shi asked inexplicably, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with her?" Xiao Nian shook her head. "You wouldn't understand. Let's move the stuff quickly." Song Weiying is the daughter of the political officer and works as a teacher in elementary school. She is rarely seen around. Xiao Nian understood that he was being told some information about Song Weiying. After they carried the things down, Xiao Nian looked at the closed courtyard door. It was a brand new elmwood door, with 2 iron rings. The courtyard wall was built with yellow earth mixed with wheat straw. Around the wall, there were some flowers and plants, adding a bit of life to this lonely place. Xiao Nian asked Chang Shi, "Did anyone live in this courtyard before?" Chang Shi shook her head. "This whole area is new, built especially for the families of officers coming to the army." Xiao Nian nodded. It seemed they would need to do quite a bit of cleaning before moving in. Just as he was about to push the door open, he heard a woman's voice nearby. "Is Xiao Nian here?" Xiao Nian looked toward the voice and saw a middle-aged woman in a dark blue top looking at them. "Auntie, you're here," Chang Shi exclaimed happily. Xiao Nian immediately thought she must be Qin Shua's mother, the villainous mother-in-law Jiang Yongmei from the original story. Jiang Yongmei was a sharp and quick woman. She stepped forward quickly and opened the door. She placed her basket of vegetables on the ground, clapped her hands, and reached out to pull Xiao Nian. "After such a long trip, are you hungry? Thirsty? Tired?" Feeling the warmth from her fingertips and hearing her caring words, Xiao Nian suddenly missed his mother. "Nian Nian, why are you crying? Did someone bully you in Jiang City?" Xiao Nian sniffed. "Annie, I'm fine." Jiang Yongmei pulled Xiao Nian into the courtyard. Xiao Nian then noticed that the courtyard was paved with blue stone slabs. On the left side, the ground was leveled, probably for planting vegetables. On the right side, there were 2 young trees, which looked recently planted, with a few tender buds on top. Under the trees, there was a stone table with 2 stone stools beside it. The courtyard had 3 small houses, each wall painted with lime wash, making the walls look white and clean. When sunlight hit them, they looked bright and neat. Outside the small house on the left, there was a large jar, likely used as a kitchen. Next to the kitchen, there was a chicken coop with 2 tiny chicks pecking at vegetables. The small house on the right has a flowered cotton curtain in front of the door. Next to the main house, there is a small room that serves as a toilet. Jiang Yongmei directly took her into the main house facing the courtyard gate. A large portrait of the leader hangs in the middle of the house. Inside the main house, on the right side, there is a big Kong bed and on the left, a set of wooden armchairs. Near the chairs, there is a coal stove. A kettle on the stove is boiling hot water. Jiang Yongmei pulled her to sit on the chair. Nian Nian, sit here and rest. I'll go get some things. Xiao Nian tried to stand up, but was gently held back. You rest, don't move. I'll handle everything. Annie, I'm not tired really. We rested in Engshi for 2 days before leaving. She also needed to quickly organize her belongings so she could rest well at night. All right, if you're tired, just stand aside and tell me. I'll take care of it. The three quickly moved their things into the house. Xiao Nian's room was the one with the flowered curtain on the right. She tidied up her belongings. She noticed there was a solid wood bed and a small Kong. The bed was covered with clean bedding. As Jiang Yongmei brought in some items, she said, I'm worried you might not be used to the Kong. It's too hard. A few days ago, I had a carpenter in town make a bed. It's not as good as in Jiangqing, but you can stay on it for now. When Qin Shua comes back, he can take you to Lanshi for a look. We'll change it then. The quilts are new. I've washed and dried them, so you can sleep directly. Xiao Nian nodded. Auntie, thank you so much for your trouble. Jiang Yongmei waved her hand. You just focus on settling in. I just picked some alfalfa today. Tonight, I'll make alfalfa buns for you. After saying that, she left the room. Xiao Nian could still hear Jiang Yongmei outside calling Changxi. Little Chong stay tonight too. Auntie will make alfalfa buns. Okay, Auntie. I've been craving your buns. Xiao Nian took a deep breath. Actually, besides the living conditions being less comfortable than in Jiangqing, everything else in the northwest didn't seem too bad. Her life wasn't too bad, but Xiao Chunlan in Jiangqing only felt her life had fallen into deep darkness. That day, when she woke up in the hospital, she overheard her two brothers' words. It was like a thunderbolt hitting her, completely shocking her. In the novel, she was supposed to be on her way to the northwest. As soon as she arrived in the northwest military region, she knew she could find a way to get close to Fang Yuming. However, her two brothers kept saying that her parents had been taken for investigation by the Red Committee. Xiao Nian was taken away by Qin Shua, and it was Qin Shua himself who came to pick her up. Xiao Chunlan's first reaction was that Qin Shua had been reborn. Otherwise, based on her understanding of Xiao Nian in the real world, such a delicate young lady wouldn't behave so wildly and end up looking so messy. She didn't have the memories of Xiao Chunlan in the original story, so she could only judge the situation from bits and pieces. Most importantly, she didn't really know Xiao Nian. She thought Xiao Nian was a spoiled rich girl who didn't learn anything. But she didn't realize that the Qiao family had raised her as an heir since she was young, and she was resilient and adaptable. Xiao Nian had a personal motto: as long as she was alive, everything else was just clouds. Xiao Chunlan's wrong judgment made her a little afraid to go to the northwest. After all, in the story, Qin Shua was portrayed as a cold, ruthless man who only cared about the country. If Qin Shua had truly been reborn, she didn't even dare to imagine how he would react upon discovering how the original owner treated Xiao Nian, whether he would just eliminate her. But then she shook her head. Qin Shua was an honest man, and he definitely wouldn't kill her outright. As long as she found Fang Yuming and used what she knew, she could quickly overthrow Qin Shua. At that time, Xiao Nian would have no support and would be at her mercy. Right now, her main goal was to go to the northwest first. Xiao Chunlan first found Director Chen and asked him to write her a recommendation letter to go to the northwest. Director Chen knew she wanted to cause trouble for Xiao Nian and refused outright. Xiao Chunlan cursed him silently, but felt helpless. In the end, she could only go to the Youth Upward Movement office. Comrade Xiao Chunlan, the place where you're assigned to go can't be chosen. It's arranged by the state, explained a middle-aged woman in the office. Xiao Chunlan was almost desperate. If she was sent to the southwest or northeast, How could she find Fang Yuming and enjoy the life of being spoiled by her military officer husband? Clutching the remaining 100-something yuan in her hand, she decided to try her luck at this woman's home tonight. With money, she believed she could find a way. When she left the office, she saw the two brothers, Xiao Chunhe and Xiao Chunlin. Xiao Chunlin felt very annoyed. Why are you two always following me? Xiao Chunhe was close to tears. Sister, you went to the countryside. What should we do? Our parents don't even know what's happening. Xiao Chunlin was impatient. She was almost fed up herself and didn't care about them. If our parents are really sent away, the government will find a way to take care of you. No, sister, you can't leave. Xiao Chunhe grabbed Xiao Chunlin's arm. Xiao Chunlin shook him off. Can you stop clinging to me like a sticky nose? You're already 16, a grown man. Don't always rely on me for everything. Seeing her like this, Xiao Chunhe slowly let go of her arm. If you want to go to the countryside, fine, but you have to leave us some money. Otherwise, we'll starve. No, if you want money, figure it out yourself, Xiao Chunlin said, and turned to leave. She didn't have enough money herself, so why give any to these two useless brothers? Yes, Xiao Chunlin already considered the two brothers useless. She felt they couldn't help her at all now. Just then, someone shouted from behind. Xiao family's kids, your mom is about to be sent away. Just as Xiao Chunlin was about to leave, she suddenly turned around. My mom is going to be sent away. The person was Director Chen. Yes, the notice has come. She will be sent to the Northwest farm soon. Xiao Chunlin's eyes lit up. She was worried about how to get to the Northwest. Now, it seemed easy and quick. Director Chen, what about my dad? How is he? Life imprisonment, Director Chen said simply. Xiao Chunlin was stunned. Wasn't he arrested for corruption? How did he end up with life imprisonment? With a father like that, how could she marry Fang Yuming? No, she had to get her mom and dad divorced, then go to the Northwest with her mom. Thinking of this, Xiao Chunlin couldn't wait any longer. She asked Director Chen, where is my mom now? Where is she? Your father has committed a crime, your mother is unemployed, and you are considered jobless people in our neighborhood. The best choice is for your mother to be sent away. Xiao Chunhe had nothing to say. Xiao Chunlin also didn't ask any questions. She quickly ran to the neighborhood office. There, she saw Chen Xinghua looking very disheveled. Mom, listen to me. You must divorce your husband right now and cut all ties with him. Otherwise, my two brothers and I will all be affected by him. Xiao Chunlin finished speaking quickly. Chen Xinghua was still a bit stunned. Those people are so inhumane. They kept her awake for days and nights. They forced her to reveal that Xiao Shan murdered Xiao Cheng. After she told everything Xiao Shan had done over the years, she was taken out. Then someone told her she would be sent to the Northwest. That place is poor and harsh, with no one around. She was afraid she couldn't survive there. But her daughter said she wanted to go with her. Chunlin, what are you saying? I said you should divorce your husband and cut ties with him. We will go with you. Chen Xinghua's eyes widened in shock. How can you divorce him? Your father. Xiao Chunlin held Chen Xinghua's shoulders and stared at her firmly. Mom, I don't know all the crimes he committed, but he will definitely affect me and my brothers. Do you want your sons to be called criminals? This hit Chen Xinghua's sore spot. Her daughter could marry whoever she wanted, but her son couldn't be affected. She quickly nodded. Okay. With Xiao Chunlin's help, Chen Xinghua soon divorced Xiao Shan. She also posted a big sign at the neighborhood office criticizing Xiao Shan's illegal actions and cut all ties with him. Then she took her household registration and recommendation letter and was sent to the Northwest. Xiao Chunlin sighed in relief, feeling she had finally escaped from Xiao Shan and the Li family. But she never expected that Hu Meili and Li Hong were also among those being sent away. And they were all going to the Northwest farm. Xiao Chunlin thought it was definitely Qin Shua's idea to send those who bullied Xiao Nian there, where they would be mistreated. The three sisters from the Li family had married out and cut ties with their family in time, so they were not affected. Li Chongzong didn't kill Xiao Cheng, so he was sentenced to only 3 years. After serving his sentence, he also had to go to the Northwest for exile. Dear wife, Li Hongda, the simple-minded man, didn't understand anything and still smiled foolishly at Xiao Chunlan. Hu Mei saw Xiao Chunlan and pointed at her, scolding her. "Where did you run off to, you bad girl? Not taking good care of your man at home. What are you trying to do?" Xiao Chunlan was not afraid. "Who is my man? Don't talk nonsense. If you keep saying that, I might report you for insult." She didn't really know if that was a real crime, but it should scare Hu Mei. Hu Mei suddenly fell silent and said after a while, "You and my Honger already had a wedding. How come he's not your man?" Xiao Chunlan sneered. "Did we get a marriage certificate? If you keep talking like that, I can also accuse you of old-fashioned ideas and arranged marriage. Then you won't just be sent to the Northwest farm." Hu Mei didn't go to school much and didn't understand anything. She didn't dare to speak anymore. But Li Hong was simple-minded and didn't understand Xiao Chunlan's words at all. He kept rubbing against her and shouted, "Wife, wife. Sleep." Hu Mei also smiled. Anyway, her son was grown up and she couldn't control him. She couldn't do anything to Xiao Chunlan. Her son would find a way. Xiao Chunlan felt disgusted. She only knew that the original owner had married Li Hong a few days ago, but she didn't know if anything had happened between them. If she really married Fang Yuming later, she would have to think of some way to get through it. Seeing Li Hong, this big, simple man, Xiao Chunlan really wanted to hit someone. But they were at the train station with many people around. She couldn't do anything. However, once they got to the Northwest, where there were fewer people, there would be many ways to prevent a simple-minded person from speaking again. "Stay away from me. I'm not your wife." Xiao Chunlan moved closer to the two brothers of the Xiao family, but the two brothers, who were already upset, didn't want to pay attention to her. She was very angry and vowed that after she married Fang Yuming, she would never help these two brothers again. Fang Yuming, Fang Yuming. Xiao Chunlan kept repeating this name to calm herself down. "Fang Yuming?" Qiao Nian asked Jiang Yongmei nearby. Jiang Yongmei nodded. "Yes, that's Fang Yuming." Qiao Nian looked again at the man in military uniform, with very fair skin and a somewhat feminine face. Is this the male lead Xiao Chunlan wanted? Sure enough, it was written according to her own preferences. If she weren't dressed in military uniform, Qiao Nian would probably think he was a celebrity from a small country. He is quite handsome, but he lacks a bit of masculine strength. He doesn't get along well with Xiao Shua. Be careful around him, Jiang Yongmei warned. Qiao Nian nodded. He is Xiao Chunlan's man, so he must be on the same side as Xiao Chunlan. Fang Yuming glanced over and asked the person next to him, "Who is that girl?" "She is the fiancée of Commander Qin from the reconnaissance company. She just arrived a few days ago. I heard from the company members that once Commander Qin finishes this mission, they will get married." Fang Yuming thought for a moment. "Isn't Song Weiying fond of Qin Shua?" The soldier shook his head. "I don't know about that. I only heard that Qin Shua personally went to pick her up this time, and Chang Shihu escorted her back. So, he really values this fiancé," Fang Yuming whispered, lost in thought. He and Qin Shua joined the same batch of new soldiers. But Qin Shua, who is 2 years younger than him, always performs better on missions. Later, he developed feelings for Song Weiying's status, secretly wrote her a love letter, but she said he didn't seem like a real man. Not long after, he saw Song Weiying bringing dumplings made by Aunt Song to Qin Shua. This only fueled Fang Yuming's competitive spirit. Now, Qin Shua has become the company commander, while he remains the deputy. Fang Yuming thought it must be the regiment commander secretly arranging this. Otherwise, why would Qin Shua be a higher rank than him? "Go find out about that girl's background," Fang Yuming said to the person beside him. Qiao Nian didn't realize she was being watched again. She was in the yard watching Jiang Yongmei digging the ground. Currently, personal vegetable plots are not allowed, but the military family area permits planting small vegetables in the yard. "Auntie, how do you know how to do this?" Qiao Nian asked. Jiang Yongmei smiled. "Over the years, I stayed with old Qin in that desolate place. When I was bored, I learned from everyone. I gradually picked up a few skills, but I can only grow my own vegetables." Qiao Nian's memories of the original owner's knowledge of Qin Shua's father are limited. She remembers that he once traveled from the US on a merchant ship through the Qiao family and returned to China. This was during the time when old Master Qiao was still alive, and he mentioned it once. Studying abroad and now working in the desert, he rarely returns home. From this information, Qiao Nian knew what Qin Shua's father did, and he was truly a person worth respecting. Qiao Nian was about to go help when Zhang Yongmei called out. Nian Nian, don't move. If you get dirt on yourself, I can clean it up quickly. If you're bored, you can go out and explore on your own. Qiao Nian felt helpless. She had been here for several days, and Zhang Yongmei hardly let her get involved in these family matters. According to Zhang Yongmei, if such delicate hands get roughened, it would be a real waste. While they were talking, someone knocked on the courtyard door. She looked up and was surprised to see Song Weiying. She was holding something in her hand, and when she saw the two of them, she smiled. Auntie, this is some wild vegetables my mom dried. I brought some for you. Zhang Yongmei took it and said, thanks to your mom. Next time I make steamed buns, I'll send some over. Song Weiying waved her hand. No need. Just enjoy it yourself. Then she looked at the freshly dug land Zhang Yongmei had prepared. Auntie, what are you planning to plant? I have some seeds at home. I'll ask my mom to save some seedlings for you. Just some peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, things like that. Growing a little for ourselves is enough. Zhang Yongmei replied. That sounds good. After saying this, Song Weiying turned to Qiao Nian and asked, Comrade Qiao Nian, do you know how to farm? Qiao Nian shook her head. No. I heard you came from Jiang City. I haven't been there myself. Is Jiang City hot? Yes, it gets hot in summer. Qiao Nian didn't know why Song Weiying was looking for her, so she didn't want to say much. Then today, you should really experience our northwest summer. It's not hot at all and there are no mosquitoes. Qiao Nian nodded. By the way, I've never heard that Comrade Qin Shua has a fiancé. When did you two get engaged? Qiao Nian raised her eyebrows. Oh, after going around in circles, they finally got to the main point. But before she could respond, Zhang Yongmei spoke first. The two of them decided when they were kids. Song Weiying bit her lip and smiled. Now, we're talking about marriage freedom. If Comrade Qiao Nian doesn't want to marry Comrade Qin Shua, she can say so. Hearing this, Zhang Yongmei immediately put down her. She looked at Song Weiying and asked, Weiying, you're not getting any younger. Why hasn't your family introduced a suitor for you? Song Weiying blushed and said, there are introductions, but I don't like them. Zhang Yongmei went to the water jar, and Qiao Nian quickly scooped a spoonful of water into a porcelain basin. Zhang Yongmei washed her hands while saying, living day by day, whether you like it or not doesn't matter. What's important is that it's suitable. Just like my Nian Nian and Qin Shua. I think they're a good match. Nian Nian is pretty, and Qin Shua is lucky to have her. Hearing this, Qiao Nian finally spoke. Auntie, that's not true. I look good, can cook, am sweet-tongued and soft-hearted. Qin Shua is lucky to have me. But it's okay. I'm willing to marry him. Mainly because he treats me well and listens to me. Zhang Yongmei's eyes lit up with a smile. Yes, that boy only listens to you. The two women, who weren't real mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, kept talking happily, making Song Weiying so angry she almost cried. Auntie, you're busy. I'll go now. After saying that, Song Weiying ran out of the yard, wiping tears as she ran. She accidentally bumped into Chong, she coming from the other side. Song Weiying looked up, wiped her tears, and left. Chong, she was confused and asked, Annie, sister-in-law, why is Song Weiying crying again? The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged a smile, but didn't say anything. Chong, she came over and asked to take Qiao Nian to get Qin Shua's salary for this month. Auntie, why don't you go? Qiao Nian asked. Zhang Yongmei waved her hand. Our own man, we handle it ourselves. That boy said you should take it, so just keep it. Qiao Nian didn't hesitate and followed Changxi. On the way, they met several military wives collecting their salaries, and everyone started chatting. You're probably Qin Lianzhang's fiancé, right? You're very pretty, with fair skin, said one wife. Yes, I'm Qiao Nian. Which sister-in-law are you? Qiao Nian asked. My husband's surname is Zhang. Just call me Sister Zhang, she replied. Xiao Nian responded politely. Sister Zhang then introduced her to a few more wives. This is Wu's sister-in-law. She works in the canteen now. This is Luo's sister-in-law. She also works in the canteen. And this is Ma's sister-in-law, a nurse at our military hospital. When Xiao Nian heard Ma's sister-in-law, she looked at her a bit longer. She was probably Ma Dongxue, the one who was very close to Xiao Chunlan in the story. In the original story, the two characters are very close, almost like wearing the same pants. Ma Dongxue's husband is the deputy leader of the 7th Regiment. Because Xiao Chunlan is friends with Ma Dongxue, she often helps Fang Yuming. As for Sister Zhang, her husband is the leader of the 7th Regiment. However, the book only mentions her once or twice, and it doesn't talk about the other two sisters-in-law. Xiao Nian greets everyone with a smile. Only Ma Dongxue seems to dislike her a little. She just responds with a cold, Sister Zhang notices Ma Dongxue's unhappiness and says while holding onto Xiao Nian's arm, that's just her personality. Xiao Nian nods to show she understands. Since she just arrived here and isn't familiar with the place, she can't cause trouble like she did in Jiangcheng. Ma Dongxue really doesn't like Xiao Nian. Before she arrived, she was the most beautiful woman in the military housing area. Not only was she attractive and well-shaped, but she also had a good job. Now that Xiao Nian is here, everyone is focused on her, even though she doesn't have a job. These people love to flatter her, wanting to smell everything, good or bad. Ma Dongxue ignores them and walks quickly ahead alone. The other sisters-in-law look at each other in surprise. But from the few words mentioned in the book, Xiao Nian can also understand Ma Dongxue's personality. However, it's not important. As long as she doesn't bother her, she ignores her. If she really provokes her, Ma Dongxue won't let her go easily. Right now, Xiao Nian just wants to get Qin Shua's salary quickly and go to Launcher City. Then she plans to bring back fresh vegetables and some meat from her space. She has been here for several days and is afraid Jiang Yongmei might suspect her, so she hasn't dared to take out the vegetables from her space. She can only cook a little for herself at night before sleeping. Now, she plans to find a chance to go to Launcher City and say she bought everything from the black market. After Xiao Nian gets the money, she goes home and tells Jiang Yongmei she plans to visit Launcher City. There are 2 buses each day between the military housing area and Launcher City. Jiang Yongmei originally wanted to go with her, but Xiao Nian successfully convinced her to stay home by saying she wanted to eat wild vegetable buns. She needs to take some things out during this trip, and it's not convenient with someone following her. After getting on the bus, Xiao Nian chooses the last row. Unexpectedly, Ma Dongxue also boards the bus and sees her sitting in the back. Ma Dongxue turned her head with a huff and sat in the front row of Xiao Nian's seat. Xiao Nian. She tried hard to remember the description in the book. Ma Dongxue's husband also had the surname Ma, and in the story, she was called Deputy Commander Ma. Ma Dongxue was the second wife of Deputy Commander Ma. It is said that the first wife was arranged to marry him by his family, and they had 2 children. Later, he divorced her for emotional reasons and married Ma Dongxue, who was 20 years younger than him, just 2 months later. Xiao Nian didn't believe that someone could have children without love. The book described their love story very well, showing how much he adored her. The bus took an hour to reach Launcher City. There was a return trip at 4:30 p.m. Xiao Nian walked quickly and just happened to walk beside Ma Dongxue when she got off. Then she heard Ma Dongxue snort coldly. Xiao Nian turned her head politely and smiled. Sister-in-law Ma, do you raise pigs at home? You always hum. Ma Dongxue was furious. What are you saying? Xiao Nian only said, I didn't say anything. Then she turned and walked away, ignoring Ma Dongxue's angry outburst behind her. She quickened her pace, wandered around the street, and finally found out where the black market was. She went into an abandoned yard with no one around. Inside, she changed into a different outfit, put on a hat, and used makeup to darken her face. She carried a snakeskin bag filled with some meat, flour, and fresh vegetables. The black market in Launcher City had fewer goods than in Jiangcheng. Seeing there wasn't much to buy, she decided to sell her own things and then leave. At that moment, A familiar voice reached her ears. Xiao Nian looked up and saw Ma Dongxue, wearing a face covering that completely hid her face, standing in front of someone. How much for this cloth? It was a piece of fine fabric. Take the whole piece, 18 yuan. No bargaining, said the man selling the fabric. Although he deliberately lowered his voice to sound older, Xiao Nian's experience in voice acting told her he was probably young. Cheaper, Ma Dongxue said. This piece of cloth can make 2 shirts. If you want it, buy it. Don't block the way, the man said impatiently. Ma Dongxue, who already had a bad temper, turned to leave. Forget it, I won't buy it. Zhou Nian seized the opportunity. She didn't have any cloth, but there were clothes in the supermarket. Quickly, she reached into her snakeskin bag and took out a dark blue shirt, pulling off the price tag. Miss, do you want a shirt? Ma Dongxue looked at the elderly person in front of her, who was slightly hunched over and initially felt a bit dismissive. But when she saw the clothes in her hand, she hesitated. She had never seen a shirt with a better color, and the fabric looked very comfortable, better than the usual fabric. How much is it? 18 yuan each. In their family's supermarket, the clothes in the clothing section were personally selected by her mother from the clothing factory. From style to color to quality, everything was good. Ma Dongxue immediately liked this shirt, but the price was too high, almost half a month's salary. Can you make it cheaper? This item comes from the city of Shanghai, and there's only this one. If it weren't for how good you look and how well it suits you, I wouldn't sell it. Zhou Nian spoke seriously but politely, without sounding abrupt. Ma Dongxue bit her lip, hesitating between buying and not buying. Then she saw Zhou Nian take out a woven straw sun hat from her snakeskin bag, with a brim larger than usual. In this era, it didn't seem out of place, and it looked nicer than others. Add this hat, and it's 25 yuan in total. I'll sell it to you. Ma Dongxue was truly tempted. The strong UV rays and dust storms in the northwest made most women wear scarves as head coverings to hide their hair. But Ma Dongxue, who loved beauty, didn't like that look. She thought it was ugly. If she had this hat, she could wear it sometimes when going out, and it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate. All right, I'll buy it. Do you have any more? Ma Dongxue felt relieved. Recently, the women in the military zone kept mentioning Zhou Nian. She was almost becoming an outsider in the military zone. Once she wore this hat, everyone would come around her again. Ma Dongxue liked the feeling of being the center of attention. If only the times allowed, she wouldn't be so reserved. After buying the items, Ma Dongxue left. Zhou Nian stayed behind, waiting to sell the remaining items before she planned to leave. But just as she stepped out of the black market, she sensed something was wrong. Someone was following her. Zhou Nian thought for a moment and decided to go to a more secluded place, until she reached a dead-end alley with no way out. She then turned around and saw 3 boys behind her. They looked about 17 or 18 years old, around 1.75 meters tall, and didn't seem friendly. Old man, hand over the money you just took. Zhou Nian wasn't afraid. Dealing with these 3 kids was no problem. It seemed they had been watching her in the black market. What do you want? Hurry up, no more talking.
Hand over the money, one of them said.
But as soon as he finished, he was kicked from behind and fell forward, giving Zhou Nian a big bow. Zhou Nian slightly smiled. There's no need to bow so deeply. The man on the ground was about to turn around and curse, but he saw his 2 accomplices run away. Standing nearby was a young man about 16 or 17, quite handsome with sharp features. He wore a Zhongshan suit that didn't fit his body well, patched up many times. He looked very much like a famous actor from her original world, surnamed Xie, from Hong Kong. But he was a bit thinner, with darker skin, probably from long-term poor nutrition. Xie, you're meddling again. Xie simply replied coldly, get lost. The man on the ground quickly got up and ran away. After the robbers left, Xie only said, keep your valuables hidden and be careful next time. Then he turned to leave. Wait a moment, Zhou Nian called out. Is there something else? Xie asked impatiently. I know you are the person who sold the real silk earlier. Zhou Nian was sure it was him. Although he had lowered his voice before, his pauses and breathing were exactly the same. Rui was surprised now. How do you know? Zhou Nian smiled. That's not your concern. But thank you today. After saying that, she took 1/2 kilogram of pork from her snakeskin bag and handed it to him. Seeing the pork, Zhou Nian clearly saw Rui's throat move. His eyes showed obvious greed, but he didn't reach out to take it. No reward without effort, Zhou Nian said. From his expression, she could tell he hadn't eaten meat in a long time, but he still had principles. She asked, "Do you have business? Are you interested?" Rui looked at Xiao Nian cautiously. "What do you mean? As you saw, today I had that shirt, hat, and other things. I can get them, but I can't do this often on the black market," Xiao Nian replied. Rui understood her meaning and was momentarily surprised. He quickly responded, "I don't have money to buy your things, and I definitely won't trust you." Xiao Nian nodded. "It's normal that you don't trust me, but I can give you the items first." This time, Rui was even more surprised. His usually calm face showed disbelief. "Why do you trust me?" Xiao Nian thought for a moment. "Maybe because you've been following me. You probably knew those troublemakers had robbery plans. If you didn't want trouble, you could ignore it, but you still stepped in." Xiao Nian didn't say more, but when she heard that name, she knew Rui's identity. His original name was Ruichi, later a successful businessman. His family was bourgeois, and they were sent to Guanshirgo. His father couldn't handle that life, and chose to end his own life. His mother raised him and his 2 younger siblings. Rui started going in and out of the black market at 17. After the opening up, he built many connections and resources. He took his siblings back to Hushur City. According to the story, once he went out, his younger siblings went to pick wild vegetables on the mountain and encountered a wolf. Xiao Chunlan and Fang Yuming saved the children. Later, after Rui became successful, he also helped Xiao Chunlan and Fang Yuming a lot. Since this person first introduced him to the situation, he couldn't just let it go. Rui wasn't sure if what Xiao Nian said was true, but he really wanted that meat. "How can I trust you?" Rui asked. Xiao Nian said, "I can give you the items first. Let's meet in a place in 1/2 a month. The things from her space would automatically regenerate once taken out." If Rui was truly untrustworthy, at worst he would lose a few items. Rui looked at the meat and swallowed. "Okay, where do I get the items?" "Follow me," Xiao Nian replied. She headed toward the abandoned yard where she had changed clothes before. Rui was very cautious. Seeing Xiao Nian walk into the abandoned house, he stood outside without moving. Only after she came out holding a nearly full snakeskin bag did he relax a little. Xiao Nian showed him. Inside, there is rice, flour, and some soap and toiletries. Rui opened the bag and saw that his heart was pounding. There really were quite a few things. The soap and toiletries had no packaging. Xiao Nian had opened them out of boredom. "How should we split the money?" Rui asked. "Sell each item, and you'll get 15% commission. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Rui immediately understood that if these items sold for 100 yuan, he would get 15 yuan. He didn't need to invest money or find sources himself. He just needed to spend some time and effort working in the black market. Although there are risks, the benefits are also good. "All right, let's meet here again in 1/2 a month." After saying that, Xiao Nian handed him some meat. "Take it home and eat it. Consider it a celebration for joining us." Rui instinctively took the meat. Xiao Nian turned and left without any hesitation. "I don't even know your name," he said. Xiao Nian turned back. "If we continue to work together, I'll tell you then." After walking out of sight of Rui, Xiao Nian cleaned herself up and changed back into her original clothes. She took a basket from her space, covered it with a rough blue cloth. There was nothing inside. She had to wait until she was close to home to take it out, or else it would be too heavy and tiring to carry. Just as she got into the car, she saw Ma Dongxue again. What a coincidence. Ma Dongxue sat in the front row this time. When she saw Xiao Nian get in, she didn't sneer anymore, just turned her head away. Xiao Nian didn't mind. She carried her basket and went to the back, sitting in the last row. Through the window, she saw Rui walking quickly ahead, seeming to go in the same direction as their car. That's when she remembered that Guanshirgo was just 5 kilometers from Ningxi town. So, in the original story, there was a scene where Fong Yuming and Xiao Chunlan rescued Xie Rui's younger sister. She quickly withdrew her gaze and didn't bother to see where Xie Rui had hidden those things. People like him must have their own secret base. The car kept moving forward. Xiao Nian suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw Xiao Chunlan and her group. At the front was a local villager leading the way. They followed that local person ahead. Hu Xinghua and Li Hong's mother and son were sitting very close together. Xiao Chunhe and Xiao Chunlin, the brothers, followed closely behind Chen Xinghua. Xiao Chunlan was alone at the back. Her face showed a very complicated expression, mixing feelings of resentment and happiness. It's understandable to feel resentful, but why was she so obviously happy? Xiao Nian didn't understand, but she was more concerned about where these people would be sent. She didn't ask the car to stop, as it was a direct bus from the military area to Nanshur. They had to wait until they got off the bus, and then wait in the military area to see if they could spot Xiao Chunlan and the others. At this moment, Xiao Chunlan was so exhausted she didn't want to speak, and she didn't notice that Xiao Nian was sitting on the passing car. She was just looking at the car passing by her with envy. Even the smell of the car's exhaust felt sweet to her. No one told her that the northwest was so dry, and everywhere was full of dust. The key was that the village where they were sent didn't even have a cow cart. After they got off the train in Lan City, they thought they would continue by bus, but unexpectedly, the people who came to pick them up told them to walk. They said it was only about 20 kilometers, and they could walk there in a few hours. They hadn't eaten much on the bus these past 2 days, and now they still had to walk for several hours. Xiao Chunlan felt this was even more painful than being killed. What kept her going was the hope of seeing Fong Yuming soon. What kind of car is that? Can it stop and take us part of the way? Hu Meili asked in front. The local person guiding them said, "That's a direct bus from the military area to Lan City. It's usually full of people. How can it take you?" Hearing this, Xiao Chunlan's spirits lifted. "Uncle, are you saying the military area is just ahead?" The uncle nodded. "Yes, it is. Our Guanshir farm grows grain to supply the troops here. Do you usually see soldiers there?" "Of course. During busy farming times, they and the families from the military area come to plant and harvest too." The more Xiao Chunlan listened, the brighter her eyes became. "When is the busy farming season?" "Now is the time to plant wheat. I've been delayed a lot to come pick you up." The uncle quickened his pace and complained. Xiao Chunlan couldn't hear the rest of his words. Her mind was full of the hope of seeing Fong Yuming. Her good days were coming. From now on, she only needed to look beautiful and have children, and Fong Yuming would spoil her and love her forever. She hadn't yet seen Fong Yuming, but she saw Xiao Nian first. "The military housing area is just ahead, but we can't go in freely," said the uncle guiding Xiao Chunlan, pointing to a fenced-off area in front. Xiao Chunlan looked over and saw that inside were neat, square courtyards with white walls. It was much better than the other villages she had seen along the way. Her breathing grew faster, and her eyes shone brighter. She didn't want to be sent to Guanshirgo or do farm work. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. She wanted to go to the guard post and call for Fong Yuming. "Miss, where are you going? Didn't I tell you? We can't go there," the uncle shouted from behind. If she caused trouble, their village would be criticized by the commune. Xiao Chunlan didn't hear him. Her eyes were fixed on the large characters written next to the iron gate. Northwest Military District Lanshur Branch Family Compound. A soldier with a rifle stood at the gate. Seeing her approach, he called out, "Comrade, stay on the outside." "Hello, I am here to find Fong," Xiao Chunlan hurriedly said. But before she finished, she saw Xiao Nian come out from behind the red brick wall beside the iron gate. Xiao Chunlan's eyes widened suddenly. Why was Xiao Nian here? Was she crazy? But now, she looked quite normal. The setting sun's rays shone on Xiao Nian's face, making her seem almost divine. Seeing her with the same demeanor and face as in the real world, Xiao Chunlan was still scared and stepped back, shouting, "Xiao Nian, Don't come over. Don't come any closer. Xiao Nian frowned and looked thoughtful. When she left Jiangcheng, wasn't Xiao Chunlan quite arrogant? Why was she suddenly so afraid of her? She tentatively took a few steps forward. Xiao Chunlan kept retreating. Behind them, Chen Xinghua, with her 2 sons and Hu Meili's mother and son, hurried over. When she saw Xiao Nian, Chen Xinghua suddenly lunged at her, blocking Xiao Chunlan's face. Nian Nian, help Auntie. I don't want to be sent to that godforsaken place. Can you find a job for Auntie in the military district? Even cleaning, washing dishes, or sweeping floors would do. The uncle who came to pick them up nearby looked clearly upset when he heard Chen Xinghua's words. But now, seeing that the young girl from the military housing area seemed to be related to these people, he didn't dare say much and just stood to the side, waiting. Chen Xinghua was also going crazy. Throughout this journey, not being able to eat or sleep on the train was bad enough, but the train was also dirty and messy. Using the toilet was almost unbearable due to the foul smell. When they got off the train, they thought a car would come to pick them up, but instead, an old person who knew nothing arrived. It took nearly 3 hours to walk from the train station to this place. Her feet were blistered from the walk. She would rather die than continue heading to that remote, poor village. Seeing Xiao Nian at that moment, she finally felt a little hope in life. As long as Xiao Nian was willing to help her, she would work as a servant for her forever. The 2 brothers from the Xiao family also looked eagerly at Xiao Nian. They were born in Jiang City and had been trying to get ahead by following the Qiao family, living quite well. But this journey was the hardest they had ever experienced since birth. Compared to Xiao Nian, who wore simple cotton clothes, she looked better overall. And this was a military housing area, so how bad could life really be? They, as Xiao Nian's younger brother's family, lived in the military housing and went to school there. That seemed reasonable. Hu Meili, standing nearby, didn't dare speak because she knew she had offended Xiao Nian. She even grabbed Li Hong and tightly covered his mouth, afraid he might speak out. Only Xiao Chunlan finally calmed down. She dared to kill Xiao Nian in her previous world. What was she afraid of here, with a crazy person like Xiao Nian? She also wanted to enter the military housing area. If Xiao Nian could take them inside, it would be easier to contact Fang Yuming. She caught a glimpse of the sentry being very gentle with Xiao Nian and guessed that these people probably didn't know Xiao Nian was a wealthy young lady. If she told others, Xiao Nian wouldn't have a good time. Thinking this through, she spoke with a sense of righteousness. Xiao Nian, my mother, as your aunt, used to wash your clothes, cook for you, and take care of you for many years. She raised you. Now that you're married to comrade Qin Shua, do you still refuse to acknowledge her? Chen Xinghua and her family, along with Li Hong's family, stared at Xiao Chunlan in disbelief. Did she forget how much Xiao Nian could cause trouble? Especially Chen Xinghua still remembers the sound of the chainsaw mixed with Xiao Nian's wild laughter, which was very frightening. She could ask Xiao Nian for help but would never accuse her directly. Afraid that Xiao Chunlan might anger Xiao Nian again, Chen Xinghua pulled Xiao Chunlan aside. Chunlan, stop talking. Xiao Chunlan, upon hearing this, scolded Chen Xinghua with some frustration. Mom, you're just too kind to her, making her ungrateful. Because of her, we were all sent away, and you still protect her. Chen Xinghua was stunned by Xiao Chunlan's words. Was she really kind to Xiao Nian? When did she ever protect her? At that moment, Ma Dongxue appeared from somewhere. She was carrying a military green bag on her shoulder, bulging with clothes, probably bought from the black market. She stood next to Xiao Chunlan but soon smelled the scent on her and almost gagged. Quickly stepping back, she covered her nose and asked, "Wow, are you relatives of Xiao Nian?" Xiao Chunlan was a bit annoyed because of Ma Dongshue's actions. How dare a passerby in this story look down on her? She rolled her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Ma Dongxue showed a proud expression. "My husband is Deputy Commander Ma of the 7th Regiment, and I am a nurse at the military hospital." Hearing this, Xiao Chunlan immediately smiled again. So, this is the good friend Ma Dongxue from the story. She stepped forward to try to hold Ma Dongshue's arm. but Ma Dongxue avoided her. Xiao Chunlon awkwardly retracted her hand, deciding not to pursue it since she was the wife of Deputy Commander Ma. Then Ma Dongxue asked, "You haven't answered me yet. What kind of relative is Comrade Xiao Nian to you?" Xiao Chunlon immediately replied, "Xiao Nian is my cousin. My father and her father are brothers. A few years ago, her mother died, and her father was busy with work. It was my mother who took care of her, feeding her well and looking after her every day. Now, when she came here, she didn't even tell us so we could find her, and now she has caused our family to be sent away." Hearing this, Ma Dongxue lowered her hand from her nose. Curious, she asked, "Xiao Nian caused you to be sent away? Why would she cause trouble for you? If Xiao Nian's identity was special, did Qin Shua know about this? If Qin Shua didn't know and Xiao Nian was hiding something, he might be angry and break off the engagement." Xiao Nian left the military housing area, so no one would compete with her for attention anymore. Ma Dongxue thought this was a good idea. Xiao Chunlon looked at Xiao Nian and saw she hadn't spoken at all. This made Xiao Chunlon more confident that the crazy girl didn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, several people were already standing in front of the military housing gate. Some were in military uniforms, some were military wives, and others were villagers nearby. Xiao Chunlon cleared her throat and said, "Qiao Nian is the daughter of the big family in Jiangcheng, the Qiao family."
What?
Xiao Nian is actually a rich family's daughter? Ma Dongxue covered her mouth and shouted exaggeratedly. But everyone could see she was very happy to see this. Song Weiying, who had been hiding behind the crowd and was already red-eyed from crying, now looked even more excited. People around looked at Xiao Nian, waiting to see what she would say. Then Xiao Chunlon said with a sad tone, "Back then, my uncle married into the Qiao family, but he didn't take care of us at all. My mom had no job and my dad was a worker. Now, because Xiao Nian is a rich girl, we've been sent to this place. Brothers and sisters, do you think that's fair?" A few people who had come with Xiao Chunlon from Jiangcheng were stunned when they heard her words, especially Chen Xinghua, who couldn't believe that her own daughter was saying such nonsense. Xiao Chunlon, who used to have a strange personality, would never lie like this. Anyone with a little sense could find out the truth with a simple check. But some people just didn't have any brains. For example, Ma Dongxue, who cheered her on, yeah, you haven't enjoyed a single day of happiness, and now you're dragging down the hardworking workers too. She then asked, "Qiao Nian, does Lieutenant Qi know about your background? If he finds out, it might affect him." Before Qiao Nian could speak, Xiao Chunlon continued, "Ma, don't ask her. She's not thinking clearly. What if she loses her temper and goes crazy?" Ma Dongxue was startled and took a step back. "What? She can lose her temper? She might hit someone?" Xiao Chunlon looked at Xiao Nian with a smile. Whether she hit someone or not is hard to say. Her father couldn't stand the criticism from the Red Committee about capitalism and chose to commit suicide. She went crazy after that. Her mother is just like her, proud and high-spirited, and she's driven herself to despair. When Ma Dongxue heard this, she nodded in agreement. Sure enough, she's a rich girl who can't handle anything. Qiao Nian didn't speak. She was watching Xiao Chunlon carefully. This didn't seem like the Xiao Chunlon she knew before. The old Xiao Chunlon was impulsive and wouldn't use Ma Dongxue to stir up trouble. Also, Xiao Chunlon looked like she knew exactly what kind of person Ma Dongxue was. But they live in different cities, one in Jiangcheng, the other in Lanshi, so how could they know each other? Unless... Xiao Nian thought of two possibilities, and her heart trembled. 1. Xiao Chunlon had been reborn. 2. Xiao Chunlon had been transported to this world, and she knew a lot about the story. Could it be that the Xiao Chunlon who killed her has come back? Xiao Nian knew she could travel through worlds, so maybe others could too. She never thought she was the only one in this world. She decided to test Xiao Chunlon further. And when she heard Xiao Chunlon insulting Qiao Mingzhu and Xiao Cheng, her daughter's anger finally burst. Before anyone could react, Qiao Nian rushed forward, kicked Xiao Chunlon to the ground, and sat on her. She started hitting her with her fists. "If you call my dad weak again, I'll beat you to death," Xiao Chunlan screamed as she was hit. Xiao Nian, you crazy girl. Let go of me. If you hit me again, I'll call the police. People around finally remembered and tried to pull her away. But Xiao Nian had drunk spiritual spring water. If she really used her strength, no one could stop her. She used whichever hand was free to hit her. In the end, Xiao Chunlan was crying and sobbing. Xiao Nian, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Let me go. Her tone and attitude were exactly the same as Xiao Chunlan in her previous world. When she was about to be expelled, that woman had said the same thing. Miss Qiao, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Qiao's mother, feeling soft-hearted, decided to let her stay. But Xiao Nian never blamed her mother. She knew her mother only felt sorry for women from poor backgrounds. No one expected Xiao Chunlan would dare to kill her. Just then, Zhang Yongmei finally arrived at the scene. 5 minutes earlier, Song Weiying had run into Xiao Nian's house, eyes red and smiling. Seeing Zhang Yongmei, who was planting seedlings, called out, "Auntie, something's happened. Xiao Nian is trapped at the entrance of the residential area." Zhang Yongmei heard this and quickly stood up, not even having time to wash her hands. What happened? Before Song Weiying could answer, she ran outside. Song Weiying could only follow behind, shouting as she ran, "Auntie, Xiao Nian is the daughter of a business owner. Do you know that? She didn't deceive you or comrade Qin Shua. With her status, it might affect Qin Shua's future progress. Auntie, you can't just be soft-hearted and take her in, making things difficult for Qin Shua." Zhang Yongmei stopped and looked at Song Weiying. Her eyes were very cold, like a fish that had been out of water for 40 years. "Song Weiying, I know Xiao Nian's background better than anyone, and Qin Shua personally went to Jiang City to pick her up. Do you think Qin Shua doesn't know anything?" But he knew her background and still brought her back without hesitation. "Do you understand why?" Song Weiying was frightened by Zhang Yongmei's gaze and asked instinctively,
"Why?"
Zhang Yongmei clearly said a few words. "Because Qin Shua cares about Xiao Nian." Hearing this, Song Weiying forgot to keep running. She felt like a fish out of water, struggling to breathe. After a long while, she shed tears and asked, "What did I do wrong?" Sister Zhang, walking behind, overheard everything. She replied beside Song Weiying, "Weiying, the fate between people can't be forced. You should let it go." In the past, Song Weiying was quite reserved, so few people knew her thoughts. But after her repeated targeting of Xiao Nian, even those close to her probably noticed her feelings. Song Weiying bit her lip, tears almost falling, and shouted, "Sister Zhang." Sister Zhang waved her hand. "Think carefully about yourself. Don't make everyone dislike you in the future." After saying that, she didn't look at Song Weiying again and quickened her pace toward the entrance of the residential area. Meanwhile, Zhang Yongmei arrived at the scene. She overheard the general situation from the outside. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and slapped Xiao Chunlan several times. Just kidding. She used to serve on the front lines and was a female soldier fighting against the enemies. Later, because Qin Shua's father's work, she moved to a behind-the-scenes role. Do these people really think she's dead? In recent years, she has been working as the director of the women's unit in the military family area in that desert. Who is she afraid of? Xiao Nian was in the middle of a fight when she saw Zhang Yongmei rushing over. She quickly stopped and pulled Zhang Yongmei back, afraid of being falsely accused by Xiao Chunlan. She knows how to hit skillfully, aiming for painful spots that don't leave visible scars. When Zhang Yongmei came up, she slapped her directly, which would clearly show on her face. "Auntie, stop hitting her," Xiao Nian whispered. Zhang Yongmei listened and asked, "Child, did she hit you? Are you hurt?" Xiao Nian was moved and almost cried but held back, shaking her head. Just then, Xiao Chunlan, who had just gotten up, heard this and exploded. "Who is this crazy old woman? Why does she think she can hit me?" Zhang Yongmei knew that as a military family member, it was wrong to scold or hit the personnel under her. So she immediately said, "Who do you think you are, calling me an old woman? When I was fighting on the battlefield against the enemies, you weren't even born yet. What's wrong with teaching a loud-mouthed woman like you a lesson? Sister Zhang, standing nearby, led the applause. Although they didn't know much about Xiao Nian, they knew Jiang Yongmei. She had made contributions on the battlefield and even risked her life, leading over 30 women to rescue soldiers surrounded by fire. Big Sister Jiang, it was this comrade who kept insulting Xiao Nian's parents earlier. Don't blame Xiao Nian, said one military wife. Another nodded. Yes, we understand the phrase the dead are great, but we shouldn't bring up her deceased parents. Hearing this, Jiang Yongmei realized these military wives were speaking up for her. She quickly continued, Really? I always thought Nian Nian was such a gentle girl. How could she get so angry? Turns out she was provoked. Sister Zhang also said, Yes, I heard earlier that Xiao Nian didn't say anything because this comrade kept talking nonsense. Another military wife added, Exactly. Xiao Nian didn't speak up at first. If this comrade hadn't gone too far, she wouldn't have responded. These sisters-in-law's husbands are all friends of Qin Shua, so they naturally want to help her. Even the soldiers standing nearby didn't speak. Everyone understands that no one should use the death of someone's parents to blame them. However, there are some who don't get along with Qin Shua. For example, Deputy Commander Ma. So Ma Dongxue spoke up, saying, If it weren't for that businesswoman Xiao Nian causing trouble, why would this comrade and her family be sent to the northwest? They were good workers at home. Would they really come here willingly? Ma Nurse, do you really believe that our family's Xiao Nian caused all this? People are smart. We're not in a feudal society anymore where they punish entire families. Jiang Yongmei pointed out the main issue. Everyone here knows that now being sent down only affects individuals. Children can choose to go to the countryside as educated youth, and no one would blame relatives. Ma Dongxue was speechless and could only awkwardly say, Even if it's not directly caused by us, with relatives like the Qiao family, this girl's life in the city isn't easy. Sister Zhang couldn't hold back anymore. Dongxue, this is someone else's business. We should just watch and not interfere too much. Xiao Nian probably knows more about the situation than we do. As outsiders, we shouldn't say anything. Ma Dongxue wanted to speak, but Sister Zhang, being older and well-respected in the military compound, didn't want to offend her. She could only stand silently to the side. Xiao Chumon saw this, and, in just a few words, all these people had sided with Xiao Nian. Her face immediately darkened. But she didn't dare offend them now. She hadn't met Fang Yuming yet, so she could only hold back. Feeling a bit wronged, she pouted, tears almost falling. She looked at Xiao Nian and said, Xiao Nian, we grew up together. My mom has taken care of you all these years. Can't you do us a favor and look after us a little, just for her sake? You know my mom isn't in good health. My 2 brothers are still in school. I've never done farm work. I'm not as lucky as you with a good fiancé. Xiao Nian looked at her and found it amusing. She saw that her previous tricks of acting helpless didn't work, so now she was pretending to be pitiful. But she's never been a soft-hearted person. Xiao Chumon had already hurt her once, and she hadn't gotten revenge yet. Now she's trying to ruin her again. You keep saying that I caused your exile, but your father, as my real uncle, why didn't he come with you? Clearly, he is the closest relative to me. Yes, this girl has been talking for a long time, but we haven't heard her father speak. Exactly. Even if Xiao Nian really needs help, her uncle should be the one to speak up. Xiao Chumon never expected Xiao Nian, this crazy girl, to respond with such reason and logic. She suddenly looked up and saw Xiao Nian looking at her with a half-smile. Xiao Nian is not crazy. That was Xiao Chumon's only thought. If Xiao Nian regained her senses, she might remember how badly the Xiao family had treated her before. Although Xiao Chumon didn't have the original owner's memories, she knew what the Xiao family had done to Xiao Nian. They often mocked and insulted her. Of course, she didn't think Xiao Nian was a time traveler because in Xiao Chumon's view, only she was the main character in this world. Now, all the military wives around were curious and watching her. Xiao Chumon swallowed hard. Xiao Nian, if you don't want to help us, just say so. There's no need to talk so much. You're just an ungrateful person. After saying this, Xiao Chumon looked at Jiang Yongmei. Auntie, You must be Qiao Nian's future mother-in-law, right? You should be careful. People like her, no matter how kind you are to her, won't change her. Just look at what happened to my mother. Jiang Yongmei looked at Chen Xinghua, who was now in a terrible state. She nodded. Yes, her situation is quite sad. A smile appeared on Xiao Chunlan's face. She knew no one liked ungrateful people. But then Jiang Yongmei said, however, isn't your situation deserved? Since our Nian Nian's father passed away, your family has been bullying her. Your father only got into the textile factory because of Nian Nian's father, right? Your two brothers' schooling was paid for by the Qiao family, wasn't it? And the house you live in, that's the Qiao family's house. You pretended to take care of Nian Nian but stayed in the Qiao house, living in Nian Nian's house, spending the Qiao family's money, and now you want to turn the tables? Do you really think I don't know why your father, Xiao Shan, didn't come to the Northwest? That's because he killed Nian Nian's father and was sentenced to life imprisonment. Your mother knew the truth, but didn't report it. That's why she was sent down. You siblings couldn't stay there anymore, so you came to the Northwest. Now, not only Xiao Chunlan, but even Xiao Nian widened her eyes in surprise. How did Jiang Yongmei find out about this? Oh my, so she's from a family of criminals. How could they be so shameless as to come and slander Qiao Nian? Where there's a father, there's a son. Her father is a criminal, so what good can she be? Well, in that case, Qiao Nian is really pitiful. If Commander Qin hadn't come to pick her up, who knows what kind of trouble she would have faced. Earlier, the man who came to pick up Xiao Chunlan and the others frowned, worried that such a person going to their village might cause trouble. Chen Xinghua and the two Xiao brothers looked visibly nervous. They thought that once they escaped here, no one would know about their past. But it was still exposed. However, they didn't dare to curse Jiang Yongmei. They could only blame everything on Xiao Chunlan. If she hadn't been talking nonsense and causing trouble for Qiao Nian, how would others have known about their affairs? Xiao Chunlan also became anxious, her eyes showing some panic. She never expected things to develop like this. She thought no one would know about Xiao Shan's situation, so she was reckless in accusing Qiao Nian. She turned to Chen Xinghua, hoping she would speak up for her. But Chen Xinghua, already afraid of Qiao Nian, dared not say anything in this situation. Xiao Chunlan gritted her teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. What a useless woman. No wonder Xiao Shan cheated and found a mistress. She looked around and saw no one was helping her. Even Ma Dongxue, who had helped her before, kept her distance after hearing she was the daughter of a criminal. Xiao Chunlan took a deep breath and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." My mother stood up for justice and revealed Xiao Shan's crimes. She even divorced him. We have cut all ties with Xiao Shan and will never associate with criminals. After a pause, she added, and misfortune doesn't fall on family members alone. Xiao Shan's mistakes have been punished by the law. Why should we be dragged down with him? Hearing this, Jiang Yongmei chuckled softly. Do you also believe that misfortune doesn't fall on family members? Then why did you just say that our Nian Nian caused you trouble when you went to the countryside? Xiao Chunlan was stunned.
How could she respond to that?
Wasn't she just insulting herself? She secretly cursed Jiang Yongmei, thinking, isn't she supposed to be a mean old woman in the story? Why is she so kind to Qiao Nian? Qiao Nian, however, smiled. She felt so protected, as if she didn't need to say anything. This future mother-in-law could handle 10 people alone. But she couldn't fall behind, so she wiped her tears and spoke. Chunlan, I know you and uncle and aunt haven't liked me, and even wanted to drive me out of the house. But that house is the only thing my grandfather left me. It holds my childhood memories with my family. I can't give it to you. Uncle forced aunt to give me sleeping pills and sign over the house to him. If Qin Shua hadn't arrived in time, I might have been homeless. As she spoke, she started crying loudly. Since coming to the family compound, she hadn't gone out much, so everyone only knew that Qin Shua's fiancé was very beautiful. Now, hearing her and Jiang Yongmei, they realized how truly pitiful she was. She was all alone at home and was about to be cut off by her uncle and aunt. Even though she was a wealthy young lady, she was clearly a victim. Most of the women present were from rural areas and knew how terrible some relatives could be. Their sympathy for Xiao Nian grew even more. Xiao Chunlun saw everyone glaring at her angrily. She hated Xiao Nian deeply, thinking she was just pretending. As a wealthy young lady, she had enjoyed everything, and now she was acting pitiful. Chen Xinghua was even more eager to hide her face in the ground. The two brothers from the Xiao family felt the same, embarrassed and ashamed. But now, they were in a weaker position and dared not act as they had before toward Xiao Nian. Chen Xinghua knelt down directly. Nian Nian, please help Aunt. I know I was wrong before, but I promise to treat you well from now on. Look, if you marry into the Qin family without your own family backing you, they will look down on you. Chunlun is confused. You can ignore her, but my two younger brothers and I will stand with you forever. Everyone around was shocked by her kneeling. If someone with bad intentions saw this, they might accuse her again. What are you doing? Are you trying to force my Nian Nian with this method? Jiang Yongmei frowned directly. This family is really unreasonable and stubborn. Xiao Nian pulled Jiang Yongmei's hand gently and whispered, Auntie, I will handle this. After saying that, she went to Chen Xinghua and helped her up. Andy, I know this matter with Uncle has made you uncomfortable, but you also know I just arrived here. I'm not familiar with anything and Qin Shua isn't here. I don't know how to help you. Go with the people from the relocation place first. I'll visit you another day. We can talk more then. It's getting late, and there are so many people here. If something happens, I'm afraid I won't be able to stay. Her words were reasonable and convincing, finally persuading Chen Xinghua. She looked at Xiao Nian with gratitude. Nian Nian, I'll listen to you, but you must remember my situation. Xiao Nian nodded repeatedly. I remember. Chen Xinghua had no other choice. This was her only hope. She didn't trust Xiao Nian, but who else could she trust? Chunhe, Chunlin, thank your older cousin quickly. The two sons of the Xiao family pursed their lips, swallowing hard before managing to say, Thank you, cousin. This address sounded like they were forcing the words out, as if they had sand in their mouths. Remember, they used to call her crazy girl, and even Chen Xinghua had tolerated it. Xiao Nian just nodded faintly. You should listen to Annie. Then she looked at the uncle. Uncle, please take them back first. Otherwise it will get dark soon and they won't see the road clearly. Okay. The uncle said and started walking forward. The Xiao family's mother and sons, along with Hu Meili and her son, continued walking ahead. But Xiao Chunlun stood there, not moving. She couldn't understand why Xiao Nian, who was clearly considered crazy, suddenly seemed better. Could it be that Xiao Nian was reborn?
Or possessed?
Xiao Chunlun didn't dare think in that direction. She was afraid her role as the main character might be threatened. Xiao Chunlun, aren't you leaving? When it gets dark, come back alone. Chen Xinghua called from the front. Xiao Chunlun slowly followed, though it didn't fully affect Xiao Nian. But she could see that not everyone in this family was friendly to Xiao Nian. She planned to find a way to slowly infiltrate the family compound and make everyone dislike Xiao Nian. The important thing was that she needed to find Fang Yuming first. She thought for a moment and looked back again. Surprisingly, she saw a man behind the crowd who was even more handsome than the woman. Xiao Chunlun felt her heart beat a little slower. She was sure that was Fang Yuming, and her previously dead heart suddenly felt a flutter of excitement. Xiao Nian also noticed Xiao Chunlun's gaze on Fang Yuming. She smiled slightly, finding it more and more interesting. Big sister, what are you looking at? Xiao Chunhe asked. Xiao Chunlun immediately snapped out of her thoughts and glared angrily at the people in front of her.
Don't talk to me.
You all accept Xiao Nian as your sister, and you're in cahoots with her. Being with a wealthy young lady like her makes you just followers of capitalism, and you'll be overthrown. Xiao Chunlun, are you crazy? Chen Xinghua had tolerated her daughter for a long time. She grabbed Xiao Chunlun's ear. She used to think her daughter was straightforward and spoke without thinking. Now she realized Xiao Chunlun was just like her father, ungrateful and forgetful. Chen Xinghua, you hurt me. You're the crazy one. Do you treat your daughter like this?
If you want to flatter Xiao Nian, don't include me.
Xiao Chunlun's voice also reached Xiao Nian's ears. She understood what Xiao Chunlun was thinking. She just felt she could marry Fang Yuming. She didn't care about the Xiao family anymore, didn't want to deal with them. Xiao Nian smiled. Good. She also wanted Xiao Chunlan to feel what it was like to be bullied and abandoned by family. As it got dark, most of the people around had already left. Xiao Nian thanked her sisters-in-law who had helped her. Then she pulled Jiang Yongmei to go home. Annie, how do you know about the Xiao family? Xiao Nian asked. Jiang Yongmei patted her hand. You're such a good girl. You didn't say anything. If I hadn't asked Changxi, I wouldn't have known anything. I told Changxi to send a telegram to ask about the Xiao family. I was planning to take you to see them after they arrived at Guanshigu, but I didn't expect to meet them today. Xiao Nian rested her head on Jiang Yongmei's shoulder. Auntie, thank you. Jiang Yongmei sighed softly. Nian Nian, if you have any problems in the future, don't keep them inside. You have me and Qin Shua. Nian Nian, she is the daughter of Qin Shua's boss, but don't be afraid. If she really tries anything, just tell me directly. I will talk to her parents. Comrade Song Jingwei and his wife are not fools. Then he handed the basket to Jiang Yongmei to look at. Inside were meat, vegetables, rice, flour, and other supplies that she had taken from her space. Last time, she got a wild chicken from Sun Dashing. On the way, she threw it into her space, and now it's being raised inside. It's not convenient to take out now, or she would have made chicken stew with mushrooms. Meanwhile, Song Weiying, who was mentioned earlier, was crying in her room. Comrade Song Jingwei and his wife sat in the living room, looking at the food on the table. Neither of them had eaten. Old Song, see if there's a young man suitable for Weiying. Let her get married early so she can settle down, said Zhu Hongyu, Weiying's mother. Song Ping sighed. You think I haven't looked? She doesn't like anyone I find. I don't know what to do. Zhu Hongyu asked again. Was Fang Yuming not interested in Weiying before? Does he have a girlfriend now? Song Ping shook his head. Forget it. I'll ask around when I have time. But suddenly, Weiying opened the door forcefully.
No.
You're not allowed to ask. I don't like men like Fang Yuming. He's even more handsome than a woman. Weiying, don't be stubborn. How can you say that about our comrade? Song Ping said seriously. Seeing her father so stern, Weiying could only say, anyway, you're not allowed to go find Fang Yuming. Then she closed the door. Outside, Fang Yuming, who was about to enter, overheard what was said inside. He touched his face and smiled faintly. What could he do? Their family was full of beauties. He originally heard that Weiying was upset and wanted to comfort her to win her favor. But he didn't expect her to be crying so hard and still not like him. Of course, he didn't like her either. He just knew her family was complicated and could be useful to him. Fang Yuming walked toward his dorm. When he passed by Qiao Nian's house, he looked inside. But the gate was closed, so he couldn't see anything, only heard two women talking and laughing inside. Fang Yuming looked up at the sky, smiled, and thought, I didn't expect Qin Shua to ruin his future for a daughter of a capitalist. Although Jiang Yongmei said that everyone in their family knew Qiao Nian's identity. But now, the situation is special. Qin Shua will definitely be affected and won't be able to get promoted for at least a few years. Qiao Nian doesn't know that someone is outside. After eating and drinking well, she went back to her room, entered her space, and had a good sleep. When she woke up, she took 2 bottles of yashuang from her space, poured them into an empty bottle, and gave it to Jiang Yongmei. Jiang Yongmei was so happy she couldn't stop talking about how thoughtful her daughter was and that Qin Shua didn't know anything. Qin Shua, sitting on the train, sneezed and rubbed his nose. He was sure Qiao Nian was thinking of him. After finishing her meal and tidying up, Qiao Nian was about to go to Guanshigu to see Xiao Chunlan. Since they are family, she naturally wanted to check on her. But just as she stepped outside, she saw Song Weiying standing there, dressed in a military green suit. She still had her 2 big braids, but her face looked worse today, especially her eyes, which were red and swollen. Seeing Qiao Nian come out, she pursed her lips but still stepped forward. Comrade Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian walked slowly to face her. Comrade Song Weiying, do you need to see me? Song Weiying took a deep breath. I want to say that what we need are revolutionary comrades who can grow together and share the same goals, not compromises for arranged marriages. Qiao Nian nodded. Yes, you said it well. Song Wang felt like punching cotton useless. But she continued, Comrade Qiao Nian, I want us to compete. Compete for what? Qiao Nian asked. To be Qin Shua's revolutionary comrade and life partner. Song Wang almost cried as she said this. Qiao Nian's expression became serious. Comrade Song Wang, I understand how you feel, but how can you be sure I am not Qin Shua's revolutionary comrade or that I don't share his goals? Because you are a capital. Song Wang wanted to say that Qiao Nian was a capitalist's daughter. But she thought it was too direct to say, capitalist's daughter, openly, so she changed her words. Your life has been different from ours. We fought through hardships to achieve the life we have now for the working and peasant classes. Qiao Nian smiled. Comrade Song Wang, hardship isn't something to praise, but working hard and striving is. I admire your courage to come and compete with me for your goals, but I can clearly tell you that Qin Shua is an independent person. His thoughts are not controlled by us, nor is it about us competing to see who wins. Instead, we should ask Qin Shua what he truly wants. Additionally, Comrade Song Weiying, many people still go hungry and lack proper clothing. If you have time to compete with me, why not think about what more we can do to make our country more prosperous? You are a primary school teacher. Why do you teach? Why do students study? Surely, it's for the rise of China. So, if you focus your energy on your students instead of competing with me, wouldn't you improve faster? After hearing these words, Song Weiying was speechless. She had brought up studying for the country, so there was no room to talk about personal feelings. But she was deeply moved. She had thought that Qiao Nian was just a wealthy girl who didn't understand anything and only enjoyed life. Unexpectedly, she had such strong patriotism. Song Weiying stood there, watching Qiao Nian leave the family compound, only then realizing what had happened. She had come to discuss competition with Qiao Nian, but it ended up like this. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian was happily heading to Guanshigou to stir up trouble for Xiao Chunlan and her daughter, Qin Xinghua. No, I can't take this. I am the village chief of Guanshigou and my name is Guan. The uncle refused. These days, such cigarettes are rare in the countryside. It's not worth much. I brought it from home. You can keep it to entertain guests, said Qiao Nian, placing the cigarettes in front of village chief Guan. Uncle Guan, you're busy. I'll go over there to take a look, she said, aiming to build a good relationship with the village chief, as she might need his help in the future. Village Chief Guan put the cigarettes into his bag, looked in the direction Qiao Nian had gone, then quickly turned back to work. Qiao Nian arrived at the cave that Village Chief Guan pointed to, frowning slightly. It was 3 connected caves with a small dam in front of them. On the dam, there was a stone mill with a donkey tied to it. The smell here was quite strong, probably an old livestock area. As she approached the cave, she saw Qin Xinghua coming out. Qin Xinghua saw her too, and her eyes lit up immediately. Nian Nian, you came to see Auntie, she said happily. Yes, Qiao Nian nodded. Then she asked, where's Xiao Chunlan? Whenever Xiao Chunlan was mentioned, Qin Xinghua complained, that girl doesn't seem to have all her wits. She keeps saying she's lucky and wants to go to the mountain to pick wild vegetables, thinking she'll find treasures. Qiao Nian thought Xiao Chunlan probably read too many lucky stories and believed she had good luck too. She took a piece of pork fat wrapped in oil paper, about a pound, from her bag and handed it to Qin Xinghua. She said, Xiao Chunlan is really something. It's dirty and messy here, and she didn't even think of helping you tidy up. I thought she was back in Jiangcheng. Qin Xinghua took the pork fat, swallowed nervously, and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with her. Since she fainted and woke up, she's like a different person. She even said she forgot many things. I think she's just lazy. Qiao Nian's eyes flickered, and she asked again, what did she forget? She doesn't seem to be slow when she talks. While tidying up, Qin Xinghua said, I don't know either. Anyway, if she doesn't know something, she asks Chuanhe and Chunlin. Qiao Nian roughly understood. Xiao Chunlan must be the Xiao Chunlan who killed her, now transported to this world. But after arriving here, she lost all her original memories. No wonder she acts very familiar with Ma Dongxue and seems to know who Fang Yuming is. It turns out she relies only on what's in the books. Xiao Nian thought for a moment and said, "Things are different now. I still need to advise Xiao Chunlan to be more low-key. If she causes trouble, it will be hard to handle." Chen Xinghua smiled politely and said, "Yes, Nian Nian is right. Chunlan is just a careless girl. Unlike you, you always think about the family. Are you talking about me behind my back?" At this moment, Xiao Chunlan came in carrying an empty basket. Xiao Nian stood up and asked, "I heard you went to pick wild vegetables? Why didn't you get anything?" "None of your business." Xiao Chunlan rolled her eyes. "You brat, how can you talk like that?" Chen Xinghua shouted. Xiao Chunlan threw down her bamboo basket and started cursing. "Chen Xinghua, who are you yelling at? Who is your daughter?" Xiao Nian raised her hand to hide her smile. With a worried look, she said, "Xiao Chunlan, she is your mother. How can you say that to her?" "Xiao Nian, what are you?" "It's none of your business," Xiao Chunlan said, pointing at Xiao Nian. Her dirt-covered finger almost poked her in the eye. Xiao Nian quickly grabbed Xiao Chunlan's finger and pushed it back. "Ah!" Xiao Chunlan cried out in pain. She raised her other hand to hit Xiao Nian, saying, "Xiao Nian, you wicked girl. You hurt me. I'll beat you to death." But just as her hand was about to hit Xiao Nian let go and stepped aside. Xiao Chunlan fell straight into the grass pile, which still had some sheep dung on it. It got all over her face, and a piece got stuck in her nose. Xiao Chunlan was so angry she stood up and rushed toward Xiao Nian. Chen Xinghua was nearby, anxious and shouting, "Chunlan, how can you hit Nian Nian? If you keep doing this, what if she stops giving them food?" But Chen Xinghua didn't finish her sentence. Xiao Nian handed her a handful of sunflower seeds. "Go outside. I'll try to advise Chunlan." "Chen Xinghua, are you sure it's just advice, not a punch?" But she obediently went outside. She couldn't fight Xiao Nian, so she had to let her daughter take more responsibility. Recently, Chunlan has been acting out and needs someone to teach her. Chen Xinghua went outside, found a small stool, and sat on the ground, cracking sunflower seeds. The smell was really nice. Inside the cave, Xiao Chunlan just rushed toward Xiao Nian but was kicked to the ground. Then Xiao Nian picked up a stick nearby and started hitting Xiao Chunlan. Since yesterday, when she saw Xiao Chunlan and guessed she was the one who killed her, Xiao Nian kept thinking about the feeling of the knife stabbing her heart, pain mixed with hatred. If she didn't beat Xiao Chunlan hard, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. She endured all of yesterday night, and today she finally got her revenge. If not for worrying about causing trouble for herself and Qin Shua, she would want to kill Xiao Chunlan. "Xiao Chunlan, you really are no good. You repay kindness with evil, and you're the best at playing dirty." Xiao Nian threw down the stick and kept hitting Xiao Chunlan with her fists. "Xiao Nian, why are you hitting me? My dad was put in jail because of you. I didn't bother you, so why are you hitting me?" Xiao Chunlan was beaten so badly she couldn't fight back, only furious and helpless. "Did I cause your dad to go to jail? Do you have no shame? If you don't want to, just throw that face away. Your mouth is also very foul. Just get rid of it." As she spoke, Xiao Nian shoved some grass mixed with sheep dung into Xiao Chunlan's mouth. "Ah!" Xiao Chunlan immediately vomited. After a good beating, Xiao Nian finally vented her anger. She then patted herself and stood up. But unexpectedly, Xiao Chunlan, acting like she was crazy, suddenly charged at Xiao Nian. Xiao Nian dodged quickly. Xiao Chunlan crashed into the broken door of the cave, which was covered with paper. She fell onto the ground, and when she looked up, she saw Chen Xinghua cracking sunflower seeds. "Ah!" Xiao Chunlan was so angry she shouted loudly, startling Chen Xinghua so much that her sunflower seeds fell. "You little brat, what are you yelling for?" Xiao Chunlan got up from the ground, glared hatefully at Chen Xinghua, and then, like she was crazy, ran toward the wheat field. She wanted to find Fang Yuming and ask him to help her kill Xiao Nian. When Xiao Nian came out, Xiao Chunlan was already gone. She asked Chen Xinghua, Whereas Xiao Chunlan, Chen Xinghua pointed in the direction of the wheat field. She ran over there. Qiao Nian understood Xiao Chunlan's plan. When she arrived, she saw Fang Yuming planting wheat with some people. I guess Xiao Chunlan is probably here to complain now. Without thinking much, she followed over casually, as if she were strolling in a park. Xiao Chunlan ran quickly to the wheat field near the army unit. She saw Fang Yuming spreading seeds. Standing on the edge of the field, she cried and shouted, "Fang Yuming!" Fang Yuming was startled and looked at Xiao Chunlan, who was crying with a blurred face. He found it strange. Who is this woman, and why was she calling him? Then he heard her call again, "Fang Yuming." A soldier nearby cleared his throat and teased with a smile. "Deputy squad leader, that girl is calling you. Do you think she likes you?" Fang Yuming looked serious. "Go away." He handed the basin in his hand to someone nearby. "You go spread the seeds." Then he walked straight toward Xiao Chunlan. When she saw him coming, Xiao Chunlan kept staring at him with wide eyes. She looked shy and timid, but also seemed a little upset. "Comrade, what do you want from me?" Fang Yuming stood straight about 3 steps away. "Fang Yuming, come a little closer," Xiao Chunlan said, clutching her clothes nervously. "Just tell me what you need." "We're busy right now." Seeing that he didn't move, she had to step closer. But Fang Yuming took a step back. Xiao Chunlan felt helpless. She pouted and asked, "Did Xiao Nian bully me?" "Huh." Fang Yuming was surprised, thinking he might have heard wrong. "I said Xiao Nian hit me. Please help me get revenge," Xiao Chunlan repeated. Fang Yuming was momentarily confused. "Are you saying that Qin's squad leader's fiancé, Xiao Nian, hit you?" Xiao Chunlan nodded. "Well, comrade, you can report this to our leaders or wait for Qin's squad leader to come back. You can also find him." "Why should I find him?" "I want to find you," Xiao Chunlan said urgently. Fang Yuming was confused. He was just thinking this woman must be crazy. She seemed to know him well, but they only met once yesterday. "Comrade, if you have nothing else, I need to get back to work." Fang Yuming didn't want to waste time on such useless people and was about to turn away. But then Xiao Chunlan called out, "I know your secret." Fang Yuming suddenly turned around, his eyes filled with anger. Xiao Chunlan was so scared she stepped back. Seeing her reaction, Fang Yuming calmed down and looked around, noticing no one was paying attention to them. He offered a polite smile. "What secret do you know about me?" When Xiao Chunlan saw him smile, she relaxed a little. "Let's go over there to talk," she said, pointing to a tree nearby. But she didn't notice the cold look in Fang Yuming's eyes or how he clenched his fists. After they reached the tree, Fang Yuming said, "Comrade, just tell me what you know." Xiao Chunlan looked at Fang Yuming, who was so handsome, and thought about how he would spoil her in the future. She felt secretly happy. But now wasn't the time to think about that. She had to deal with Qiao Nian first. She then said, "I know you really dislike Qin Shua and want to deal with him." Seeing her confident look, Fang Yuming suddenly smiled. "So her secret was about this?" "Oh, and then?" he asked. Xiao Chunlan continued, "You can use the fact that Xiao Nian hit me to report to the leaders. Qin Shua will definitely protect Xiao Nian, which will make him offend your leaders and affect his work." Fang Yuming smiled. Only a fool would think of such a simple plan. He had thought this foolish woman knew his secret. Seeing he was unmoved, Xiao Chunlan said again, "I truly want to help you." Fang Yuming waved his hand. "Comrade, this is your matter. You can go talk to our leaders." "I have to go now." "Don't go. I really can help you." "Listen, Qin Shua will be badly injured on his next mission and won't recover quickly. If he goes on another mission, he might even die outside." Xiao Chunlan was so worried he wouldn't listen that she told him everything she knew. Fang Yuming finally turned around and looked at Xiao Chunlan. He sighed. "Comrade, even if you dislike Xiao Nian, you can't just spread rumors like this. I don't even know what mission Lieutenant Qin is on. How do you know he's hurt?" While saying this, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Chunlan. Xiao Chunlan's eyes did not avoid eye contact. "Although I don't know what mission he went on, he will definitely be seriously injured this time." This is what the original story says. Qin Shua was badly hurt and recovered outside for a long time. During this period, she got involved with Fong Yuming and later married him. Qin Shua had just recovered and wanted to investigate the cause of Qiao Nian's death, but he was sent on another mission and died outside. Although there are some differences now, she believes that in such life and death matters, the story will still move forward. Fong Yuming doesn't know if Xiao Chunlon learned about Qin Shua's situation from Qiao Nian. But since this foolish woman insisted on coming to him for help, he couldn't refuse. He could only smile gently and say, "If Comrade Qiao Nian really hit you, I will take you to see our leader. You can talk to him yourself." It's wrong for a military family member to hit someone assigned to the unit. Xiao Chunlon's eyes lit up. "Fong Yuming, I knew you cared for me the most." Fong Yuming just smiled indifferently, thinking this woman was really silly. "Let's go. I'll take you there." After they left, Qiao Nian just happened to walk to the edge of the field and saw them leave the Guanxi Valley heading toward the military base. She realized they were probably going to report her. Thinking for a moment, she said to Qin Xinghua nearby, "Auntie, did you see me hit Xiao Chunlon just now?" Qin Xinghua shook her head repeatedly. "No, I didn't see anything. Since that's the case, please come with me, Annie, so Chunlon doesn't go around talking nonsense in the army and cause trouble for herself. Okay?" Qin Xinghua didn't dare to resist. She was hoping Qiao Nian would find her something to do. The two headed toward the military base. Halfway there, they saw a familiar figure running toward them. "Older sister-in-law," Changshi called out. "What's the matter?" Qiao Nian guessed that the military leader probably asked Changshi to find her. "The regimental commander asked me to invite you over." "Okay." Qiao Nian didn't ask more and followed Changshi forward. Changshi looked at Qin Xinghua beside her and then said, "I saw Xiao Chunlon and Deputy Company Commander Fong go into the regimental commander's office." "No problem," Qiao Nian replied. The three quickly arrived at Captain Zhang's office. Changshi led the two people inside. They saw Xiao Chunlon and Fong Yuming sitting on a wooden bench on one side. A pot of tea was boiling on the stove, bubbling happily. "Xiao, come and sit." Captain Zhang was not very serious. When Qiao Nian played with Sister Zhang before, she had met Captain Zhang twice, so she was not a stranger. "Captain Zhang," Qiao Nian said, sitting in the chair opposite the desk. "It's like this. Comrade Xiao Chunlon told me that you went to her house today and hit her." Captain Zhang's tone was gentle and not quick to scold. "Of course, I don't want to question you, but I really need to understand the situation. We are one family of soldiers and civilians. If there is any misunderstanding, we should clear it up to avoid confusion." Hearing Captain Zhang, Qiao Nian knew he wouldn't believe everything blindly. Instead, Xiao Chunlon, sitting there, looked a bit anxious and spoke directly. "Captain Zhang, it's true that Qiao Nian hit me. You can't favor her just because she's a military family member." Fong Yuming coughed lightly to stop Xiao Chunlon from continuing. "Comrade Xiao, since you're here, you should trust our captain. He will treat everyone fairly and justly." Xiao Chunlon nodded obediently, her eyes full of stars when she looked at Fong Yuming. She thought, how could there be such a handsome, excellent, and kind-tempered man in the world? Qiao Nian saw Xiao Chunlon's gaze with her peripheral vision and was speechless. Sure enough, love blind. But she said nothing and only spoke to Captain Zhang. "Captain Zhang, I did hit Comrade Xiao Chunlon just now." When she said this, Xiao Chunlon and Fong Yuming were surprised. They thought she wouldn't admit it. Then Xiao Chunlon showed a faint excitement. She didn't expect Qiao Nian to go crazy, but to become silly. Admitting her mistake so easily. Wasn't that being silly? But then she heard Qiao Nian continue. "But the reason was that Comrade Xiao Chunlon first insulted me. She not only insulted me but also her own mother, and she was the first to attack me. I only fought back to protect myself." Qiao Nian spoke very sincerely. She was telling the truth. Although she had provoked first, Xiao Chunlon was the one who insulted and hit first. She didn't lie. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon suddenly got angry, stood up, and pointed her finger at Qiao Nian. "You're talking nonsense." Qiao Nian reached out and gently pulled apart Xiao Chunlon's fingers.
"Ah, oosh.
"Qiao Nian, you mean person, let go." Xiao Nian did release her hand and looked at Captain Zhang with a bit of helplessness. Look, the situation now is exactly the same as before. Captain Zhang clenched his fists, pressed them to his mouth, and tried to hide the slight smile on his face. He said, I see. Well then. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chunlon interrupted. It was like that at first, but then she hit me many times, not just with her fists but also with a stick. Xiao Nian spread her hands. Where's the proof? Xiao Chunlon pointed at Chen Xinghua. My mom saw you hit me. Chen Xinghua, who had been hiding in the corner like a transparent person, suddenly looked up. She looked at Xiao Nian standing across, and then at Xiao Chunlon. She waved her hand. I didn't see anything. Chunlon, how can you lie like that? Chen Xinghua, you, Xiao Chunlon yelled in anger. Captain Zhang patted the table. Comrade Xiao, please let your mother finish speaking. Seeing Captain Zhang's serious expression, Xiao Chunlon looked a bit scared and could only keep quiet. Captain Zhang then looked at Chen Xinghua with a softer expression. Ma'am, please tell us everything clearly about what happened before. Chen Xinghua thought for a moment and nodded. From Xiao Chunlon shouting at Xiao Nian when she entered, to Xiao Nian asking her to go out, she didn't hide anything. After hearing her, Captain Zhang looked at Xiao Chunlon. Comrade Xiao, do you have anything else to say? Xiao Nian wasn't trying to persuade me. She was hitting me. My body still hurts. If you don't believe me, you can have someone check me. There will definitely be marks from her hitting. Fang Yuming stood up at this point. Captain, I'll go get Sister Ma to check. Xiao Nian also stood up. Captain, I want Sister Zhang to check with Sister Ma. Okay, Fang, go call little Ma. Xiao Chong, go call my wife. The two split up to carry out their tasks. Xiao Chunlon smugly looked at Xiao Nian, thinking about how painful the beating was earlier. There must be marks. Xiao Nian smiled indifferently. She had learned how to hit without leaving evidence of pain. Soon Ma Dongxue and Sister Zhang arrived. On the way, they also learned what had happened. She took Xiao Chunlon to the nearby room. However, when the three of them came out, their expressions were different. Ma Dongxue and Xiao Chunlon looked clearly upset. But Sister Zhang tried to smooth things over with a smile, saying, maybe the young girl is just tired these past few days and confused, mistaking a disagreement for a fight. Hearing this, everyone inside the room understood immediately. It was obvious that Xiao Chunlon had no injuries. Fang Yuming looked at Xiao Nian and rubbed his fingers nervously. He underestimated Qin Shua, the fiancé. Xiao Chunlon looked a little wronged and stubborn, saying, anyway, she hit me. Whether you believe it or not. Just then someone entered. Captain, what happened? Xiao Nian looked up at the familiar light green uniform and her eyes brightened. The man's skin was tanned from the sun, his nose high, and his eyes firm. Qin Shua is back, Captain Zhang said. Qin Shua nodded, smiled faintly at Xiao Nian, and nodded again. He seemed to greet her, and then nodded to Captain Zhang. Captain, what happened? Captain Zhang knew that this young man was probably defending his fiancée, so he explained what had just happened. Qin Shua's face darkened instantly after hearing this. He took out some papers from his pocket and handed them to Captain Zhang. These are the details I found a few days ago when I went to Jiang City to check with the textile factory staff area. They record how Xiao Shan's family has been bullying Comrade Xiao Nian over the years, so I don't believe that Comrade Xiao Nian hit Xiao Chunlon. After saying that, Qin Shua pointed to several names on the paper. This is the street director of the textile district and the Women's Federation director, both stamped and signed. Captain Zhang opened the papers and looked at them, his face growing darker. Finally, he slammed the paper on the table and looked at Xiao Chunlon. Comrade Xiao, although you are not a member of our unit, you shouldn't falsely accuse our family members. Xiao Chunlon was stunned when Qin Shua arrived. In the original story, Qin Shua was seriously injured and unconscious at this time, resting in a hospital in Beijing for a long time to recover. Because of that, he missed the chance to find Xiao Nian. Now, how did he suddenly come back? She looked at Qin Shua but saw his deep, dark eyes. Xiao Chunlon became even more certain of her previous suspicion. Qin Shua had been reborn. She didn't know what to do now and looked at Fang Yuming for help. But he wasn't looking at her. Xiao Chunlon almost cried. Shouldn't Fong Yuming always think of her first? Why was he acting as if nothing had happened? Maybe her eyes showed her feelings too clearly, and finally Fong Yuming spoke. Captain, maybe it's because Jiangcheng and our launcher have such different living environments that Sister Xiao has the illusion of being bullied. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlon had to nod. Captain Zhang, I was wrong. Although Sister Xiao admits her mistake, little Fong, next time you should find out the facts first. We can't wrongly accuse a fellow soldier, and we definitely shouldn't falsely blame anyone. Fong Yuming clenched his fists and nodded. Yes, Captain. Then he added, I'll take Sister Xiao back first. Just then, Qin Shua spoke. Wait, you wrongly accused Sister Qiao Nian. Shouldn't you apologize to her? Qin Shua's gaze was firm and unquestionable. Fong Yuming pursed his lips and looked at Qiao Nian. Sorry, Sister Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian nodded. Since Deputy Captain Fong sincerely apologizes, I forgive you. Then she asked Xiao Chunlon. Chunlon, what do you think? Xiao Chunlon felt humiliated. Why should the crazy girl Qiao Nian make her apologize? But everyone was watching her. Xiao Chunlon clenched her teeth and didn't look at Qiao Nian. Finally, she managed to say a few words. I'm sorry. As soon as she finished, she looked as if she had suffered a great injustice and ran off without looking back. Fong Yuming smiled helplessly. Captain, I'll go check on Sister Xiao Chun. If something happens, it won't be good. And so, a drama sparked by Xiao Chunlon's accusations ended in a theatrical way. Chang Shi was sent to take Chen Xinghua back to Guanchagu. Qin Shua took Qiao Nian home. It had been almost 20 days since they last met. Qiao Nian, are you still used to it here? Qin Shua asked. Qiao Nian nodded. It's pretty good here. Although the air is a bit dry, she has her own space. She adds some spiritual spring water to her usual drinking water, which is good for health. Qin Shua nodded. They sat in silence for a moment, feeling a bit awkward. Suddenly, Qiao Nian remembered a sentence. I am with my fiancé, whom I don't know very well. I feel strangely amused. Qin Shua walks beside me, looking down at me. I have long black hair tied in a high ponytail, with strands flying in the wind. The midday April sun shines on her head, giving her a soft glow. Hey, Nian Nian is back. Zhang Yongmei comes over, smiling and calling out to Qiao Nian. Hello, Auntie, I reply sweetly. Zhang Yongmei glances at Qin Shua with some disapproval. He's really a simpleton, she says. He doesn't know how to please his partner and is just like his father. Qin Shua touches his nose, knowing he will be scolded when he gets home. But it seems he gets along well with my mother, so I feel relieved. Jiang Yongmei also heard about Xiao Chunlon's complaint earlier and hurried over. She asks about what happened with Qiao Nian. After hearing that Xiao Chunlon ran away, she says, That girl has a bad heart. We should stay away from her in the future. I obediently nod, making Jiang Yongmei feel warm inside. She sighs that if Qiao Nian were her daughter, she wouldn't let Qin Shua, who isn't very sweet or smooth-talking, get away with things. Qin Shua feels like he's been unfairly criticized again. When we get home, Jiang Yongmei immediately tells Qin Shua to cook while she plants some vegetable seedlings. I ask surprised, You can cook too? He nods. Since I was 12, I mostly lived alone, so I learned to cook early. Sure enough, when Qin Shua kneads, rolls, and cuts the dough, his hand-pulled noodles are even and well-sized, as if measured. He also stir-fries some bacon with cabbage and mixes it into the noodles, which even a southern girl like me finds delicious. Jiang Yongmei eats and nods. Nian Nian, let him cook more in the future. Don't spoil him. Men shouldn't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they become troublemakers. I look at Qin Shua, who doesn't argue but has a slight smile on his face, clearly feeling happy. Zhang Xiu once said that the company commander rarely smiles, but whenever he sees his lips lift, it means he's happy. I happily finish a big bowl of noodles, noticing Qin Shua's eyes also carry a smile. I think this man is really interesting. After dinner, Jiang Yongmei tells us to sit in the main room and rest for a while. This is a space created for us to build our relationship privately. After the two entered the house, Qin Shua poured a cup of jujube tea for Qiao Nian. Ease your digestion. Qin Shua finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Qiao Nian about that water. Qiao Nian guessed he was referring to the small bottle of spiritual spring water. Because in the original story, it was said he would be badly injured this time, but now Qin Shua was standing here looking fine. That must mean he used the spiritual spring water and discovered its special qualities. But Qiao Nian didn't know how to explain this now. She could only interrupt when Qin Shua started to speak and asked, "Qin Shua, do you miss me?" When she asked this, she saw Qin Shua's face, which was a bit tanned from the sun, turn suddenly red and dark. Qiao Nian stood up, eager to see how red Qin Shua's skin was under the sun. She stepped forward and tugged at Qin Shua's collar, wanting to see the skin below his neck. But as soon as her hand touched his clothes, Qin Shua grabbed her wrist. "Qiao Nian, don't move around." Qiao Nian raised an eyebrow. "I'm not moving." "Are you moving yourself?" Suddenly, Qin Shua felt like something exploded inside his mind. A warm feeling rushed from inside him. "Ah, your nose bleeding," Qiao Nian said, surprised. "This man is too fragile. Why did he suddenly start bleeding?" Qin Shua covered his nose and rushed out of the house. Then she heard the sound of water being fetched outside, followed by Qin Shua running out of the house. Jiang Yongmei chased after him, asking, "You little brat, you didn't talk to Nian Nian. Where are you going?" Qin Shua replied, "I'm going to report my marriage." Qiao Nian touched her head, confused. She just wanted Qin Shua to open his collar so she could see, but he ran away. While Qin Shua ran off, Xiao Chunlan was also running near Guanzhigou. "Comrade Xiao, stop running. You have something to tell me." Fang Yuming tried to grab Xiao Chunlan's arm but was worried about misunderstandings, so he could only follow and call out. "Fang Yuming, you didn't help me just now. Why are you chasing me now?" Xiao Chunlan turned her head, her eyes red from crying. Fang Yuming felt a bit speechless. What does this woman think he is? She's upset, and what does that have to do with him? His eyes showed impatience, but he considered that this foolish woman might still be useful. He still asked kindly, "You said earlier that Qin Shua would be badly hurt, but he looks quite healthy now." This question made Xiao Chunlan a bit nervous. She guessed Qin Shua must have been reborn, but how could she say that? Should she tell Fang Yuming that she came from a different story world, that Qin Shua was reborn, and that this caused the change? If she said it directly, Fang Yuming might think she was crazy. So she shook her head and said, "I don't know where I went wrong, but he definitely got hurt." Fang Yuming squinted his eyes, unsure why Xiao Chunlan was so sure. He had run out of patience today and said, "You should go home now. I have to get busy." Seeing him turn around and leave without hesitation, Xiao Chunlan became anxious. "Fang Yuming, I have one more thing to tell you. In half a month, there will be a big hailstorm, and all the new seedlings in the wheat fields will be destroyed." After saying this, she looked at Fang Yuming with hope. But he just smiled and said, "Comrade Xiao, I am going to plant wheat now." Although Xiao Chunlan couldn't remember the exact date, she was sure it was about a month after she arrived here in the original story. That was also the time when Xiao Chunlan and Fang Yuming first met in the story, during this natural disaster. Based on the current timeline, it's at most half a month. Even if Qin Shua was reborn, he couldn't change the natural disaster. Xiao Chunlan believed her judgment was correct. But she knew that no matter what she said now, Fang Yuming wouldn't believe her. She could only hope the hailstorm would come sooner. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian was talking to Jiang Yongmei about the hailstorm. "Auntie, it's quite dry here in Lanshi. Will there be a heavy rain?" Jiang Yongmei nodded. "Yes, but rarely. I've been in the northwest for so many years, and I've seen only a few heavy rains. Will there be hail too?" "There will be, but even less often than heavy rain." Qiao Nian nodded, thinking about how to bring up the hailstorm to them. She wanted the nearby villagers to prepare to protect the wheat seedlings. She wasn't a farming expert and couldn't give any advice, only a reminder. When Qin Shua returned, he happened to hear Jiang Yongmei's words. He smiled and asked, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Jiang Yongmei replied, "Nian Nian asked if there will be hail." Qiao Nian also looked at Qin Shua and asked, "I've never seen hail before, so I wanted to ask." Qin Shua turned his head and noticed that Qiao Nian's gaze was fixed on his face. Suddenly remembering what Qiao Nian had said earlier, he blushed again. He cleared his throat and forced himself to stay calm. Then he replied, "A few years ago, there was a hailstorm in April. The young seedlings that had just grown were all destroyed by hail. Hail in the northwest is not good." Xiao Nian nodded and said, "Hail is bad everywhere, so we need to watch the weather closely. If hail really comes, we should protect the young plants in advance." Jiang Yongmei heard this and chuckled. "Nian Nian, your little seedlings are so cute." Meanwhile, Qin Shua seriously thought about what Xiao Nian said. Although he didn't know her well from the few times they talked, he could tell that Xiao Nian wouldn't say things without a reason. "By the way, have you reported your marriage yet?" Xiao Nian asked again. Qin Shua nodded. "It should be done within about a week. Then you can go get your marriage certificate after a week," Jiang Yongmei said happily. She was finally going to be a mother-in-law, and Nian Nian would call her mom. She needed to prepare a red envelope in advance and call her husband's side, but she wasn't sure if he would receive the message. "Qin Shua, if you have time in the next few days, take Nian Nian to Lan City. Buy her some clothes, and see if there's anything at home that needs to be bought. Get everything ready, and whatever Nian Nian wants, just buy it for her. Don't worry about the cost," Jiang Yongmei said as she walked into her room. Soon she came out with the bag. "Nian Nian, keep the money in here. It's our savings from me and Qin Shua's family over the years, plus some vouchers. Use whatever you need." "Annie, I have money." Qin Shua gave me all his money. "The money in this bag is yours." Jiang Yongmei frowned and said, "What are you saying?" "If I give you something, just take it." She directly placed the bag in Xiao Nian's arms. Xiao Nian wanted to return it, but Qin Shua said, "Keep it." "My mom is rarely this generous." Jiang Yongmei glared at Qin Shua. "I am generous to Nian Nian, but I can't say the same for you. Also, you little brat, from now on, all your salary should go to Nian Nian. If you want pocket money, ask Nian Nian for it." "Qin Shua, who is your real child?" Jiang Yongmei smiled and said, "If I were your real mother, I wouldn't look down on a son-in-law like you." Then she turned to Xiao Nian and said, "Men change when they have money. Don't give that brat too much money in the future." Xiao Nian looked at Qin Shua and saw his lips curling into a slight smile. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." The next day, Xiao Nian and Qin Shua drove to Lancheng. In the department store in Lancheng, each of them bought 2 new outfits and a pair of new canvas shoes. They also bought 2 sets of clothes for Jiang Yongmei. At Qin Shua's strong request, they bought a bicycle. He said it was for Xiao Nian to exercise and that it would be convenient in launching. They also bought new enamel basins, cups, and a red thermos bottle, 2 of each. Just when Xiao Nian thought they had finished shopping, Qin Shua took her to a furniture store. "Do you want to buy anything else?" Xiao Nian thought for a moment. Their home didn't lack anything. She saw Qin Shua staring at a large solid wood bed. "Why buy a bed? We already have one at home." Xiao Nian thought it wasn't necessary to buy another. As long as she could sleep, it was fine. Qin Shua pointed to the dressing table beside the bed. "In our hometown customs, newlyweds must sleep on a new bed. Let's also buy that dressing table. You can put things on it and look in the mirror." Although Xiao Nian didn't think she needed a dressing table, Qin Shua was willing to consider her, so she didn't refuse. They bought both large items and had the store deliver them, along with some miscellaneous things they had bought earlier, to the military family compound. Only then did they feel satisfied and start heading back. Qin Shua was a man of few words. But no matter what Xiao Nian said, he always responded very seriously. Sometimes he would find a few interesting topics to chat with her. However, he never mentioned the water from Lingquan again. Perhaps that day when Xiao Nian interrupted him made him realize she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't want to force her. After these 2 days of being together, they had become more familiar, no longer as distant as before. As they approached the family compound, Qin Shua stopped the car. He turned to look at Xiao Nian with a serious expression. "Xiao Nian, I have something to tell you." I just heard Qin Shua speak. "Xiao Nian, before I saw you, I thought about canceling the engagement and treating you like a sister. I wanted to find a good family for you to marry into." Xiao Nian looked up and saw some guilt in Qin Shua's eyes. He continued, "But after seeing you, I realized I am that good family. I really want to be your partner in life, to grow and improve together. I'm not perfect. If I do anything wrong, please Please tell me. Qiao Nian saw sincerity in his eyes. Actually, there are some things he didn't need to tell her, but he did, maybe because he didn't want to hide anything. Okay, I understand. Qiao Nian nodded. Qin Shua took a deep breath and asked, So, comrade Qiao Nian, are you willing to build a family with me and face the future together? After he finished, Qiao Nian looked at his face, and she could see it was turning red. Qin Shua has fair, cool skin. After resting for 2 days, his sunburned skin was starting to heal. At this moment, he was looking at Qiao Nian with bright eyes. Qiao Nian felt her face getting a little hot. Without thinking, she leaned forward. Her red lips pressed against Qin Shua's full lips. Qin Shua's eyes widened as he felt the warmth on his lips, and his heart was pounding fast. Qiao Nian heard his heartbeat, then pulled back her head. She sat back in the car seat, cleared her throat, and said, Comrade Qin Shua, some words don't need to be said. Let's drive. Qin Shua's face turned bright red, like a ripe apple in the countryside. Hearing her words, he turned his head and looked straight ahead. He said blankly, Okay, let's drive. Until they reached the gate of the residential area, Qin Shua didn't speak again. Qiao Nian felt a bit nervous. Did she scare him by being too forward? Then she heard Qin Shua say, Nian Nian, we're here. Get out of the car. Qiao Nian nodded. Okay. She didn't notice that his way of calling her had changed. As she opened the car door, she felt her hand being held tightly, fingers intertwined. She looked over and saw Qin Shua staring at her, his face flushed and feverish-looking. Nian Nian, having you by my side is my great fortune in this life. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was released, and Qin Shua immediately turned his head forward. Nian Nian, it's time to get off the car. Qiao Nian chuckled softly. This guy was really funny. She spoke in a slightly soft voice to tease Qin Shua. Qin Shua, I like you so much. Then she opened the car door and got out smoothly. She didn't even look back at the man who was bleeding from his nose. Qin Shua wiped his nosebleed, sighed, and wondered when the marriage report would come through. He couldn't wait any longer. Captain, what are you doing here? Why are you bleeding from your nose? Are you upset? Changshi leaned out of the car window and asked. Qin Shua shot him a glance. I'm going home now. You go park the car. So he's just a tool. Over here, Qiao Nian was happily teasing Qin Shua again, grinning widely. As soon as she entered the residential area, she saw Song Weiying standing 10 steps away. Her smile immediately faded. She saw the other person walking toward her. Qiao Nian didn't hide. She walked towards Song Weiying. Comrade Qiao Nian. Song Weiying called out. Comrade Song Weiying, I heard you and Comrade Qin Shua went to Lancheng, Song Weiying asked. Qiao Nian nodded. We went to buy some things needed for the wedding. After saying this, she clearly saw a forced smile appear on Song Weiying's face. Really? When are you planning to get married? Are you coming to celebrate with us? Qiao Nian asked back. Song Weiying's tears suddenly fell, and she couldn't say anything. Qiao Nian didn't like seeing others cry, so she could only say, I'll go ahead. Just as she was passing by Song Weiying, she heard her call out again. Qiao Nian, wait. I have something to say to you. Qiao Nian turned around, not looking too happy. What do you want to say? She saw Song Weiying wipe her tears and then say, Do you know your identity? Qiao Nian didn't answer, only asked, and then, your identity might cause trouble for Comrade Qin Shua. Do you understand? What's wrong with that? Qiao Nian felt a bit annoyed with Song Weiying at this moment. Your identity could undo all his previous efforts, make him be crushed by competitors, and cause him. Qiao Nian made a stop gesture. Then she raised an eyebrow and said, He has chosen his path, and I will walk with him. If you're worried, you should just ask him directly. But since you care about him, shouldn't you consider his feelings? Song Weiying looked confused. Loving someone means caring about everything for that person, right? But Qiao Nian smiled slightly and said, Love yourself first. I am myself first, and Qin Shua's decisions are not something I can control. After speaking, she called out behind Song Weiying. Qin Shua, I'm leaving now. You can talk with Comrade Song Weiying. Song Weiying quickly turned around and saw Qin Shua standing behind her, dressed in military green. He looked thinner, but more handsome and a bit more mature. However, Qin Shua's gaze did not stay on her. He was looking at the distant Qiao Nian. After Qiao Nian walked away, Qin Shua finally turned his eyes toward Song Weiying. Qin Shua, Song Weiying called out. Qin Shua didn't answer. He simply said, Comrade Song Weiying, if you are unhappy with me in the future, please don't come to my partner. Honestly, I think there's nothing more to say between us. Hearing this, tears started to fall from Song Weiying's eyes again. She began. But Qin Shua continued, I am about to get married. I need to keep my distance from other girls for everyone's sake. As for your worries about my partner affecting me, don't worry. I trust my own ability, and everything is my own choice. After saying this, he turned and ran toward Qiao Nian without looking back. Song Weiying truly felt her heart had died. From Qin Shua's expression and tone, she could see he didn't care about her at all. This was actually her last chance. If either Qiao Nian or Qin Shua showed any resistance to marriage, she could bravely continue to pursue love. But Qin Shua's attitude just now was very clear. Tears streamed down her face as she staggered home. She didn't care about how others looked at her. This was the first time in her life she acted so impulsively. At that moment, she heard someone calling her from behind. Comrade Song Weiying. She happily turned around and saw Fong Yuming. Fong Yuming saw that Song Weiying's eyes were red, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought these women were all fools, always getting upset over men. But he asked kindly, Comrade Song Weiying, are you okay? If you're upset about something, you can tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Although Song Weiying didn't like Fong Yuming before, now she really needed someone to talk to. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Comrade Fong Yuming, if it's convenient, can we sit by the river? There was a river running through Lan City, just a few hundred meters from the military housing area. The whole city relied on this river for water. They had been walking about 3 meters apart toward the river. Finally, they sat on a rocky bank by the water, and Song Weiying sighed. Comrade Fong Yuming, what kind of person do you think can find happiness? Fong Yuming rolled his eyes and secretly cursed the foolish woman. But he still answered, of course, it's someone who dares to fight for it. Song Weiying shook her head. But even if you fight for it, it's useless. If others don't have you in their hearts, everything you do is pointless. Fong Yuming pretended to be sad and said, I understand how that feels. After saying this, he looked at Song Weiying with deep affection. It seemed she remembered how Fong Yuming had once confessed to her, but she had rejected him, and her face turned slightly red. Comrade Fong Yuming, thank you, but I really can't accept that. Fong Yuming nodded. I understand. But if you want to marry him, I'm willing to help you. Song Weiying turned her head and asked confusedly, what do you mean? I just don't want you to be so sad. I really want to help you. Fong Yuming pretended to be determined. Song Weiying said self-deprecatingly, how can you help me? He likes someone else, and he doesn't even want to talk to me. Comrade Song Weiying, I really have a way to help you. Trust me. I don't want you to keep feeling this way, and I'm afraid I'll never see your smile again. Fong Yuming spoke urgently. Song Weiying clenched her fists, asking, what is this method you're talking about? In Fong Yuming's eyes, a bright glint appeared. Later, we will have a simulated combat exercise on Qinglan Mountain with Lieutenant Qin's unit. There is a cave on the mountain. I can lead Lieutenant Qin to that cave. You can take off your coat and wait inside. Then I will bring my men in quickly, catch him in the act, and he will be forced to marry you. Upon hearing this, Song Weiying was shocked. How can that work? Isn't that a fake marriage? Fong Yuming shook his head. Listen to me. Think about Qiao Nian, that wealthy young lady. Her status would have a big impact on Qin Shua. Besides spending money, she doesn't do much else. Qin Shua's whole life might be at risk. He spoke kindly and logically, trying to persuade Song Weiying for a long time. She looked conflicted, frowning at times and her eyes flickering. Fong Yuming knew she would agree eventually. Sure enough, after a while, Song Weiying said, but he's so strong. I definitely can't force him. Fong Yuming smiled slightly. I actually know a kind of medicine that can make someone confused and mistaken about who they are. But you need to think carefully if you want to use it. He added, honestly, Song Weiying, I don't want you to marry Lieutenant Qin. He looked sad and lonely as he finished. But I hope you find the happiness you want. Song Weiying was very conflicted. She felt it was wrong, but when she thought about Qin Shuo marrying Qiao Nian, she felt heartbroken, as if she might die from the pain. You can take a day to think about it. If you need to, come find me. Fong Yuming knew he couldn't push too hard. Sometimes retreat was the best move. He also thought clearly. Once things happen, Qin Shuo might not really marry Song Weiying. But he could use this chance to show his feelings to her, which could ruin Qin Shuo and win her heart. If Qin Shuo did marry Song Weiying, his reputation would be ruined, more serious than marrying a wealthy young lady. He might even be expelled from the army. No matter what, he wouldn't lose out in this plan. After they finished talking, they each went home. But Song Weiying couldn't sleep that night. Early the next morning, she went to find Fong Yuming. I don't know what they said, but when Song Weiying left, her smile couldn't be hidden. Passing by Qin Shuo's home in the residential area, she saw Jiang Yongmei talking with Sister Zhang. They were discussing the upcoming dinner party. Because of the special situation now, they didn't want to make a big fuss, so they planned to invite only a few close friends for a small gathering. Song Weiying listened to their conversation with interest and even chatted a few friendly words with Qiao Nian. In the end, she had to leave because she needed to go to work. However, everyone could tell that Song Weiying was in a very good mood that day. That evening, Qiao Nian asked Qin Shuo, tomorrow, you're going to Qinglan Mountain for training. Can I go and watch? Qin Shuo nodded. It's not a big deal. We're not using real weapons, so it's safe. So the next day, as soon as Qin Shuo left, Qiao Nian also went up the mountain. The weather was especially clear and blue. Some trees on the mountain had started to sprout, and the whole mountain looked green and lively. She was feeling very good and moved quickly. She walked around the mountain and found several hidden soldiers. But she pretended not to notice anything and was just looking for Qin Shuo. Meanwhile, Fong Yuming was fighting with Qin Shuo. Both of them put down their weapons and fought hand to hand. They chased each other, heading toward the part of the mountain with more trees. Lieutenant Qin, you're getting better and better, Fong Yuming said while running. Qin Shuo didn't reply and kept chasing seriously. He was dressed in a green military uniform and ran very fast. Just as he was about to catch Fong Yuming, the other man slipped away as quickly as a fish. They reached a hidden cave. Fong Yuming's face showed a crazy smile. Soon, the man who was ahead of him would be defeated, and Fong Yuming would become the new rising star. There was a large patch of grass in front, just covering the entrance of the cave. From outside, you couldn't see what was inside. Fong Yuming stopped at the cave entrance, saw Qin Shuo coming closer, and his smile grew more sinister. Just as Qin Shuo was about to catch him, Fong Yuming suddenly smiled and said, Lieutenant Qin, you will definitely like the gift I prepared for you. Then he reached out to grab Qin Shuo's arm, intending to push him into the cave. Qin Shuo caught a glimpse of movement in the grass at the cave entrance and secretly prepared himself. What are you trying to do, Comrade Fong? Enjoy it slowly. No need to thank me. Qiao Nian clapped her hands and exchanged a knowing look with Qin Shuo standing nearby. Qin Shuo gave a thumbs up. Nian Nian is really impressive. Just then, Qiao Nian suddenly rushed out from the grass beside them and kicked Fong Yuming into the mountain cave in front of them. As for what was inside the cave, of course, it was Xiao Chunlan. The night before, Song Weiying was distraught and found Qiao Nian. At that time, Qiao Nian had just finished dinner and was about to take a walk with Qin Shuo to aid digestion. Suddenly, Song Weiying hurried into their yard and closed the door behind her. Comrade Qiao Nian, I have something to tell you. This time, Song Weiying did not look at Qin Shuo but focused solely on Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian thought she was going to persuade her to leave Qin Shuo again and didn't want to pay attention. But she heard Song Weiying say, I really have something urgent to tell you. Qiao Nian then brought her into her room. Afterward, Song Weiying honestly told Qiao Nian about her previous conversation with Fong Yuming. Qiao Nian was very surprised. Why are you telling me this? Song Wang pursed her lips. Although I like him, I would never use such methods. My father always says, being poor doesn't mean losing integrity. Being successful doesn't mean abandoning principles. She remembered her father's words, being poor doesn't mean losing integrity, and clenched her fists around her clothes. Even if she lost her loved one, she couldn't lose her moral bottom line. Then she smiled and said, "You have to believe that with a person like my father teaching you, no matter how bad things are, they won't be too terrible." This was the first time Xiao Nian seriously listened to Song Wang speak. Before, this girl only talked about Qin Shua and her identity as a wealthy young lady. She never thought she would show such a side. Song Wang smiled calmly. "Xiao Nian, I said before that I wanted to compete fairly with you. That's true. I also genuinely think your status doesn't match Lieutenant Qin. I even spoke ill of you to Aunt Jiang. But I never intended to hurt Lieutenant Qin, nor would I use such methods. I have my pride." After saying this, she straightened her back confidently. Xiao Nian nodded. "That's right, Comrade Song Weiying. From the moment I met you, I knew you are an honest person. Of course, this is also described in the book. Song Weiying has always openly disliked Xiao Chunlan, never doing sneaky tricks, always straightforward and direct." After they finished talking, Song Weiying left the room and saw Qin Shua waiting outside. She smiled calmly. "Comrade Qin Shua, if you don't choose me, it's your loss." On her way home, she cried and laughed at the same time. She cried because she couldn't be with her loved one. She laughed because she didn't go crazy over her obsession. The next morning, after meeting with Fang Yuming, Song Weiying subtly told Xiao Nian about Fang Yuming's plan. She also gave Xiao Nian a bag of powder that Fang Yuming had given her. Xiao Nian went back to her room, opened her medicine cabinet, and looked at the powder. She didn't know what it was. She didn't understand medicine. She could only store it in her space and put it in a bottle. Later, she found Xiao Chunlan and asked if she wanted to marry Fang Yuming. Of course, Xiao Chunlan didn't believe her. Xiao Nian only left one sentence: "If you want to marry him, wait in the cave halfway up the back mountain of Qinglan Mountain early tomorrow." Xiao Chunlan stared at Xiao Nian's back, thinking about Fang Yuming's coldness. She clenched her teeth and decided to take a gamble. What if she could catch Fang Yuming? When Xiao Nian went up the mountain in the morning, she saw Xiao Chunlan enter the cave. Just before pushing Fang Yuming inside, she had sprinkled the powder Fang Yuming gave to Song Weiying into the cave. As for what the powder does, they would find out soon enough. They hid in the nearby grass and waited. Soon, they saw a group of people running over. The leader seemed to be someone who often appeared around Fang Yuming. "Do you know where Commander Qin and our deputy commander went? Maybe we should split up and look for them." The group discussed and started searching around. At that moment, the leader pushed aside the grass and shouted loudly, "There's a cave here." The group quickly gathered around. Just as they were about to go in, they heard a woman scream from inside. Xiao Nian raised her eyebrows and whispered, "Xiao Chunlan is pretty clever, knowing when to attract attention." Qin Shua watched Xiao Nian's small movements, with a smile in his eyes. She reached out and gently pulled Xiao Nian's hand, which was pulling at the grass. Xiao Nian turned her head.
"What?"
Qin Shua blushed slightly, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "I saw a bug on your hand." Xiao Nian curled her lips. This man, his mouth is the toughest part of him. Speaking of being tough, Xiao Nian glanced unconsciously at Qin Shua's waist. Then she shook her head and pushed away the inappropriate thoughts in her mind. She was a good girl. How could she think about such messy things all day? Then she suddenly grabbed Qin Shua's collar and pressed her lips to his. Seeing Qin Shua's face turn dark red, Xiao Nian happily let go. She really loved this shy look of Qin Shua. "Nian Nian." Qin Shua's voice was a little hoarse, and his eyes were full of deep affection. But Xiao Nian straightened his head. "Look quickly, the exciting part is coming." Sure enough, they saw a group of people who had just entered the cave run out, looking at each other in surprise. "Who is that just now? Looks like Deputy Squad Leader Fang." "Who is that woman?" "Not sure, didn't see clearly." "What should we do now?" "Let's pretend we didn't see anything." Then everyone hurriedly ran away. At this moment, Chen Xinghua arrived at the cave with some people. This was also something Xiao Nian had told Chen Xinghua before going into the mountains, to tell the village chief that Xiao Chunlon had gone into the mountains and couldn't be found. The village chief would definitely send someone to help look for her. Chen Xinghua led people to search here and there, finally arriving at this place. There's a cave over there. Let's go in and take a look. Chunlon is such a troublemaker. She loves to run around, she said, pulling a woman along into the cave. Playing the role of a suspicious person was something she had done several times before. The more she did it, the more natural she became. As soon as they entered the cave, she shouted loudly, "Ah! Who's the scoundrel bullying my Chunlon?" Then she pulled out two people who were just changing clothes. Xiao Nian saw Xiao Chunlon's face flushed with happiness, her face full of joy. As for Fang Yuming, his expression was naturally not good. She listened to Chen Xinghua ranting. "Well, look at you, a soldier, so upright, yet I didn't expect you to bully my daughter. I'll go find her leader and see if he will do anything." Xiao Chunlon pulled Chen Xinghua and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, don't go. Yuming and I love each other, and we both agree. We will get married soon." Seeing this, Xiao Nian thought the matter was settled. Chen Xinghua and Xiao Chunlon are both clever and won't easily let go of Fang Yuming, who is a wealthy son-in-law. Moreover, two groups of people saw what they were doing earlier, so hiding it won't work. Xiao Nian was tired of their arguing and said to Qin Shua, "I'm going home now. Be careful and don't let those people suspect you." But she saw Qin Shua acting like a fool, touching his lips and bleeding from his nose. This guy has such strong energy. I can't envy that." Not long after Xiao Nian returned home, Qin Shua also came back, saying the simulation practice had ended early. Soon after, Song Weiying came over and said Fang Yuming had reported wanting to marry Xiao Chunlon. Xiao Nian wasn't surprised by this result. Song Weiying added, "Fang Yuming looked very upset and kept glancing at me. I didn't dare look at him." Xiao Nian told her to be careful of Fang Yuming, as he was very cunning and might seek revenge on Song Weiying. Song Weiying paused for a moment and then said, "I'm going to Jing City. 2 years ago, my mom told me to go to my grandfather's house there, but I didn't want to. Now I don't want to stay here anymore." Xiao Nian didn't know what her maternal grandfather did before, but recently she had heard people mention it. Thinking about Song Weiying's mother's surname, she realized it was probably the founding general from Jing City. She didn't expect Song Weiying to have such a background. In the original story, her name didn't appear later, so she probably went to Jing City. "When are you planning to leave?" Xiao Nian asked. "Just in a few days. By the way, the school needs teachers now. If you're interested, you can try for it." Xiao Nian nodded. She had been thinking about this too. She couldn't just play all day. She needed to find something to do. Seeing her agree, Song Weiying said, "I'll recommend you to the leaders and then you can see when to have the interview." After they finished talking, Song Weiying left. Jiang Yongmei was happy when she heard Xiao Nian mention this. Meanwhile, Fang Yuming was unhappy. He originally did not like Xiao Chunlon and thought her status was not suitable for him. Now he had to marry that woman and was criticized by his leaders. They said he lacked strong will and emotional maturity. They also mentioned that although Xiao Chunlon and Xiao Shan had severed their ties, her influence might still remain. Fang Yuming felt like killing someone, but if he didn't marry Xiao Chunlon, the mother and son might cause trouble and get him expelled from the army. He blamed Qin Shua, Xiao Nian, and Song Weiying for his situation. If it weren't for their scheme of pretending to be at odds, he wouldn't be in this mess. Thinking of this, Fang Yuming looked at Qin Shua with a hostile gaze. Qin Shua, who had been lowering his eyes, suddenly looked up and asked, "Deputy Company Commander Fang, is there something you want to say?" Fang Yuming gritted his teeth and said, "Congratulations, Captain Qin, on your upcoming wedding." Qin Shua raised an eyebrow with a slight smile and replied, "And congratulations to Deputy Company Commander Fang on finding a good partner." Fang Yuming clenched his fists tightly and said, "Not as good as Captain Qin's match." Qin Shua nodded and said, "That's true. A girl as excellent as Nian Nian is rare." Fang Yuming thought, "Does this guy have no shame? Captain Zhang saw their tense exchange and cleared his throat. It's nothing. Let's go train first. By the way, Xiao Qin, I heard your wedding is next Sunday, is that right? Qin Shua, who had just stood up, nodded in response to Captain Zhang's words. Yes, and I hope you and your wife can come. Captain Zhang nodded. At this moment, Fang Yuming also said, Captain, I plan to hold my wedding next Sunday too. Captain Zhang frowned. Isn't that a bit too soon? Fang Yuming replied, given how things have turned out, it's better to get married early to avoid gossip. All right, if you've decided, just do as you see fit. And I hope you and your wife will come then, Fang Yuming added. Captain Zhang waved his hand. That's not up to me. It depends on your wife's wishes. Anyway, go train now. Nothing should delay our training. Fang Yuming pursed his lips, understanding Captain Zhang's attitude. After leaving the office, he headed straight to Vice Captain Ma's office. Qin Shua watched his actions coldly, recalling the rivalry between Deputy Commander Ma and Commander Zhang. His gaze darkened, sensing that Fang Yuming was trying to get reinforcements. He quietly said, childish. Then he turned and walked toward the playground. Fang Yuming often argued with him, and he didn't expect that even the wedding would become a contest. But he didn't care. No matter how many guests came, it wouldn't change his love for Qiao Nian. Meanwhile, the news naturally reached the military family compound. Qiao Nian was holding a red scarf given to her by Song Weiying. When she heard Fang Yuming decided to hold the wedding on Sunday, Song Weiying rarely cursed. This person is really a disgrace, always doing bad things. Then, with a slightly red face, she said to Qiao Nian, I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. I can't attend your wedding. I used to have some issues because of Qin Shua, and I'm sorry for that. But now, I sincerely wish you happiness. Qiao Nian knew that after she left, they might never see each other again. Weiying, with your character and ability, you will surely find your own place in Beijing. Don't be bound by love or marriage. Marriage and love are just parts of life, not everything. Qiao Nian spoke very seriously. More importantly, she thought Song Weiying, despite some flaws, was a good person and deserved her words. Song Weiying was deeply moved. She had never heard such words before. Even her mother, Zhu Hongyu, mostly talked about finding a good match for her after coming to Beijing, encouraging her to marry early. But she never told her that a woman's life isn't only about husbands and children. She also has herself. Qiao Nian, thank you. This was the first time, and maybe the last, that Song Weiying said thank you to her. Before leaving, she added, Xiao Chunman isn't a good person. Be careful of her in the future. Qiao Nian smiled and nodded. I know. When Xiao Chunman learned that Fang Yuming agreed to marry, and that the wedding was soon, she was overjoyed. She chose to forget her embarrassment in the cave and only remembered that Fang Yuming was forced to marry her as part of his fate. After all, in the original story, she was meant to be the winner. As long as she married Fang Yuming, her life would be smooth sailing from then on. Chen Xinghua also felt happy, thinking her daughter had married a deputy platoon leader. She believed her future days would be much better. Then she politely asked Xiao Chunman, Chunman, after you get married, can you take me and your two brothers to live in the family housing? Xiao Chunman sneered. This woman, before, had done so much harm to herself for Qiao Nian. Now she wanted to take advantage of her again. But she didn't refuse directly. Instead, she said, it's possible, but you know, Yuming doesn't like Qiao Nian or Qin Shua. Since you are so close to Qiao Nian, he might not be willing to accept you as his mother-in-law. Chen Xinghua became anxious upon hearing this. She immediately raised her hand and swore by the sky. Chunman, you are my real daughter. I would never harm you. A few days ago, it was because Qiao Nian brought us some meat. As the saying goes, a person's mouth is short when eating, and I had no choice. Besides, you also ate the pork fat bun, didn't you? Xiao Chunman chuckled softly. You're right. I am your real daughter. So remember this. Only I can help you, not Qiao Nian. Do you think she doesn't remember how your family treated her in Jiang City? She's just temporarily too busy to settle accounts with you. Chen Xinghua broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, as if recalling everything from the past. Chunman, you're right. I was confused before. I promise I won't hurt your feelings for Xiao Nian again. Xiao Chunman nodded with satisfaction.
All right.
As long as you and your two brothers behave better, I can persuade Yu Ming to accept you. I'll find you a job in the military district, and your brothers can attend school in the military zone. Chun Xinghua nodded repeatedly. Chunman, you're such a good daughter. Unlike that Xiao Nian, who used to threaten me with a chainsaw, Xiao Chunman looked puzzled. Chainsaw? What chainsaw? This was something never mentioned in the original story. And in this era, electricity was a hassle. Was there really such a thing as a chainsaw? Chun Xinghua dismissed it casually. It's just a chainsaw for cutting wood. Where did she get that? Xiao Chunlan asked. I don't know. Maybe from the old storage in the Qiao family's warehouse. She used to sleep in that storage room. I never looked inside. It's probably something left behind by the Qiao family. Xiao Chunlan thought for a moment and also felt it was possible. After all, the Qiao family was a well-known wealthy family in Jiang City. Having a chainsaw wouldn't be strange. But she still needed to find a chance to ask Fang Yuming. She always felt that a chainsaw was a strange thing. Xiao Nian was unaware of Xiao Chunlan's suspicions as she prepared for her school interview. Song Weiying teaches Chinese, which is not difficult for Xiao Nian. She only needed to familiarize herself with the textbooks Song Weiying brought and create a suitable lesson plan. The next day, she changed into a military green outfit and was taken by Song Weiying to meet the school leaders. The school was small, with about 20 students, all children of the staff compound. There was only one leader, the principal, who was also Song Weiying's mother, Zhu Hongyu. When Zhu Hongyu saw Xiao Nian, she did not make things difficult for her. Instead, she followed the normal interview process and asked her to give a trial Chinese lesson to the students. After the class, Zhu Hongyu told Xiao Nian to start working the next day because she would be going back to Beijing early in the morning with Song Weiying. Xiao Nian was a bit surprised. Was it that quick? But she nodded and agreed to start teaching the next morning. The main subjects at the school were Chinese and math. Math was taught by another teacher, also from the staff compound. As for other courses like military training, labor, or politics, Zhu Hongyu told her she didn't need to worry about them. There would be other arrangements. Xiao Nian only needed to teach Chinese, which she found quite relaxing. At home, Zhang Yongmei learned that she had become a primary school teacher and earned a monthly salary of 40. She bought a meal of dumplings to celebrate for Xiao Nian. When Qin Shua found out, he specially prepared a military green bag for Xiao Nian with the words, "Serve the people," written on it. It was for carrying books and daily supplies. Xiao Nian looked at Qin Shua and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Ashua." Hearing these words, Qin Shua's face instantly turned red. Without hesitation, Xiao Nian moved closer and said softly, "Ashua, can you take me to school tomorrow morning?" Her gentle voice reached Qin Shua's ears. He felt like a gentle breeze was touching his heart, and his Adam's apple moved awkwardly. When he looked down, he saw a few tiny crumbs on Xiao Nian's hair. He reached out and brushed away the crumbs, then noticed her smiling eyes at the corner. Qin Shua softly called, "Nian Nian." His hand unconsciously wrapped around Xiao Nian's waist. Xiao Nian raised her eyebrows. This man had improved. He was getting bolder. Suddenly, she tiptoed and bit his earlobe. A warm touch came from beside her ear. Qin Shua stiffened and instinctively held the person tighter. But he heard Xiao Nian's cheerful voice drifting in the wind. "Lieutenant Qin, you've nosebleed again. Should you go to the clinic?" Qin Shua's nose touched Xiao Nian's forehead, and he sighed softly. "I really want to hold our wedding soon." Xiao Nian broke free from his embrace, smiling. "I also want to marry you as soon as possible." Hearing this, Qin Shua's heart trembled. These words were more touching than any love words. He was about to pull Xiao Nian back into his arms, but she turned and ran out of the yard. He could still hear her laughing and greeting Zhang Yongmei in the yard. Qin Shua took a deep breath, suppressing the rising desire, and calmed himself down. Meeting Xiao Nian was definitely the greatest blessing of his life. Xiao Nian grabbed her bag, packed her books, and left the house. She had to go to class. As she stepped out, she met Song Weiying, who was about to leave. They exchanged a few words. They wished each other well. One turned toward the deep part of the family compound, and the other headed into the morning light toward Jing City. Xiao Nian attended her first and second classes. The children were well-behaved and listened carefully. She felt relaxed teaching. After class at noon, she was about to go home but unexpectedly met Xiao Chunlan and Fong Yuming. Fong Yuming had also applied for a house nearby, just 2 courtyards away from Xiao Nian's home. However, Fong Yuming's house was smaller than theirs, with only 1 main room and 1 side room and a small yard. When Xiao Chunlan passed by Xiao Nian's house, she looked unhappy comparing it to her own cramped, overgrown yard. This was very different from what she imagined for the deputy company commander's wife. Her yard was overgrown with weeds. Xiao Chunlan was too lazy to do anything and didn't want to ask Fong Yuming to tidy up. So she asked Fong Yuming, "Can I ask my mom to come help us? She can cook and do chores, and I won't have to pay her." Fong Yuming nodded indifferently. "As long as you're happy." To him, having 1 more person at home or not didn't matter. He planned to stay in the dorm long-term anyway. This woman could do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't cause trouble for him. Just as they finished talking, they saw Xiao Nian carrying her bag. Xiao Chunlan moved closer and called out, "Xiao Nian, what are you doing?" Xiao Nian glanced at her, but said nothing. Xiao Chunlan was unhappy and reached out to pull Xiao Nian. But Xiao Nian quickly turned and pushed her to the ground. Xiao Chunlan started crying, looking at Fong Yuming with a sad face. "Yuming, she always bullies me." Fong Yuming watched Xiao Nian's quick move and remembered the tricks in the cave. His nails dug into his palm as he thought, "This woman is not easy to deal with." He was even more impatient with Xiao Chunlan. "You're not hurt, are you? Just get up. Is this small thing worth crying over?" Xiao Chunlan's crying was stuck in her throat, neither loud nor soft. She didn't expect Fong Yuming to treat her like this. In the original story, wasn't he supposed to be very gentle with her? Why is he scolding her now? Seeing this, Xiao Nian chuckled softly and said, "Oh, Chunlan, you know I don't like others touching me. Just get up. This is the family compound, not a place for crying or making a fuss. If you keep acting like this, it will embarrass Deputy Commander Fong." Xiao Chunlan looked up at Fong Yuming, who looked upset. She pursed her lips, but finally stood up. When she looked at Xiao Nian, her face showed hostility. She said, "Xiao Nian, don't get too proud." Xiao Nian covered her mouth and smiled softly. "Chunlan, you should watch your image here in the family compound. Anyway, I have to go home for dinner and then teach my students later." Xiao Chunlan's angry expression turned into confusion when she heard that. "Teach what?" Xiao Nian took out her Chinese language textbook from her bag. "I'm now a Chinese teacher at the military family school." "You? Why do you get to be a teacher?" Xiao Chunlan suddenly shouted. How could this crazy woman be a teacher? It should be her. Xiao Nian didn't care. She sneered and said, "Whether I can be a teacher or not is not up to you." After saying that, she ignored Xiao Chunlan and headed home. Xiao Chunlan didn't look at Xiao Nian. She only asked Fong Yuming nearby, "Is what Xiao Nian said true?" Fong Yuming nodded. Yes. Xiao Chunlan was anxious. "Then why didn't you tell me the school was hiring teachers? If I knew, I would have come." "Why should Xiao Nian get the spot?" Fong Yuming sneered. "You? A teacher? With just your middle school diploma and a father who's a criminal?" Xiao Chunlan realized that Fong Yuming was mocking her, which made her very angry. But now she didn't dare argue with Fong Yuming. She was waiting until they got the marriage certificate, hoping she could deal with this man then. "Yuming, don't say that. It hurts my feelings," she said, then forced a smile to please him. Seeing Fong Yuming's expression soften a little, she asked, "When are we going to buy furniture and new clothes? And the pots and bowls for the house? Oh, and the most important thing, bride price and the 3 gold jewelry pieces. When will you give them to me?" She looked confident and natural. Fong Yuming frowned when he saw her attitude. "Bride price and 3 gold jewelry? We don't have those traditions. As for other things, I only have 300 yuan. You can use it to buy whatever you need." "Only 300? That's not enough. I need dozens of yuan to buy 2 nice outfits." The big items like the bed and wardrobe also cost a lot. Besides, who gets married without a bride price? I heard Qin Shua gave Xiao Nian 1,000 yuan. You should at least give me 800. Xiao Chunlan felt more and more wronged as she spoke. She overheard people talking about how kind Qin Shua was to Xiao Nian and how much he bought for her. They also said Jiang Yongmei handed over all her belongings to Xiao Nian. But when it came to her, Fang Yuming didn't want to give anything. Fang Yuming got angry whenever he heard Qin Shua's name. He shouted directly, "If you think Qin Shua is good, just marry him." Then he turned and walked away. Xiao Chunlan was so angry, she almost stomped her feet. But she still ran after Fang Yuming in the direction he was going. While running, she called out, "Yuming, wait for me." "Sorry, don't be angry." Several sisters-in-law in the family compound gathered together, watching the two of them, shaking their heads. They're not even married yet, and they're already arguing. "It's going to be a tough life," one sister-in-law said. "That's right. They're young. Commander Qin and Xiao Nian are doing well, and I've never seen them argue," another sister-in-law added. At this moment, Qin Shua was cooking. He was making Xiao Nian's favorite dish, boiled sliced meat and stir-fried greens, along with a pot of plain rice. The rice and meat were taken from his space. Qin Shua didn't ask where the meat came from. He simply cooked her favorite dishes according to her wishes. Vegetables are wild greens that Jiang Yongmei picked from the mountain. When stir-fried with pork fat, the smell is so delicious it seems to melt the tongue. "Ah Shua, I'm back," Xiao Nian said as she put down her bag and entered the kitchen. She saw only Qin Shua in the kitchen, and no one was outside in the yard. She walked behind Qin Shua and wrapped her arms around his waist. She said, "Ah Shua, thank you for your hard work." When Qin Shua felt her embrace, his body stiffened for a moment. But he quickly relaxed and continued what he was doing. He said, "Eat more later." Xiao Nian smiled and said, "Yes, I like the food you make the most." After a 3-second pause, she added, "Of course I like you the most." Qin Shua no longer blushed as he did at the beginning, but the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a little when he looked down. He picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and offered it to Xiao Nian's mouth. "Try it, is it salty?" Xiao Nian opened her mouth and bit the meat. The spicy, fresh flavor exploded on her tongue. She carefully savored the taste of the boiled meat slices until she swallowed the meat, then gave a thumbs up. "As expected of my man, your cooking is so delicious." Qin Shua's lips curved up a little more. "I'm glad you like it." Xiao Nian nodded. "I like it very, very much." Qin Shua felt his heart skip a beat when he heard her, and then she said, "I'm hungry." "When are we eating?" He quickly responded, "You go sit and wait for me. I'll bring the food soon." Xiao Nian smiled happily. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Just then, Jiang Yongmei also came back from outside. Seeing Xiao Nian, she pulled her over and started talking about the gossip she overheard earlier. Especially when mentioning Fang Yuming and Xiao Chunlan arguing, Jiang Yongmei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Those two troublemakers are now tied together. It'll be interesting to watch. Xiao Nian nodded too. "Yes, Auntie. The neighborhood will probably be lively from now on." After Qin Shua finished serving the dishes, the two continued talking and laughing. Seeing how harmoniously his mother and her partner got along, Qin Shua felt more at ease. He was worried that if he had to go on a mission, he might not come back for a long time and Nian Nian would be lonely. But now it seemed he didn't need to worry. In the following days, Xiao Nian attended classes at school. Qin Shua still trained every day and, whenever he had free time, he went home to cook for Xiao Nian. "I am also hoping to have my wedding soon." On the other side, Xiao Chunlan is not doing well. Because Hu Meili knows she is getting married, she threatened Xiao Chunlan to return the bride price she took from the Li family. Now, she is a woman with a foolish son, and life is hard. She tells Xiao Chunlan that if she doesn't return the money, she will find Fang Yuming and tell him about Xiao Chunlan and Li Hong's past relationship. Xiao Chunlan doesn't have much money now, but she fears Hu Meili will really tell him, so she decides to take drastic action and get rid of the mother and son. Anyway, she has killed before. She once killed Xiao Nian from her previous world. And since she was just a minor character in the original story, no one would care if she died. Of course, she hasn't fully prepared for this, so she doesn't plan to do it. Instead, she comforts Hu Meili, saying that after she marries Fong Yuming, she will use his salary to pay them back. Hu Meili knows her current status and can only agree to wait. Soon, the wedding day arrives. That morning, Xiao Nian put on light makeup in her space and changed into a new outfit she bought at the department store. Qin Shua dressed in his military uniform and styled his hair neatly. Since he hasn't been on a mission recently, his skin has become a bit whiter. He now has the look of a scholarly general from a novel. They didn't have traditional wedding rituals like a procession. Instead, they set up a few tables in the yard and invited close friends and family to have a meal. Captain Zhang and his wife came along. They brought a new 3-layer aluminum steamer and a pair of matching sweaters that Zhang's wife knitted for the couple. Aunt Luo, Aunt Wu, and others brought various pastries and foods, like dates, peach cookies, kelp, and black fungus. "It seems I arrived just in time," a slightly hoarse female voice said. Xiao Nian was busy greeting guests when she turned around and was surprised to see Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was holding Lu Jiaping's hand, both smiling as they stood at the door, with a soldier in uniform standing nearby, probably a guard sent by Deputy Commander Lu. "Grandma Lu," Xiao Nian hurried over. She took Lu Jiaping's small hand in hers. "Why are you here?" Xiao Nian asked. Grandma Lu looked at her with a gentle scolding. "You girl, if Xiao Zhang hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you were getting married today. Zhang Yongmei also left. Why did you come all this way just for that?" Grandma Lu handed over something in her hand. "My grandson's savior is getting married. I had to come." Zhang Yongmei took the item and led her inside. "If I can come, why not? It's just a long trip to Anqing, but I really appreciate your effort." "It's nothing special, just bringing Jiaping out to play for a few days." Then she looked at Xiao Nian. "Nian, you look so pretty in that outfit, even better than the girls in the magazines." Xiao Nian covered her mouth and smiled. "Thank you, Grandma Lu, for your compliment. All right, Jiaping, and I will find a place to sit. You go and greet the other guests. We're family, no need to be so formal. Okay, Grandma Lu? When you're free, stay here and have fun for a few more days. I'll take you out to explore." Good. You go ahead and get busy." Xiao Nian then went to talk to others. Qin Shua stood at the door, welcoming guests. "Dad, why are you back?" Qin Shua asked happily. His voice made the lively noise in the yard pause for a moment. Most people had never seen Qin Shua's father, and even Commander Zhang and Commissar Song only knew he was involved in special work. His workplace was special, so he couldn't leave easily. Xiao Nian also looked over. This was a character never seen in the original story. He was dressed in a faded white-gray Zhongshan suit, his hair messy, with a scruffy beard. His face showed clear signs of exhaustion. Hearing Qin Shua's voice, Qin Dad smiled. "Son, can I come back for your wedding?" He then walked into the yard, noticing everyone's gaze on him. Qin Dad said again, "You all chat, I'll go clean up." After that, he looked at Zhang Yongmei. "Yongmei, take me inside to change clothes." Yongmei wasn't surprised by his return and led him to her room. They didn't stay long inside before coming out together. Qin Dad was now dressed in a new Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, and his beard shaved clean. He looked quite a bit like Qin Shua. He waved at Xiao Nian. "Child, come here, I want to see you." Xiao Nian walked over and said, "Uncle Qin." Qin's father nodded and then said, "If Qin Shua doesn't listen to you, just tell me and I will handle him." Xiao Nian shook her head. "Qin Shua and Auntie are both very kind to me." At this moment, Captain Zhang and his wife came over. They joked, "You're still calling him uncle and auntie? Old Qin, maybe you haven't paid the formal greeting fee yet." Xiao Nian knew they were teasing her. She quickly said, "I'm not used to it yet." Then she turned to Qin's father, and Zhang Yongmei smiled and called out, "Dad, Mom." Zhang Yongmei was very happy. "Good girl." She took out 2 red envelopes from her bag and handed them to Xiao Nian. "This is for me and your dad." Qin's father also reached out, feeling a bit shy. He had forgotten to prepare these, but luckily his wife was there. Soon, all the guests arrived. The yard was lively and full of chatter and laughter, everyone having a good time. But not far away, Fang Yoming's family was not so cheerful. Xiao Chunlan and Chen Xinghua were both unhappy because Fang Yuming didn't give any bride price or buy anything for Xiao Chunlan. Even her clothes were old ones she had worn before. Today, they only prepared 2 tables. The food was good, but Xiao Chunlan and Chen Xinghua and their son didn't get to sit at the table to eat. Fang Yuming said there were too many guests at home, and they couldn't fit everyone, so they should just eat in the kitchen. Xiao Chunlan felt very wronged. She could hear how lively it was over at Xiao Nian's side. She heard a sister-in-law say that Xiao Nian was dressed very beautifully. She was wearing all new clothes. She also said that the vice commander of Anqing's family had come, and Qin Shua's father had returned. She asked Fang Yuming why his parents didn't come. Fang Yuming impatiently said that his parents didn't like her. Is sister and brother-in-law looking down on us? She asked. Xiao Chunlin was eating a piece of stir-fried cabbage lazily and asked. Chen Xinghua glared at Xiao Chunlin. If you can't speak properly, don't speak. Then she smiled at Xiao Chunlan. Chunlan, don't argue with your brother. He's still young and doesn't understand. Xiao Chunlan was already in a bad mood. Seeing Chen Xinghua and the others, she felt even more annoyed. She directly scolded. He's still young. He has become as strong as a pig. This is called small, but clearly he is not smart and lacks emotional intelligence. Don't talk about being unthinking. You as a mother also have problems. How did you teach your child? The boy should be disciplined when necessary. You spoil him every day. Who will clean up after him if he gets into trouble later? After speaking, he looked at Xiao Chunha, who was silent. And then he pointed at Chen Xinghua. Even though he's taller than me now, he doesn't act like a man at all. He doesn't know how to be responsible and always seems lost in thought. What kind of future does he have? If I really needed their help, I'd be afraid they would hold me back. None of you in this family can be trusted. He also pointed at Chen Xinghua. If you hadn't tried to please Xiao Nian by tricking me and Yuming, would he dislike you so much? Would he ignore me? Originally, in the book, Fang Yuming was very obedient to her. But Xiao Chunlan didn't say the last words. She only felt more resentful towards the Xiao family. If it weren't for them, Fang Yuming wouldn't treat her like this. Chen Xinghua opened her mouth but saw Xiao Chunlan's unhappy face, so she didn't speak. Xiao Chunlin suddenly started crying. Wow. You scold me, you little brat. Why are you yelling at me, a useless girl? Only Xiao Chunha put down her chopsticks and silently left without looking at them. Fang Yuming watched Xiao Chunha walk out with a cold gaze. Then he went into the kitchen and asked, What's going on? Why are you crying on such a happy day? You've spoiled my good luck. Xiao Chunlin was very afraid of her brother-in-law and quickly shut his mouth. Fang Yuming looked at Xiao Chunlan again. If you really don't want to marry me, just go home. I'll treat today as a simple meal with friends. Hearing this, Xiao Chunlan was scared. She didn't want to go back to that cave full of sheep dung. She slapped Xiao Chunlin. Quickly apologize to your brother-in-law. It's because you're crying here that he's upset. Xiao Chunlin was stunned. Only his father and Xiao Nian had ever hit her before. Why would Xiao Chunlan, who was just a troublemaker, dare to hit him? Without thinking, Xiao Chunlin poured the dishes from the table onto Xiao Chunlan. Xiao Chunlin, you. How dare you pour on me? People inside the courtyard heard the noise and came over to see what was happening. Ma Dongxue and Deputy Leader Ma were walking together. Seeing the situation inside, she covered her mouth and whispered with a smile. Second Lieutenant Fang has really messed up. Deputy Leader Ma sighed. Marrying a good wife is important. He was in his 40s but looked like he was in his 50s, looking a bit older. He turned to Ma Dongxue and said, I'm lucky to have married you. Ma Dongxue nodded and smiled proudly. There's no woman as good for supporting her husband as I am.
Deputy Leader Ma nodded repeatedly.
Fang Yuming clearly saw everything happening around him. Because of that, he was even more unhappy with Xiao Chunlan. He could only turn to the guests and smile politely, saying, Something came up today, so I won't be able to entertain everyone. Let's have another meal together some other day. Then he quietly spoke to Deputy Leader Ma. Leader, I have some tea and cigarettes from Beijing. I'll send them over tomorrow. Please take your wife home first. Hearing the title leader, Deputy Leader Ma nodded happily. Xiao Fong, you need to teach this woman well. If you don't, she'll only cause you trouble. Yes, you're right. All right, everyone, you can all go now. Xiao Fong has had a hard time. Let's go home first and stay here for now. Once Deputy Leader Ma spoke, everyone started to leave. Until the courtyard was empty, Fong Yuming finally revealed his true face. He took a few steps forward and slapped Xiao Chunlan across the face. Are you still ashamed? How long are you going to cause trouble? Xiao Chunlan was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Fong Yuming in disbelief. You hit me? You dare to hit me? Why did you hit me? Fong Yuming clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Xiao Chunlan, you know why I married you. Don't challenge my bottom line. Clean up the house, and I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Xiao Chunlan asked tearfully, Yuming, where are you going? We just got married. What should I do if you leave? Fong Yuming didn't respond and simply walked away. Xiao Chunlan was helpless against Fong Yuming. She remembered the gentle Fong Yuming from the original story, her nails digging into her palm. It must be Qiao Nian. She ruined everything. But at this moment, she couldn't see Qiao Nian, so she could only vent her anger on Qin Xinghua and Xiao Chunlin. Are you satisfied now? Why can that shameless girl Qiao Nian be so happy while my wedding is about to be ruined because of you? Qin Xinghua didn't dare say much in front of Xiao Chunlan now. She could only pull Xiao Chunlin and leave. Where are you going? Qin Xinghua, you're not allowed to leave. Clean up the house properly. Qin Xinghua ignored her. Xiao Chunlan shouted again. Don't you want a good life? If you leave, don't even think about stepping into the military compound again. Sure enough, as soon as she said this, Qin Xinghua stopped. She turned around and started tidying up the dishes on the table in the yard. Mom, why are you still bothering with her? Xiao Chunlin was anxious. Qin Xinghua shook her head. Chunlin, you still need your sister in the future. Xiao Chunlin was still young and didn't understand these things. I don't want to rely on her. She's unreliable. After saying that, she ran out. Only Qin Xinghua was left, sighing and packing things. Although Xiao Chunlan was in a bad mood because Fong Yuming had left, seeing Qin Xinghua like this made her feel much better. After Xiao Chunlin ran out, on his way past Qiao Nian's house, he saw Xiao Chunha standing at the gate of the Qin family. He jogged over. Brother, Xiao Chunha raised his hand, putting his index finger to his lips. Then he pointed inside the Qin yard. Xiao Chunlin saw Qiao Nian smiling happily, standing beside Qin Shoa. The two looked very much like a couple, very matching. Qiao Nian also saw her brother standing at the door and smiled. It seemed something interesting had happened with Xiao Chunlan, making these two brothers come out. She patted Qin Shua's hand, signaling him to let go and not hold her anymore. Qin Shua understood her meaning, released her, and continued to entertain the guests. Xiao Nian then walked a few steps to the yard gate and saw the Xiao brothers preparing to leave. Stop right there, she called out. The brothers remembered the fear they once felt when controlled by Qiao Nian. They stood still, not daring to move. Qiao Nian's sister, Xiao Chunha called. Qiao Nian didn't answer, only asked, Why aren't you going to Xiao Chunlan's wedding? What are you doing here? She hit me. Xiao Chunlin, being a child, couldn't help but answer when asked. Qiao Nian was a bit surprised. Isn't today the wedding day? Why is there still fighting? But she didn't ask further. She squinted her eyes and then smiled, saying, Would you like to come in for a meal? Xiao Chunha wanted to refuse, but seeing Qiao Nian's expression, he was afraid that if he said no, she might take out a saw and look at him. Instead, Xiao Chunlin saw the food on the table inside and nodded. Okay, thank you, Sister Qiao Nian. Qiao Nian led the two inside. Jiang Yongmei didn't ask many questions and simply arranged for them to sit down. Xiao Chunha looked at the table full of dishes, with fish and meat, much better than over at Xiao Chunlan's place. And Xiao Nian looked very happy, unlike Xiao Chunlan today, who seemed constantly annoyed. He suddenly felt that Xiao Nian was better than Xiao Chunlan. After all, when they were in Jiang City, he had bullied Xiao Nian, but She had never treated him harshly like Xiao Chunlan did. Looking at his sister Xiao Chunlan, who he had always been kind to, he wondered how she really felt about him. She never treated him like a real brother. He thought she was not as good as his cousin Xiao Nian. While eating, Xiao Chunlan said, "Brother, I think Sister Xiao Nian is much better than Sister Xiao Chunlan. She may have scared us before, but she doesn't look down on us like Xiao Chunlan does." Xiao Chunha nodded. "Yes, you should eat well." Xiao Chunlan took a piece of meat and then seemed to make a decision. "Brother, I won't consider Xiao Chunla my sister anymore. Sister Xiao Nian is my real sister." Xiao Chunha also had the same thought but didn't say anything. He just looked at Xiao Nian, thinking he must apologize to her later. After finishing the meal, the guests left. Seeing that Xiao Chunha and his brother were still standing there, she raised an eyebrow. "Why haven't you gone home yet? Are you still hungry?" Then she looked at Qin Shua. "Shua, go pack up the leftover food for them. These two brothers probably haven't eaten enough lately." "Okay." Qin Shua turned and headed to the kitchen. Hearing this, Xiao Chunha felt uncomfortable inside. He had been through a lot these days and realized how mean he had been before. He opened his mouth, took a deep breath and bowed. "Sorry, Sister Xiao Nian. We were wrong before." Seeing his brother like this, Xiao Chunlan also imitated him. "Sorry, Sister Xiao Nian." Zhou Nian was a bit surprised that these two brothers apologized to her. However, she didn't say she forgave them, since if it weren't for her arrival, the original owner might have died. Although these brothers had always watched the original owner's situation coldly from the side, Zhou Nian couldn't replace the original owner in forgiving them. Also, her current kindness toward the brothers was just a way to stir up trouble between them and Xiao Chunlan. "Come on, get up quickly and go home early, so Annie won't worry," Zhou Nian said as she took some meat and vegetables that Qin Shua had packed and handed them to Xiao Chunha. Xiao Chunha didn't refuse and took them. Before leaving, Xiao Chunha suddenly said, "Sister Zhou Nian, a few days ago I heard my mom and Xiao Chunlan mention the time you took the electric saw." Xiao Chunlan doesn't remember those things at all. Zhou Nian felt a shiver in her heart but remained calm on her face. "Okay, I understand."
"Thank you," she replied.
After the brothers left the Qin family, Zhou Nian pondered whether Xiao Chunlan suspected where the electric saw came from. After all, Xiao Chunlan had worked at their family supermarket and surely knew they sold electric saws. "What's wrong?" Qin Shua asked when he saw her face looked a bit off. Zhou Nian shook her head. "Just thinking about Xiao Chunlan." After their wedding, Qin Shua dared to be openly close to her. He took her hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I am here with you." Zhou Nian slightly tilted her head and smiled, saying, "Shua, it's really good to have you." Just as Qin Shua was about to speak, they heard Jiang Yongmei's voice. "Qin Shua, Nian Nian, Lao Qin is leaving." Zhou Nian was a bit surprised. "Mom, Dad just came back today. Why are they leaving so soon?" They saw Qin's father come out and say, "Since it's your wedding, they gave me 2 days off. I have to go back immediately." Qin Shua didn't say anything, but Zhou Nian clearly felt that he seemed a little down. She gently held his hand and said to Qin's father, "Dad, Qin Shua and I will see you off." She didn't ask if they could rest a few more days before leaving because she knew some things couldn't be delayed. The strength of Huagua in the future was built on the silent efforts of these people. Zhou Nian nudged Qin Shua, signaling him to walk with Qin's father, so the father and son could chat for a while. Qin Shua understood her meaning and went over to Qin's father. Xiao Nian and Jiang Yongmei followed behind the father and son. I don't know what they were talking about up front, but when Qin Shua returned, he seemed noticeably happier. After arriving home, he just saw Grandma Lu and Lu Jiaping, who had just woken up. Because they had been in the car for a long time, they went to sleep after eating. "Nian girl," Grandma Lu called out. Xiao Nian walked over, holding the old lady's arm. "Have you rested well?" Grandma Lu nodded. "I'm planning to take Jiaping for a walk now. I'll go with you," Xiao Nian said. "Okay, Jiaping hasn't been to Lan City before. Let him see how different it is from in city. I'll come with you too," Qin Shua said. They all went for a walk nearby. Xiao Nian introduced her workplace to Grandma Lu. But as soon as they entered the residential area, they saw Xiao Chunlan and Fang Yuming standing at the gate, arguing and pulling at each other. Yuming, aren't you going home? We're both married, and you're still living in the dorm. That's not right, Xiao Chunlan was saying. They had just approached when they heard Xiao Chunlan speaking. She was turned away from Qiao Nian and the others, unaware of their presence behind her. Fang Yuming saw them but didn't answer Xiao Chunlan. Instead, he walked straight to Qiao Nian and the others and called out, "Madam Lu." Grandma Lu nodded. "I heard you got married today, congratulations." Fang Yuming had served in city for 2 years, so he naturally knew Vice Commander Lu and Grandma Lu. "I didn't know you would come today, too." Grandma Lu took Qiao Nian's hand and said, "I heard Nian got married, so I came." "Well, we're going back now, so we won't bother you and your wife." Xiao Chunlan didn't know who this old lady was, but seeing Fang Yuming's attitude, she realized this person was important. So she didn't dare to be rude, but she felt even more uncomfortable. Why can Xiao Nian know such a person? What kind of luck does this crazy girl have? Only after Qiao Nian and the others left did Xiao Chunlan ask Fang Yuming, "Yuming, who is that old lady?" Fang Yuming frowned. "Do you have no manners?" "She's the wife of Vice Commander Lu in city." Calling her an old lady, what are you thinking? She was confused. In her previous life, her parents saw an older woman and called her an old lady. Was there really a problem with that? Fang Yuming said, "Forget it, I don't want to talk anymore. This woman doesn't even know basic manners. She's really embarrassing." "Yuming, how does Qiao Nian know that old?" "Mrs. Lu, I don't know. The Qin family and the Lu family have been friends for a long time. They probably introduced them." Xiao Chunlan thought for a moment. "Where are your parents? They also have connections. Why don't they introduce someone for us to meet? Qiao Nian, that crazy girl, can meet such people. Why can't I?" Fang Yuming ignored her directly. "This woman is not only brainless but also sick." "Yuming, where are you going? You're not coming home. How can we have a baby if you're not here? How can there be many children and endless love?" Xiao Chunlan didn't say anything else, but she was thinking she must have a baby soon to keep this man's heart. Meanwhile, Qiao Nian was listening to Grandma Lu talk about having children. "Young couples are still young. Spend a few more years, just the two of you, then having a baby can wait." Qin Shua nodded. "Yes, I don't mind whether we have children or not." For him, as long as he could live with Qiao Nian, that was enough. Children are not a necessity. Qiao Nian didn't want to have children so early. She wanted to enjoy a few more years of fun. Jiang Yongmei also agreed with their idea. So, that night, when they finally slept together openly and honestly, Qiao Nian saw Qin Shua take out a box. She was surprised. Does such a thing exist in this era? Qin Shua saw her expression and thought she didn't know what it was. He explained, "This, that." Before he finished speaking, his face turned completely red. Qiao Nian thought Qin Shua was adorable at that moment. She snatched the box from his hand and threw it aside. She raised her hands to hug Qin Shua's waist, stood on tiptoe, and kissed his lips. "Wait a moment." Qiao Nian was confused. Wait for what at a critical moment, but Qin Shua put his hand in front of her eyes. She saw a plain gold ring. Qiao Nian's eyes immediately lit up. "Where did you buy this ring?" Qin Shua smiled. "I went to launch your city a few days ago." "Did you make it yourself?" Qiao Nian asked. "Yes, it's my first time making one." "It's not very good," Qin Shua said, then pointed to the inside of the ring. "I wrote your name inside, so I won't lose it." Qiao Nian looked and saw the character for Nian, though a bit blurry, she recognized it easily. It fit perfectly on her ring finger. No wonder Qin Shua had been holding her hand and circling around a few days ago. He was making this ring. "Shua, you're so kind. I really like you more and more," she said. Before she could do anything else, Qin Shua gently wrapped his arms around her waist. The new pillowcase with peony patterns was crumpled, and 2 red dates floated in warm water. The distant sound of a wild cat's cry drowned out the faint creak of the bed. The paper cutout of the double happiness character on the window fluttered in the breeze, trembling slightly. It wasn't until the rooster crowed that their intertwined figures gradually disappeared into the morning light. "Shua, it seems windy outside," Qiao Nian mumbled in her sleep. hearing the howling wind. Qin Shua had already dressed quietly and answered softly, "Yes, it might rain." "Nian Nian, go back to sleep." Hearing this, Qiao Nian suddenly sat up. The cool air made her instantly alert. In the original story, the big hailstorm happened the day after a strong wind. "What's wrong, Nian Nian?" Qin Shua asked, noticing her serious expression. "There might be a big hailstorm. The newly grown wheat might be affected," she said hurriedly. "Nian Nian, did you have a nightmare?" Qin Shua sat on the edge of the bed and took her hand. Qiao Nian shook her head. "Shua, do you believe my intuition?" She looked directly into Qin Shua's eyes without any hesitation. His face also changed a little. He had already sensed from that mysterious water incident last time that Qiao Nian must have a secret she wasn't telling. No matter what, he believed her. Now, seeing her like this, the hailstorm was not just a coincidence. Qin Shua hesitated and asked, "When?" "From this afternoon to tomorrow." "I'm not sure," she replied. Qin Shua stood up. "Nian Nian, you rest more. I'll go out first." Qiao Nian knew he was probably going to find a way to protect the nearby villagers' crops. After Qin Shua left, Qiao Nian lay on the bed, listening to the wind outside and feeling a bit lost. In her previous life, she never farmed the land, so she didn't know how to handle it. She only hoped that the young seedlings in the field could survive this natural disaster. "The crops will definitely all die," Xiao Chunlon said to Fang Yuming at this moment. Yesterday was their wedding night. Although Fang Yuming didn't like Xiao Chunlon, he still slept in the same room with her. Xiao Chunlon used all her knowledge from her past life and, finally, made Fang Yuming see her in a better light. Early in the morning, she heard the wind outside and became very excited. She told Fang Yuming, "A hailstorm the size of an egg will probably come by tomorrow. Both the wheat and vegetable seedlings will be crushed." Fang Yuming was a bit skeptical, but Xiao Chunlon was confident and made him believe her. "If they die, so be it. It doesn't really matter to us," she said. After saying that, Fang Yuming dressed and went outside. Xiao Chunlon also got up and asked, "Yuming, what do you want to eat?" "I'll cook for you." "Dumplings," Fang Yuming replied. Xiao Chunlon hesitated. "We don't have any meat at home. Didn't I give you 300 yuan? Why didn't you buy any meat?" Fang Yuming frowned. "Our furniture, pots, bowls, and yesterday's grocery shopping and the banquet all used up the money," she explained. In her mind, Xiao Chunlon cursed silently. This useless man didn't understand how expensive everyday things were. "I'll eat at the canteen. You can handle it yourself," Fang Yuming said, and then left. "Yuming, I don't have any money, she started to say. "Here, this month you're not allowed to ask me for money again," he interrupted. Fang Yuming threw 10 yuan towards her. Xiao Chunlon quickly caught it. 10 yuan isn't enough," she began, but before she finished, she saw Fang Yuming walking far away. Xiao Chunlon sighed. She blamed Qiao Nian. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have married Yuming so hurriedly. She just hoped this big hailstorm would come soon so that Yuming would see her special abilities. Fang Yuming had just reached the playground when he saw the squad leader organizing people. "What's going on?" he asked someone nearby. "I heard a big hailstorm is coming. The squad leader asked us to help the local villagers protect the seedlings," the person replied. "Who said there will be a big hailstorm?" he asked again. The person shook his head. "I don't know. Just listen to the squad leader." Everyone quickly left the playground in an orderly manner and headed to nearby villages. Qin Shua, who was beside Captain Zhang, also let out a sigh of relief. "Little Qin, you did the right thing. Whether it's true or not, we should protect ourselves first. It just takes a little more effort." Qin Shua nodded. "Thank you for trusting me." Captain Zhang smiled. "If you guessed right this time, I might start treating you like a weather forecast." Qin Shua smiled softly. He didn't tell others that it was Qiao Nian who said that. Captain Zhang thought Qin Shua had come to that conclusion based on his years of experience. Fang Yuming heard their conversation and paused. Did Xiao Chunlon's words match Qin Shua's actions? He frowned and walked toward Deputy Ma's office, feeling that the world was becoming more strange. "Captain Ma, what's going on today?" Deputy Ma leaned back in his chair and snorted coldly. That Zhang guy said it would hail, but he was just causing trouble. Who said it would hail? I don't know. It must be Zhang trying to make a name for himself. Fang Yuming felt speechless. If he hadn't arrived when Qin Shua and Captain Zhang were already close, he wouldn't bother with Deputy Ma. Everyone was waiting for the hail to come, including Qiao Nian, who was eating. Jiang Yongmei made a simple noodle dish. Grandma Lu and Lu Jiaping ate with their mouths full. Qiao Nian thought the noodles were really delicious. After eating, no one went outside. The wind was too strong, blowing dust everywhere. They sat in Jiang Yongmei's room chatting. Soon, Sister Zhang came to visit. She mentioned the soldiers sent to the village earlier. Hearing this, Qiao Nian relaxed a bit. Although natural disasters can't be avoided, reducing some damage is good. By afternoon, the sky darkened like ink. At night, the fierce wind swept everything, making the doors and windows hum. Qin Shua hadn't gone home either, and Qiao Nian was a little worried. She was alone in her room, tossing and turning but couldn't sleep. After a while, in a daze, she heard a crackling sound from the roof. The cold rain mixed with hailstones pounded down fiercely. The new leaves on the tree in the yard were shattered into pieces. A few days ago, Jiang Yongmei planted some vegetable seedlings. This afternoon, at Qiao Nian's reminder, she covered the pots and other household items to protect them. Soon, a thick layer of white hail accumulated in the yard, some melting into water and flowing away. Nian Nian, don't worry. Everything will be fine, Jiang Yongmei said as she walked over with an umbrella from under the eaves. Qiao Nian quickly replied, Mom, you should go back to sleep. I just came out to look because I've never seen this before. Alright, you should sleep early too. Don't worry about Qin Shua. He's grown up and knows how to take care of himself, Jiang Yongmei said before leaving. After she left, Qiao Nian closed the door and finally fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunman couldn't sleep. Her face was full of excitement. She was waiting for Fang Yuming to come back, to prove to him that she hadn't been wrong. But she waited all night. It wasn't until the next morning that Fang Yuming returned, wearing a raincoat. Young Ming, Xiao Chunman hurried over. I was right, wasn't I? After such a big hailstorm, are those wheat seedlings all dead? She asked with a big smile. Fang Yuming looked at her closely. How did you know it would hail? Xiao Chunman tilted her head proudly. I'm smart. Fang Yuming slightly curled his lips. Speak properly. All right, I'll tell you a secret. I can see the future, she said mysteriously. Fang Yuming instinctively clenched his fists, really wanting to get rid of this woman. But he couldn't do that now. He could only ask, really? Then predict my future. Xiao Chunman smiled. You will have many children. They will all be well-behaved. You will become a squad leader, then a division commander. I will be the division commander's wife, and we will live happily ever after. Fang Yuming felt quite speechless. What kind of was this woman thinking? Seeing that he didn't believe her, Xiao Chunman said again, You have to trust me. I told you the hail was coming, didn't I? Fang Yuming nodded. Yes, but your prediction wasn't accurate. Not all the seedlings died. Although the hailstorm yesterday was very strong and caused some damage to the fields, thanks to the early planning by Captain Zhang and Qin Shua, the losses were minimized. How is that possible? Clearly the book. Xiao Chunman almost said 2 words from the book aloud. Seeing Fang Yuming look at her with confusion, she quickly changed her words. Clearly, everyone will die. Fang Yuming didn't want to say more and simply told her about what Captain Zhang had asked someone to do in the village yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chunman's eyes suddenly widened and she took 2 steps back, as if she had been deeply shocked. Sure enough, it's him. She thought this time she definitely hadn't guessed wrong. It must be Qin Shua who is reborn.
Who?
What do you mean? Fang Yuming quickly asked, focusing on the key point. Xiao Chunman realized her mistake and immediately shook her head. No, I didn't say anything. Fang Yuming didn't believe her, but didn't press further. He was afraid that if he pushed her too hard, she might lose control and do something reckless. He was thinking about how to get her to reveal the truth. He remembered his father's words, children are a woman's weakness. gently rubbing his fingertips. Since Xiao Chunlan wanted to use precognition to rise in power, he decided to use this method to trap her. If her precognition was real, it could be a stepping stone for him. If it was fake, the children could still keep her tied down, preventing trouble for himself. Thinking of this, Fang Yuming smiled and pulled Xiao Chunlan closer. Darling, let's have a child. Xiao Chunlan was a bit confused, not understanding how they went from talking about Hale to having a child. But she didn't oppose because she also wanted to have a child to tie Fang Yuming down. Both of them, with their own little schemes, ended up together again. At this moment, Qiao Nian also saw Qin Shua, who had just returned. Qin Shua told her about the situation outside. The villagers, with the help of soldiers, covered the wheat seedlings with straw and other materials, which protected many areas from damage. Qiao Nian nodded, seeing Qin Shua look exhausted, and told him to rest for a while. Qin Shua was indeed very tired. He had stayed up all night the night before, and from yesterday to today, he hadn't slept. As soon as he lay down, he fell asleep. It had been several days since the hailstorm, and the weather had cleared up. Grandma Lu and Lu Jiaping also returned to Anqing. Qiao Nian then went to Lansher. She had previously arranged to meet Sierra, but because of many things happening, she hadn't gone out. Just as she sat in the car to Lansher, she saw Ma Dongxue and Xiao Chunlan chatting. Ma Dongxue is still wearing the shirt she bought from her last shopping trip. Qiao Nian's heart tightened a little. She wondered if Xiao Chunlan would recognize the shirt. But Xiao Chunlan's face showed no other expression, so Qiao Nian felt a bit relieved. When Xiao Chunlan worked at her family's supermarket, she mainly stayed in the vegetable section and probably didn't pay much attention to the knitting area. In the future, she needs to be more careful and not bring out anything too obvious. Seeing Qiao Nian approach, Ma Dongxue raised her head and said, "This shirt was bought in the city of Hu." Xiao Chunlan looked curious. "Ma, when did you go to Hu?" Ma Dongxue hesitated, thinking Xiao Chunlan was not very perceptive. But she still said, "I haven't been there, but my husband has friends in Hu. They helped me buy it." Although Xiao Chunlan suspected Ma Dongxue was probably lying, she pretended to be envious. "Ma, next time, can you bring me one too?" Ma Dongxue chuckled softly. "This shirt costs over $20. Are you willing to spend that much?" Xiao Chunlan, though currently short on money, felt confident because her relationship with Fang Yuming had improved recently. She believed she could get more money from him. "When I have money, I'll buy one for you." Qiao Nian listened to their conversation, thinking about how she could earn more money from them. She decided she needed to find someone who could make clothes, modify the shirts in the supermarket a bit to match this era's style. Then she could sell them without worrying about Xiao Chunlan recognizing them. Ma Dongxue saw that Qiao Nian was ignoring their talk and felt a bit disappointed. She had finally found a chance to show off to Qiao Nian, but she didn't get a response. So she simply shut her mouth and stopped talking. Xiao Chunlan, who was originally excitedly chatting, found it strange when Ma Dongxue suddenly stopped speaking. She turned to look at Qiao Nian behind her. "Qiao Nian, when are you and Lieutenant Qin planning to have children?" Qiao Nian ignored her. Xiao Chunlan continued. "My Yuming says he wants to have children soon. He's been bothering me about it every day." Xiao Chunlan wasn't lying. As long as Fang Yuming was at home, they spent most of their time in bed besides eating. Seeing that everyone in the car was watching them, Qiao Nian felt speechless. But since she was willing to let her talk about it, she decided to go along with her. She asked curiously, "Why do you cling to me when having a baby?" Xiao Chunlan looked at Xiao Lian with a confused expression, thinking she probably hadn't slept with Qin Shua yet. In Xiao Chunlan's view, Qin Shua was reborn, and his kindness to Qiao Nian was just to make up for past mistakes, not true love. She chuckled softly and said, "Oh, this kind of talk isn't suitable for a young girl like you."